来到了亚洲邀请赛。两支队伍就如我们赛前前瞻里面聊到的啊，还是比较关心这个上路的对线，因为整个队伍的风格，尤其在 GM 来讲的话，他们是非常仰赖上半区，
而且英雄池都像，就是我们说谈到小徐，你就一定绕不开鳄鱼魁桑提，对，现在很多个朗姆，然后提亚亚是一样的英雄池。
所以今天上路的这个对线，尤其是会不会是比较多轻装战士之间的较量，再包括有没有换线的出现，因为我们说之前没有 LCK 的队伍的比赛里面，基本上不出现换线，但是 LPL 队伍的学习能力又都还挺强的。
看一眼了，主要卓哥，哎，就你看这个戴眼镜的靓仔，他太权威了，是涉及到换线这一块儿，
换线爱好者啊。
来也，我们就是亚洲邀请赛固定环节，不得不品的一环，神秘嘉宾郭勇者，真神秘吗？不神秘了。
Well, we just about got live in time. Hello, folks. How's it going?
最靓的仔，
封神，来吧。
Oh my God, God Quo, God Quo, he blesses again.
请上
God Quo.
今天没有孤身走。
Oh, this cricket. I wake up every morning wondering what God Quo will bring us the next day.
现在郭神巨兴奋。
每天来个主题，今天不归的模样，选择
JDG or GAM
啊！你看他现在就已经开始往京东那边爬行了。出龙，冒头，
怎么选？
怎么选的？
好像这个小蝈蝈是头朝着京东这边的啊。
没毛啊，出来了，来了。
JDG. 郭勇者 choosing JDG. I think it's predicting winners. I think we believe it's predicting winners, but then again, cults tend to have a bit of irregularity in what they believe sometimes.
预测胜率还是蛮高的。
好像我就记得昨天就是那个 JDG 对微博的预测。
So first game of the day, JDG GAM. We saw one series from GAM so far, where they were fun, but they did get a bit blasted by Weibo. Now they're playing against the other LPL team in their group. And they have Damwon Kia, D plus Kia to finish that off. Hey, Josh. Up bright and early in our time for this one, 9 AM. It's like going to 9 AM lectures at uni, which is what I used to spend my time ignoring to watch League of Legends. Funnily enough, I remember watching Loki Esports versus Damwon Kia in 2019 Worlds Play-ins, where Loki managed to snatch a game off of them with a really good Tristana performance. Oh wow, we're into game already. Well, not into game, the other one. Draft, that one.
就所有的队伍打到 VCS 赛季队伍都搬梦魇，就 MVKE 打也搬梦魇，然后打 GM 也搬梦魇，都搬。
只能说梦魇这个英雄可能带一点赛区色彩，
这很梦魇了。
JDG 的最后一班啊，目前前面提到的上路的战士英雄是没有被ban的啊，因为这个加里奥置换兰博班为什么
Okay, so Azir has remained very high pro. Reminder whether I think we're on the patch before Worlds. I don't believe we're on. I don't believe we're on live patch. Maybe they'll change it for play something. It's a tournament over a week or so. First pick of the Rise. No Galio to answer it. Might be Talia from Scout. Maybe Victor as well, or Aurora. Doesn't have to pick it now, can pick it on 3. Lock in the Alistar instead. If you go for the Alistar, what do you do to carry that through lane? And Shun goes towards the Jarvan as well. Jarvan, Alistar. Strong engage combo. Now normally you'd love to have something like an Orianna behind that, but that's banned. Levi, thinking about Kiana. Kiana's a mixed bag versus Jarvan. Doesn't have the early pressure. Can sometimes get stuck in the capitalism and can't ult very well. Sometimes just absolutely blasts him, out clears him. Thanks to the follow below. We had a couple of follows while we were offline. I think a lot of people followed for the Ghost of Yote stuff yesterday. We had a lot of people following yesterday, which is very cool.
或者干脆狠点把辅助波比先锁了，就这把波比是很厉害的，对线康德就打断康德皇子。
Why did GAM get worse and worse with years? I don't think that's necessarily true. I just think they're competing with in a region which is much harder now, the LCP. And also, one of the big things about GAM is that they used to have the best mid laner in their region, Kati. And then he left to go to Vikings. He left to go to Vikings. Vikings being set up kind of split the talent across the region a little bit. I think GAM's bot lane, and also it's worth noting that half of the GAM players, well, I think it was 2 GAM players got hit with the match fixing scandal. So a lot of VCS teams lost players to match fixing, and a lot of the other players they could have got to replace them would have also been part of that match fixing scandal as well. That would have been back in, God, was that 23 or 24? That might have been 20. Was that last year? Anyway, that's a big thing which colors the VCS as a region, sadly. Scat locks in the Cassiopeia, not going towards the Talia, interestingly, going towards the Sneck. A little bit risky to play that against Kiana. She can shunt you into the wall and you don't have any mobility to escape that. That being said, if you manage to land a miasma on Kiana, she doesn't get to do anything at all. A high risk, high reward. Yeah, it is pretty crazy. The VCS, the Vietnamese scene, has been, it was last year. Okay, cool. I forget the exact time. But yeah, VCS is a region which has really been hit hard by a bunch of things. COVID hit them very hard. The match fixing scandal, which literally had about 40% of their players involved, hit them very hard. And it is worth noting, folks, the players which are still playing are the ones with, you know, no shadow of a doubt that they weren't part of it. So it doesn't reflect on them at all. So it's not their fault. I don't want anyone saying it's their fault. Anyway, bot lane is the second one. No Xayah, no Yunara, no Sivir. You might go for something like Corki now at this point. Very lane dominant at this point. I don't think there's anything which beats Corki. I think Corki Kai'Sa might be a trade here. JDG might... Yeah, which side do you want? They want the Kai'Sa side of it. Right, okay. I was wondering if they wanted the Corki side of it for the early game. Yeah, Artemis goes for the Corki now. Hayes had a pretty good Kai'Sa game yesterday. Hope you got some rest after a mega long stream yesterday. I actually did longer stream the day before. I've been doing like 12-hour streams the last couple of days. So I really want to finish Ghost of Yotei just so I can say I've done the story. And because I've got some content I've got to do for it. I've also got to do a World's Top 20 player list. Gonna be helping Sheepo Esports out with that. I'll be one of the people contributing. Khan for Elio, last pick of the Cassante for Xiaoxu. Kiaya on Renekton as well. Who's got the better draft as of now? I think JDG got the better draft. They have way more tank frontline, and they have a bit more range as well from the Kai'Sa. Well, that's not always true, actually. Ignore that last bit. I mean, the Cassiopeia, yes, actually. Cassiopeia is weirdly one of the longest range champions in this game. I think JDG have got the better draft. I think that they have very strong carries, and it's not easy for GAM to make their way onto them. Not gonna say, yeah, and I also do think that GAM were pretty okay versus Weibo the other day. They had a winning game state, I think it was in game 2, and then things, yeah.
反过头来讲，我觉得是在 GM 这边的话，他们的选择跟他们第一场对上微博的时候大相径庭，他们没有选择 AP 的野合。
They took Corki bait. Yeah, the thing about Corki is that it is actually very good into Kai'Sa. It wins lane versus Kai'Sa, and then Kai'Sa can't really assassinate Corki in the way she does other AD carries, because Corki can actually burst her back and kill her. He can almost one-shot them, actually. Shun on Jarvan? Yes. Shun, a very good Jarvan player. Played a lot of that over on BLG. No Resmonted. Did notice he'd fallen, I thought, why not? Okay, let's chill out and watch some League of Legends stuff. Running away in the background. Don't think we don't see you. Mr. JDG assistant person in the background.
Scout 身上的压力是比较大的，他需要把中线给顶出去，还得防抓。对，就是既能够辐射到野区，同时又能够不被对面抓，同时还能把线一直送到对面塔里，3重任务给到 Scout。瑞灿这把
I just don't know if this GAM bot lane could punish JDG bot lane. Yeah, Artemis is a very good AD carry. I actually like Artemis an awful lot. Elio's not bad, but in terms of, you know, playing it towards Paze's level, I don't necessarily think that's where they're going to be getting their all of their advantages, right?
然后蛇女就会被移速霸凌，
就游戏的前期，蛇女的移速会非常非常慢。
对，在这个移速霸凌的前提之下，很有可能就是别人捏着控制往蛇女脸上走，蛇女一点办法都没有。
嗯，毕竟这也是一个没有位移的英雄嘛，只能靠自己的蛇形走位。 同样的配子，这把我觉得选卡莎点出来这个英雄也很自信啊。
I need a Bel'Veth game with Jax on the enemy team. Oh yeah, the fishing in Lavender Sea or something like that. Jax Bel'Veth have a side quest against each other. Very funny.
也能理解吧？
对。卡莎加牛这个组合。
Oh, I really need to get myself coffee, folks. I should have done that before. Okay, very quickly, folks. I gotta get myself into. Oh, right. I shouldn't.
牛头很难能够去真正阿连到人。
就哪怕是点到都不敢打到底。对，就是在前6级的情况。
Okay, 1 second, folks. Let me get myself a coffee. Hopefully nothing happens at level 1.
以及前面没有讨论到的，就是在这一局里面会不会有换线的情况。在之前 LPL 的队伍身上没有看到太多的上路和下路的单人换线。
这把有想可能配子直接换上。对，
我觉得这把其实我们讨论那么多，如果说通过卡莎的换线解决掉下路对线的问题，可能是最简单直接的方式。
但也有个问题，就是鳄鱼打卡莎其实到4级，就如果鳄鱼掉的血少，他前面挨打，然后挨到4级那波其实卡莎不舒服。嗯。主要卡莎不像卢锡安、飞机这种英雄，他前面压制力那么强啊。
对。 他前面没有什么太高的单点爆发，他打爆发的方式太慢了。
是的
，5层的电浆，等你打出来的时候，鳄鱼要么在你身上咬一整套，要么已经早就跑了。
还有移速问题，就鳄鱼在上路3是移速很快的英雄啊。
是
345以上的移速可以让卡莎前期不能追着 A。看开局吧。当然这把以2个队伍碰撞上啊，这个简单玩的风格应该不会有换线，会简单对线。嗯。
哎，奎桑迪1级往下路来给了颗眼
啊，给完这个眼就意味着已经是对线了。
对的，但他们也意识到了，就是下路这个对线会比较难对，所以说上路奎桑迪抗压的情况下，把自己的眼投资在下路，这样让下路上线的时候依然有卡莎的一个眼加上牛的扫描能够去抢草。
然后这里有个细节是 GM 的站位啊，他们让下路组来顶这个，就是我们曾经说的就是那个卓哥眼的这个草丛。
是。
其实这2个草丛封死，加上上面 C 草被封死的话，JDG 是不好在对方野区里面给到眼的。
只能说卓哥前瞻性这一块，
哎，这个草丛确实成为了后续野区攻防战的重点，
现在很重要啊。
哎，
但这一次京东双人组是直接站在后草，然后中草有奎桑迪帮忙点了眼。
现在是可以看到啊，这个开局京东是不好进野区了。
其实卡莎第1波如果能打到一个单体 Q 的话，会比较痛哦。
哦，
看到牛了。
开，但牛走到脸上把人顶走，最后这个眼能排掉还是排掉了。
但靠着这个眼，卡莎能够先摸到线，而且打了一套对面的双人组，赚到一些血量。
其实这个 A 线进度大概率2边是平线了，会平2。
但因为兵线出来之前，卡莎打了一个单体 Q 在艾利欧身上，所以也逼了艾利欧低频药，而且这个 Q 砸出去，相当于并没有延缓卡莎推线的进度。
哦，甚至这波配子在3个远近战兵之中摁 Q， 他还能跑至抢2，
对，
都不只是平线了。
主要还是艾卡西亚暴雨这个技能在前期还是比较权威的，只要你能摸得到兵，
抢2喽！哦哟，好反应啊！
闪现躲过了。
这波阿特米斯要不是被 Q 起来的话，接 W 顶回来是要爆大血的。
是的。
而中路这个血量情况其实符合预期。 就是蛇女会被瑞兹推，但是瑞兹会掉很多血。
蛇女这1、2级的
又 Q 到了，又 Q 到了，要杀了，单吃了。
交闪，但是后续跟闪，皇子德邦军旗。勋哥说收个过路费
啊，其实不收也单吃。
这个过路费主要收的有点贵。勋哥说我先来混个助攻。
这个线我之前请教过滔博的前中单线路教练西叶啊，西叶的说法是这个线的重点在于留相位。
是。
就是前期在瑞兹推线的情况下，一定要把相位留好，因为你在2波线送进塔前的时候，蛇女一定会有一波机会 Q 住你追击。就如果刚才那个位置瑞兹可以 A1Q 触发相位拉掉的话，蛇女其实不会打那么多血量，也没机会单杀的。
而且我感觉还是1、2级换血换的有点太频繁了，加上2级这个 Q 吃的有点，
就是他换血频繁的时候把相位给用掉了。
对的，
得捏相位这个线。
下路炮车的反推。
先拿到4级，3级野区已经刷干了。勋哥的线路处理是很好，他选择先刷了蛤蟆跟那个蓝 buff， 最后刷3狼。这样哪怕自己的刷野进度稍微慢一点，礼拜进了野区也会发现能被反的野都已经消失了。
没错，
这个在打饭领域里面叫做先吃锅里的，再吃碗里的。
总之是吃饱饱，
哎，一点没漏。
勋现在吃的是真挺饱的，上半夜河蟹也能吃，下面的话2个人血量保持的还可以，抬到了佩子，所有人一拥而上，佩子交出闪现，想尝试多换点小兵，但是最终在塔下牛头对飞机完成了一波单杀。
两边算是做了个置换，但是佩子小掉1点刀，
对这个线有点亏哦。
哎，但这个线其实是好线。
对，后续的第2波线如果卡在塔前的话是不错的，所以说里外要过来帮忙解一下，飞机已经回城了。
那里外的回合稍慢一些，那这样是勋先出门的。从打野这一轮的干壳动向来讲，勋可以率先做到是。下路牛 ，W 技能借小兵位移。
回家，佩子也是先补萃取哦，知道这一把的自己的重心应该要在发育上面。
就目前大量卡莎都选择出萃取，大家也意识到卡莎不是一个对线那么强大的英雄，他需要做的是发育。
其实这一局对于京东来说，3条线都需要一些发育的时间。蛇女也同样是一个需要发育的英雄，然后奎桑迪更不必多说。前期比起碰撞，可能他们更希望的是做资源的置换
啊，但是
Okay, wow, I missed way more than I thought. Oopsies, folks.
没闪的
Okay, sorry. Looks like we've had bot lane kill, jungle kill, Shin jumping into mid lane. Ares has no flash and he's gonna go down. My bad, folks. I was pretty late getting to the stream. I was getting the stream set up, so I had to do that thing where I am. I don't know, woke up and got ready for the day. You know, I like GAM as a team. For those of you that don't know, hang on. Whatever the dragon? No, okay, we're good. Was it 2 years ago now, or was it last year? I think it was 2 years ago, maybe. I got myself a GAM jersey, and I posted a picture of it, but I didn't have my face in it, or like I had a little bit of my face. So all you could see is my long hair, because I have long hair. And I what was I gonna say? Yeah, so I have long hair, so it's yeah, but it you know it looks I guess certainly feminine or whatever, slightly feminine or whatever. So the GAM CEO retweeted my tweet saying, "Wow, great jersey, #GAM girls." So I just picked it up and ran with that. I'm like, oh, I'm not letting you get away with that. So I was like, okay, damn. And so then occasionally I just tweet at the GAM CEO, just #GAM girls. Like, it doesn't bother me. You know, I'm confident enough in my own body image. Fairly androgynous anyway, that's just the way that I look. That's not a problem, that's okay. But yeah, so I have a soft spot for GAM. I like VCS anyway, but I have a particular soft spot for GAM after that because of that one funny individual story. So yeah, #GAM girls in chat. Scout doesn't have flash. Levi might be able to get the shove into the wall. Where's the miasma? Does he need it? Ooh, Waterblade just missing there. So no root. No root. TK is so funny. Oh no, he didn't mean any harm. He didn't mean he didn't miss. He didn't mean any harm at all. GAM mid lane is bad. So the thing is, and like, it's not a blame against the player. VCS mid lane has never been their strongest point, not really. They've had a couple of them real mid lane talent. Oh, flash for the dunk. Ares doesn't have flash. He's stuck in the Cataclysm, and that means that it's very easy for the Snake to just DPS him down. The Cassiopeia is very good against Ryze if you can actually sit and auto attack and not auto attack him, sit and DPS him. Hey, thanks to the stream streak, by the way, Elliot, and thanks to the follows. Oh, bloody hell, Pays! Doesn't have the barrier. That would have been one more auto and dead there. Close run stuff. See a bit of a CS lead for the Corking. Scout walking down. Does have flash now. Combo on the turret. Pays doesn't have ult. Needs a couple of minions. Gets level 6 now. So now he can fly in if he needs to. Miasma lands. Artemis also has flash. Scout gets the Q. Because he gets the Q, he can get the empowered ease, and he'll be able to kill him even through the barrier. Alio will likely be next on the menu as well. A bird and a yordle on the dinner table for now. And 2 kills over to Scout. Great roam from the mid laner of JDG. And on the other side, that's not awful from Xiaoxu, but he'll die either way. Did get the unstoppable through the Supreme Display of Talent. Didn't end up mattering. Teleport now towards top legend Scout. He'll just pick up the wave. Unlikely he'll be able to kill Kiaya. Artemis timed the W well, but the Q was too good. Yeah. Cassiopeia, if she ever hits Q on you, you discover the meaning of fear. GAM just getting a little bit blasted in the early game. 4 kills for Scout. Why couldn't Scout play like this in LPL playoffs? Ah, Scout. I have a lot of love for the man. I've got a lot of love for our last mid lane world champion from the LPL. He's a real legend, as Scout, but he's not had a great year. Yes, I agree, Amir. Cassiopeia landing Q on you is like, will you fight or die like a dog? Kiaya trying to clear out the top side. He does have Dominus. He's not going to live with it, but he should be able to... Oh, good flash. He's still dead, right? Right. Not popping the Dominus yet. Gets the empowered W on the turret, not onto the person with aggro. Okay, fair play. Kiaya lives. I'm gonna be surprised. I thought they had a way more damage than that. Didn't want to commit the Cataclysm. Did have the Cassia, not the Cassia, the Kai'Sa ult to follow up if they needed. Because they spent a lot of time trying to kill Kiaya, it does mean that they end up getting pushed in the mid lane. Artemis gets a wave and a plate there. Do you have a caps rule like Sam doesn't have his set? No, you can try. You can put in all caps here if you want. Although honestly, Sam has a... Oh, hang on. Wow, Scout in the 1v2. Jesus, he's fed. Now, the thing about Cassiopeia is that if she gets those empowered E's down, she does get a bunch of healing. Because the empowered E does give you a little bit of that healing. Miss Meliodas. Oh yeah, Meliodas was one of the golden generation of VCS really. DO1 was the guy who was really good at mid lane for VCS. Good Valkyrie away. Thank Mr. Buffalo. Yeah. I think most of that team sadly got caught out with the match fixing scandal. VCS top lanes have been fun to watch over time. Coated was very fun on Team Secret, the original Team Secret, before they became Team Secret Wales. They really want to get this shutdown, and they probably are going to get it. It's close. It's close. If you got like 1 or 2 more E's in there, because he got a Q, you could have got some healing. That was actually closer than it looked, folks. BNJ. Ah, BNJ. I have a funny story about BNJ. I have a funny story about him. Next time we have a not fight, I'll tell you about it. Elio's caught out, does have flash, does have ult as well. Draw is way more caught out, though. I don't know why I said it was Elio's caught out. It's Draw which one. And Draw will go down. So the funny story I have about BNJ is when Saigon Buffalo went to Worlds in, what was it, 23? Or was it 23 or 22? One of those years. The first time they went to Worlds. BNJ was the youngest player at the tournament, I believe, at about 17. But BNJ, and it is worth noting, the national average height of Vietnam is quite short. BNJ was very short, and also very thin. He didn't have a good diet at all. So when they were going to get their green card to play in the US, they had to go and do their paperwork again because US authorities thought that thought that Saigon Buffalo might be trafficking him into the country because he looked too young. Good ult from Scout. Ends up getting the empowered Q. Wow! Super Display of Talent's pretty good. I think Scout die anyway, though. Levi just about gets enough disengaged there. Scout dies twice in that top lane. But honestly, it's so funny that... obviously, it was all completely legal, but just because he looked so young, because he was very short and very thin, they thought they were bringing a child into the country instead of an esports player. Poor bloke. Again, it ended up being completely fine. They just had to do the paperwork again and prove, you know, things were double-checked. Just got your ass kicked by Twitch verification. Is Twitch verification that bad anymore? I made a Twitch account years ago, so it's not really been a problem for me. That's some decent damage onto Shashu. Does have flash, does have ults. I think Shashu's just dead here, no? Ooh, Elio's on the roam, gets the charm into him. He is just dead. Alright, it's another kill towards Levi. 2-0-3 for him. GAM is here as well. Yes, it's the 4th and 5th seeds from LCP. So it's GAM and Vikings, who are both the VCS teams. Yo, GAM have a lead? Yeah, it's a 2,000 gold lead. It's not looking bad, eh? How did JDG go from 1.5k up to 2k down in 3 minutes? 3 deaths in side lanes. Levi just kind of walked into side lanes with a Realm War for a good ult. And, someone died. How's it going, GAM girls? We actually just told that story again, Brock. So apparently Twitch verification is a little bit more complex now. It requires a phone number, but yours is in a throwaway account? Oh, okay, gotcha. Right. What's happening? Gamma skirmishing well early. I'll say skirmishing. They're ganking well early. Playing around the sidelines well. So who's got the gold lead now? Slight lead for the Renekton, slight lead for the Kiana. Kiana's quite strong at this point. Corki's 700 gold up as well. Even with the Cull cashed in from Pays. Was that? I think it might have been Cull for Cull. Can't remember if Artem's got it, I'm not gonna lie. I think we might finish Ghost of Yotei either today or tomorrow. I'm not sure how much content we have left, but we've done most of the side content. I had a very cool YouTube clip out the other day, which was about Ghost of Yotei has like realistic explosion physics which affects leaves on the ground. Very cool. Have I done pick'ems? I haven't done pick'ems. Maybe we do that in the break. That's a point. Maybe we do pick'ems during one of these breaks. Hey, boring. God, do you know that? Hang on, Zero has flash. He might need to flash out of the pit. How much do they want to fight this? They really want. They're teleporting in with Renekton. Draw is still in the back of the pit. He has his, what's we call it now? Celestial Opposition. Okay, he'll finally flash out. Yeah, so I made a load of, just a running joke about, you know, King and Aatrox. I had someone atting me on Twitter, really annoyed that I was making comments about it. I didn't give him the satisfaction of blocking him, I just muted him and walked away, but it was quite, I was like, damn, you've really been affected by this, huh? Couldn't believe it. It's like, what? Why of all the things I've said on stream over the years, why is this the one which is getting people literally adding me on Twitter? People don't do that for anything, basically. Oh, it was a strange time. Anyway, next time we see King, and we'll talk once more about the world champ difference. And maybe about certain cosmetic bonuses he has. Whatever, anyway, just a funny thing. It doesn't bother me too much. Or at all, really. It's fine. Funny story, if anything. Artemis showing why Corki's pretty good into the Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa really doesn't have that much threat onto Corki individually at any point in the game. Ooh, Draw using the Hex Flash forwards. Lost that flash earlier. Not sure about that one, buddy. Got slammed into the wall by the Dia de los Muertos Kiana skin. And we have a pause. Oh, bloody hell. Strap yourselves in. Oh, I misunderstood someone. Because I was talking about Mineski as well, and they're like, yo, the Mineski run was like so crap, so don't talk about it. Which is, yeah. That's whatever. I mean, honestly, I can't remember enough about the Mineski run to comment on that one now. I occasionally watch it as part of the, you know, the LoL World Championships screen? So many pauses this tournament. It's because it's online, and I'm not sure. There's probably tech issues. There might be network issues. Joe said first turret in the mid lane. The overlay's broken. Okay. Oh, the overlay was kind of breaking yesterday too. Does anyone have any fun fights about 22 worlds? Shut up. I need to stop. Now I'm genuinely concerned people will get annoyed. Thanks for the follow, by the way, Soccer. I do appreciate you going through the hassle of Twitch verification. Fun fact for Shelly Egoist. Let me have a think. Did you know you can tell whether a species of spider is ancient or more modern by the direction in which their pincers have move? So if a spider's kind of mouth mandibles move upwards and downwards like a pickaxe, then it's an ancient spider. It evolved many millions of years ago, or hundreds of thousands of years ago. Whereas if it moves side to side more like pincers, then it's more of a modern evolution. There you go, fun fact. Trade of sideline turrets. GAM did get the first turret in mid lane. I'll make sure to look at that while screaming. Okay, good. Yeah, well, just in case you wanted to have, you know, academic fulfillment while you're being attacked by spiders. Do you remember the G2 fun facts? I don't remember the G2 fun facts. What were they? Spiders can recognize... Wait, spiders can recognize themselves in a mirror? That's insane. I actually never knew that. That is a great fun... If that's true, that's a great fun fact. Run, it's a spider! Yeah, it's an ancient spider, thank you, pickaxe. Like, name anything about G2 and there's probably a thread about it at some point. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah. I had a lot of fun on LEC this year when we got into pause content with fun facts. I had a cast with Hysterics and Carlson came on to guest, and funnily enough I talked about grasshoppers, so perhaps we've been on the God Guo train all this time, perhaps. See, this spider thing is what I would mention to you on Twitter for. Oh god. I think in like year 5 or 6 I ended up doing a you know, a school paper on spiders. It could have been on anything. They just wanted you to make a topic on, make a paper on something. I did like 12 pages on. Oh, pays cleanses. Ult does have flash. Doesn't need it. Cleanse ult down. Did I know that Godgor has 2 brains, or crickets have 2 brains? No, what the heck? I do have a fun fact about the alien from Alien Isolation, and that it has 2 brains. It has 2 AI, one which knows everything, and the other one which is the one which controls the movement, and the larger brain tells it bits and pieces of information to make it seem more organic. It's very, very cool. It's the way that they made the alien, the xenomorph, a lot more lifelike. Ares does have flash, does have realm up. Kiana's on top side of the map. Could they get there in time? Not sure. Ooh, phase rush is okay. Good flash out of the combo. It's safe. Oh, right. Sorry, God Guo has 2 brains. I don't know why I took that at face value. Why would a bug have 2 brains? Why did I take that at face value? One which always lies and one which always tells the truth. Ah, man. God Guo is the source of all riddles. And most of my entertainment today. Oh, flash forwards, doesn't quite get the combo. Pays doesn't have cleanse, remember, or ult does have flash. Just about getting enough damage onto Ares. Can they get him on the miasma? He doesn't have flash, remember. Goes down. How the hell is that a 1 for none for JDG? Flash forward for the petrifying gaze. The dunk is escaped and Shun goes down. A little bit too far from the jungler of JDG, but it wasn't a bad angle. Very surprised that JDG somehow, I would still say, get the better of that fight. Combo forwards onto the miasma. Scout doing decent damage. Elio has the quickness again, by the way, and Artemis has a ton of early damage. Pays is alive too. Not for long though. God, great fight for GAM. Supreme Display of Talent comes back up. Triple kill for Captain Levi in the jungle. GAM walk away with what, 4 kills? And that started so well for JDG. Jeez, what's... Yeah, there was a point in that fight I said, oh, Pays is alive too, and then he wasn't. Wow, JDG started that fight so well too. That was awesome for GAM. JDG, things are getting a bit scary now. Xiaoxu is now teleporting in. Didn't really get to impact that last fight, did he? Axiom Arc Diff? Yeah, you're right. Legit, that was that. Wait, was that full Axiom Arc Diff? Yeah, that would have been Axiom Arc Diff. That's how he got the ult at the second part of the fight. So he flashed in for the ultimate. I think, yeah. I think a bit of the ult particle ended up hitting Pays. So he ended up getting frozen like that. Might have been the water blade instead. He turned it around for a good kill on Ares, and then this is just way too far. Doesn't quite get the... I mean, the dunk out into the water blade and the full turnaround burn from Corki was insane. Artemis's Corki has actually been doing a lot of work. Then what happens here? Scout hits a couple of Qs, gets the miasma, doesn't quite get the DPS because the grass blade comes down for the invisibility. 1 kill, gets 2, and that recharges his ult for the end of this, which means that Scout can't get the last E to kill Artemis. Legitimately, Axiom Arc saves Artemis' life. That's so fun.
对进攻来说，这个局面确实不太好处理了。其实不追就好了，真的。这波不追赚蛮多的，甚至你说回头直接打到唐汉，我觉得都是 OK 的，可接受的一个结果。就小徐点踢，对，让小徐卡位置直接打。但这样一来的话，齐亚娜 现在已经来到6-0-4了。
小徐在上路持续的挨抽，主要是一身的护甲导的瑞兹效果实在不行。蛇女倒是有了冰杖，现在3件套的蛇女对于正面战场是有一定影响力的。但是因为上一轮的经济进账，奇亚娜跟飞机的装备已经止不住的好。
Just replying to a message. I did that thing where I zoned out on socials for a couple of days, and then I've got a load of messages I've got to catch up on. Oh well. Dragon started up by GAM. JDG to have the first 2, would have been a third. I don't really think they can do much about this though. Shouldn't nowhere near. Wait a second, didn't GAM defeat a full Chinese team in 22? Yep, in Worlds 22 group stage. They knocked out top esports from Worlds 22 groups. In fact, because Tien was playing against them from Weibo just the other day, he was spamming the top esports logo at them while they were, while they were kind of slamming them with the Kiana actually. This isn't JDG 23 anymore. Yeah, no members from the JDG 22 title-winning team are now on JDG. Missing was the last one. He ended up getting subbed out midway through this year. Due to GAM network instability, the match will start shortly. Okay, great. Right. Well, very helpful for them to put it in English. Of course, this is being played online. GAM will be playing from Vietnam. JDG will be playing from China. You know, everyone will be playing from home.
比赛的胜负还未定，但是京东这把的中期处理上看到了很多的瑕疵。
感觉过完10分钟不会玩了。我们用很苛刻的话说，就过完10分钟完全不会玩游戏。有没有一个感觉是跟打 DK 的第一局有点像？前面
Side note that can you believe someone would go with the name Wiz Fusion? Yeah, because that was Apollo, right?
一旦过了10分钟以后，整个队伍的纪律。
When his name, how's your real name cooler than your in-game name? I mean, didn't that happen with Sifa, who then became, you know, Dracos? There are some name changes which just completely ruin the aura of someone, though. Like, Sheriff changed to Patrick, and let's be honest, Sheriff was so much better than that. The English cast I didn't know I needed. Well, it's the one you've got, so I'm glad it's the one you need. I say that LPL English are doing their own thing too, and there are a couple of other streamers about. You know, go find yourself wherever's most comfortable for you. Vietnam's internet is not good. I don't know whether that's truth, because there are, I just don't know what it's like for this tournament, right? Wayless, God v Pain Evil. Oh god, Pain Evil. What an awful name change. What was it? Wayless? Because Wayless had that one world. Was it either 2015 or 2016 where he fired the Varus arrow backwards? Very famously so. So people just kept referring to that for the rest of his career, and then didn't they call him something like it was like Gold 5 and Plat Evil when they renamed? 2015. Am I a Darshan or Zion Spartan guy? Zion Spartan. Zion Spartan was because I was watching in 2014 when I saw him on. I saw him backdoor TSM in 2014. So, funnily enough, I was on holiday in Vietnam when I watched Dignitas take a game off of TSM with Darshan's Zion Spartans, Nasus. Yeah, I was in Hanoi when I was watching that game. I remember I'd just gotten off the plane. I'd had a nap and I woke up and I saw, why the hell is there a Nasus on my screen? Is the one talking actually Anivia? No. We stream with Anivia because it's nice to use the audience and keep the Anivia channel live. Helps out Anivia in the channel and also gives us a place to interact with you as an audience as well. Hopefully give you a way to enjoy the stream in more different locations. GAM are in a... I know we're chilling out a lot, but GAM are in a really good spot, folks. They have Atacam, got 2 grubs, sizable gold lead, stop the dragon stacking from JDG, so it'll take a little longer for Soul. Didn't have the chance to say this earlier, but I do have a fun fact about Worlds 22. The 100th champion to be played during 22 was Jace, who coincidentally happened to be the 100th champion to be released. That is a fun fact. I do vaguely remember that now, thinking about it. I had one of my best casting lines of this year was in LEC, was G2KC. I want to say it was game 2. Or game 4. It was the last game of the best of 5, where Sion killed Jace, and I think my line was, "The axe doesn't just cut down trees, but people too. The man of tomorrow felled today." It was a great line. Oh, so poetic. It's one of my favorite ones. It was a good one. Alright, so Baron's available. Ares has ults. Anivia cam reveal when. So you know when the highlight videos had the bloke reacting in the bottom left hand corner. You know when it had like the loop of someone reacting. That is actually Anivia. That is actually Anivia. So we have actually had an Anivia face reveal. For those of you who are Anivia highlight knowers, that's the man himself. Okay, Pace is on vision. Okay, so what did JDG do? You're 1.5k down on AD carry, which is a rough problem because Artemis can actually one-shot Pace now. In random pixel help. Scout is still strong. It's just really hard to leverage Cassiopeia's power aggressively. Oh, Onivia, MES, sorry, Onivia. Yeah, we stream in 3 different locations. We used to stream in 4. We used to stream on TikTok as well, but TikTok often kind of randomly bans you. Oh, someone was talking about Vietnamese internet. A ping is like 3 milliseconds most games, but if we're playing in Chinese servers, then it goes to 50 to 70 milliseconds. I'd imagine they've got like a neutral server they're playing on, or artificial ping. I'm glad GAM is playing good games against decent teams like JDG, and that is impressive. I mean, the thing is, it's so impressive to see GAM playing like this, especially given the context of the stuff we were talking about earlier in the game in terms of about 40% of the players in VCS getting caught by match-fixing scandals, COVID denying them international competition for about 2 years. The fact that GAM is still, pretty damn good team internationally standing is kind of incredible. Pace Shin two-manning the Baron. Renekton was on Dragon, is now peeling off of it. Ares is dealing with Scout. Scout is winning that pretty heavily, actually. The Rylai's and the move speed is doing a lot of work there. That's a lot of damage, and Pace is dead. With Pace dead, doesn't that mean that GAM win the fight? Who knows? Artemis has died as well. AD carries down. No more DPS. Levi doing bits and pieces. Kiara trying to save his longtime teammate, and Levi gets to pick up the pieces. Awesome. Means that the Axiom Arc keeps it rolling. He'll get himself even more cooldown off his ultimate. His ultimate's on already over a half cooldown down, by the way. GAM, huge fight for them. What is that, 4 for 1? 4 for 1, yeah, Artemis dies. Ares managed to survive the play against Scout on the other side of it. Wait, Scout lost the 1v1? Huh? I actually missed the 1v1 with Scout. Wow. Jeez. Will you be back to Vietnam? I mean, I'd love to go back to Vietnam. I really enjoyed, because I went across the whole country. I went from north to south and enjoying different parts of the country, learning bits about the history. It's very, very cool. Really enjoyed it. Hey, Vestian, how's it going? I mean, Vestian, dude, if you want, do you want to come in and I don't know if you got plans or anything, but obviously you are the LCP bloke. do you want to come and chat, LCP? Honestly, feel free to say no. We're gonna be pretty chill. So this is the 1v1 we missed in picture-in-picture. Oh, wow. That was close as hell. Alright, add me on Discord. It should be linked on my Twitter somewhere. It's Nymaera, anyway. Can't cast? No, it's all good. It's all good. Yeah. I mean, we're kind of chill casting anyway, and if there's any to look, I will be the play-by-play then. And you can just chill. You can chat about stuff. We're chatting about things anyway. Look, JDG, very likely to lose this one now. That is the overlay breaking again. Okay, Elliot caught out a little bit. I just don't see how JDG fight now. I don't think that Cassiopeia can ever stand still, and we were saying that JDG had the better comp, quote-unquote, but I just don't think that Cassiopeia ever gets to stand and fight now. There's too much disruption. Either Kiana or Rakan's gonna get onto them. Okay, Vesti, let's sort that out in the break between games, because I'm not sure I can do that like during late game while I'm also paying attention to the game, but I'll make sure that's set up. We can chat in the second game. Okay, engage into the turret. Elio's caught aggro. No, Kia's caught aggro. It means that Elio survives. Not bad ult by Levi, disengaging. Actually, no, I should be able to do it now. All good, all good.
这个大龙 buff 级 GM 没有推太多塔，
就推一个中2塔嘛，我觉得对于进攻来说是完全能接受的。
是的。卡莎在等待自己的大法穿。
This is the Axiom Arc Champion Spotlight featuring Levi.
很难打，正面团战还是很难。
Good stuff. I like that a lot. I like that a lot.
如果是人数均等的团战，现在在京东这边来看的话，想赢下来很难。
就这么说吧，除非是那种就是皇子框的瞬间，然后 Scout 把 W 扑进去，因为蛇女的腹敌会让对方无法使用位移技能，
对，
这样可以有个好效果。
就至少让什么飞机、洛，包括奇安娜都动弹不得。
对。
Okay, let's get Vestian in here and chat GAM.
还有这种2连多个人的画面，
但我说这都是已经是梦里的幻想了，看能不能实现啊。
Howdy there, how's it going? So folks on stream, welcome Investian, who is current LCP caster. So I thought as we've got an LCP team in here, let's get your opinions on it and stuff. We're gonna be chilling. So hopefully this is going to be fine. I think this is the way that audio should work. And if you're in chat, let me know if audio is balanced or not, basically. But yeah, how's it going? How are you feeling about GAM currently decking JDG?
Yeah. Look, honestly, after their first series, I was a little worried. But, I mean, they're playing, I guess, this one kind of how you'd expect. I think Levy is actually surpassing expectations at the moment, but we take those, that's for sure.
Yeah. I mean, Kiana's a hell of a champion. I mean, I like Levi a lot. I like him a lot. He's he's one of those kind of international icons. I've told the story of Kiaya quite a lot on the stream because Kiaya's also got a very inspiring story. Because literally came out of poverty through GAM and through esports. He couldn't actually read before GAM taught him how to read, which is just, I don't know. There's something very inspiring about that. You don't get many stories about that. But also, kind of part of that story too, is that Kiaya and Levi have pretty much always been together too. So, yeah, I've always got a soft spot for them. So what I have to say, I haven't actually followed GAM's story this year. Anything particularly notable? Obviously, they missed Worlds in the here, but, you know, GAM is GAM.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's like they've been playing like relatively well. I mean, it's been weird, right? Like they start the year and it's the same every year where they look kind of rough and not that polished. But then as the series or the split rather progresses, they like look better and better and better and eventually do pretty well. And like that's kind of how they got to MSI. Like it was pretty expected, I think, for PSG and the CFO to represent.
Yeah, I remember that.
The LCP,
yeah.
But yeah, like GAM just turn it on when it gets to playoffs, look really good, take CFO to 5 in the finals, and unfortunately, I mean, like, they were performing worse than Team Secret Wales, like, the whole year, but Team Secret Wales would collapse in the playoffs.
Right.
But then this time round, they finally, like, didn't collapse in the playoffs, and, you know, they were able to beat GAM. They actually 3-0'd GAM, which was...
I remember when LCP was announced, my immediate gut feeling was, I'm not sure we see another Vietnamese team internationally, especially after we had the match-fixing scandal last year. And it felt like, also with, like, Kati leaving GAM as well to go to Vikings, it felt like a lot of the key pieces, they kind of split themselves into different Vietnamese teams. So I wasn't sure we'd ever see them again internationally. Seeing them make it to Worlds last year and then MSI was pretty huge, honestly. Because I love these teams. I love them. My good friends, bloody hell, Draw. Draw's had a bit of a rough one. I wouldn't say it's all his fault, but he's definitely been someone who's been caught off a lot. Dragon the GAM on Soul Point, stop the dragon stacking. But yeah, no, I was surprised to see them make other international events, and I would have liked that to continue, but obviously they're in a very hard region now, with the PCS teams were just kind of ridiculous before the merger.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, honestly, I think PSG have, like, underperformed, to be honest. Like, and part of that is, like, I think Fofo and Casa struggled to play well together, and then Maple came back, and Maple and Casa can play well together, but it took Maple a bit of time to get used to the league. You know,
they got me to record a damn retirement video for Maple. I sent in some videos, and then unretires.
Yeah, I was in that as well. Yeah, we were both in that thing, and now he's just back on the same team that made us do that.
Okay, alright, big engagement through. Get the GA. Oh, bloody hell, that's a GA off of Kiana. That could be a problem. This is not looking awesome. I'm not gonna lie. Oh god, I think JDG might have just cleaned them up. I say that. Scout is the only damage left alive with enough HP to actually fight. Hayes, where's he gone? Oh yeah, the overlay was just completely bugged there. I was thinking, what, is Paze alive? No. They've had problems with the overlay this one. Okay, so that ends up being, what, 3 for 3, but Scout's alive, so I doubt GAM can actually do anything. I say that, surely you don't, Baron. Sure. Guys, you're hanging around there, and it does make me quite worried. Guys, alright, thank you, please. Hold the B key and go home, very briefly.
Yeah, that was 1k that Scout picked up, though, which is scary.
I mean, you have GA on Kiana, and Grassblade can save you from a lot of stuff. There is a lot of damage on a level 18 Cassiopeia. He's had, it's been very funny the amount of value he's had from Axiom Arc this game. He had, did you see the fight earlier where he ulted at the start of the fight, got 4 assists or kills, and ulted at the end of the fight?
Yeah, he picked up like a triple kill. Yeah, he's playing pretty well. I mean, it is scary though while GA's down. I think, like, if he dies... I mean, I guess at this point, actually, Ryze and Corki are definitely holding their own, so it's probably not the end of the world, but...
I really like Corki in this kind of draft, too, because I was saying it a little earlier, but I know Corki is a bit of a bait in a lot of games, and I'm not going to say that Corki is a perfect champion, but Corki does 1v1 Kai'Sa at most stages of the game, which is very rare for an AD carry. He's so bursty that he just kind of taps QR, hits both... Godgwar! Have you been introduced to Godgwar? We have...
Me? No, I haven't.
We have... you see that thing at the bottom right-hand side of the screen? You see that? That is...
yes.
Yeah, that is Godgwar. That's Grasshopper predicting the games and is defected to GAM.
Oh, that's my boy right there.
This is truly the greatest shit. This is the greatest tournament of all time. Okay, Shun's jumping over the wall. He has flash, he has ult, he has GA. Baron's pretty low HP. Hang on, have they just leashed it? I don't think JDG will keep it on that HP. Okay, I think that's a disengage. I don't think we'll engage beyond that. Say that. Elio's getting a little bit feisty with it there. Fine, I think we're safe now. Can't believe Godgwar is defected mid-game. Again, the cricket is never wrong. It's either correct or lying. Far be it from us to question the knowledge of our great Green Lord. Okay, so now JDG are onto it. Kai'Sa's pretty good at killing this. Teleport behind, that's from Renekton. Renekton doesn't have flash. Levi's on the flank too. That's going down. But so Baron's gone. How many did it lose for it? Not fantastic. I do think they can...
Oh, this could be good.
Holy crap, that's pretty good. Triple Kiana ult. Smeltfox starting to bounce around. Artemis getting engaged onto. Not about dunk. Pace dies, though. Pace dies, that's a problem. All GAM need to do is make sure the Baron buffs are gone. They've gotten 3 out of them right now. Whoa, they're teleporting mid. They want to end the game. They want to see if they can get an inhib, I think. If Shun dies here... God, there are 4 people dead. Shun is the only person alive. If Ares can keep the wave alive, might be able to, with 2 grubs, take at least the inhib turret. Kiai, does he manage to get the full thing? No. Baron import pad recall. So 4 for 2, most of the Baron buff denied, and they'll get themselves an inhibit turret. That started with a disaster for GAM, because they gave over the Baron when they were the ones in position to take it. But they have now denied grand majority of the Baron buff and taken an inhib. 40 seconds still Dragon, so I don't think JDG can reset the map to fight for the soul effectively.
Yeah, I think it's also good, like, when you only have 1 Baron, you can barely do anything with it. You know, like,
especially
if you're
on jungle.
Just in one lane. Yeah, and I think when, like, if you only have the 1 and it's not on your solo laners, and you just kind of, okay, you're mid, and it's sort of just matching the super minions now. You know, like, Ryze and Corki will be able to get through that wave before you make any, like, meaningful progress.
That was an insane Kiana ult.
Yeah.
Just 3-man Kiana ult. Okay, so Dragon up in 10 seconds. Could be Infernal Soul for GAM. They're not on the objective early. They wanted to reset and spend their gold. They don't have last item on Artemis, but he's still really, really strong. I think he would have been going towards GA, probably. So JDG are on it first. They don't get set up. This is just going to be a straight-up just fist fight. This is a fist fight. No one has superior setup. It's just a 5v5. Who has flashes? Pace doesn't. He has cleanse, though. Artemis doesn't have flash either. Oh, bloody hell. It's going to be close. It's going to be down to a flip. That's legit. And they get onto him. No flash on him. Ooh, Kiana ult's pretty good. Wait, no, Pace gets caught by it. Pace gets caught by it. Dragon goes to JDG, but Pace is out of the fight. They don't have DPS anymore. I'm pretty sure Ares is just going to run this fight, right? Artemis, can he kill the Sensei? I think he can. Pace got hit by the Kiana ult around the back of the fight. The splash damage of it killed him. So they get the Dragon, but they lose 3 for 1. 3 for none.
I think this should be game, right? We've got Baron. Well, we've got the minions already in the base. No Baron.
Yeah.
Shun died.
I think so. Yeah. I think so. I mean,
yeah,
Pace
5v2
is alive.
It has to be.
I don't think Pace can defend with... Oh, bloody hell. Spell... Ryze.
Oh, my...
Ryze. Spell... Yeah, Pace is dead.
6-sided Ryze.
Where were you when GAM took down? Okay, first game, JDG losing to GAM. GAM has a habit of randomly beating all Chinese teams. Ult for the flare on the Nexus.
Hey, as expected, GAM time. That is so good. Oh my god.
I'm just...
That's such a massive win.
And I mean, there are only so... I'm just saying, how many times will God Guo prove himself correct before we believe in our grasshopper god?
Damn.
Oh god.
Yeah, that guy he's onto something. Dude, I actually like. I'm surprised. Like, I mean, I don't know about anymore, but like from historically, right? Scout would, I assume, be one of the better players on JDG, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
I haven't been able to watch much
so
LPL,
historically, you are completely right.
Yeah.
This year could not be further from the truth. Scout has had a horrible.
Oh, really?
year. Scout has had a horrible year, maybe the worst year of his career. Particularly as it came through to this summer, Scout has been very, very, very poor. JDG as a whole, though, it's been a rough watch for JDG fans, because JDG, I shit you not, 7 roster changes in this year. 7. So they from last year to this one, they changed everyone but support, so that's 4 already. Then they changed top and support going from, was it winter to spring or spring to summer? It might have been spring to summer. So that's up to 6. And then they changed support again, so that's 7. And then they've also had 6 head coaches in 2 years. So if you include coaching staff and roster changes, that's 13 changes in 2 years. And that's head coach, so I consider that was pretty huge.
Yeah, for sure. That's like impossible to find any real improvement. You know, like meaningful improvement if that's occurring. Yeah, right. Okay, well that makes a little more sense because like Arias and Emo for that matter have been like kind of the weak point of GAM this whole year. So like seeing Arias get, I mean, as strong and play as well as he was a little surprising. But I guess if Scout's having a rough one, then lesser so. But still, I mean, I'm impressed.
Yeah, and I don't blame those players for being the weak points, right? Because of everything which happened with the match fixing scandal, having to fix, and then Kazi leaving to go to Vikings. What can you do? You're doing the best with what you've got. And the fact that GAM have performed as well as they have is kind of insane. But yeah, I mean,
for sure.
The fact that they managed to pick up the piece like that is very cool. But it doesn't stop the fact that you do probably need at some point. I mean, most of the year I was seeing comments like they're one good mid laner away from being a good team, which is harsh to see. But realistically, that's been a bit of a Vietnamese regional issue for a while. So they've had a couple. God damn, Pays got destroyed in that fight. Didn't quite realize that. Yeah, because I think ever since Dio1 got banned ages ago, he was the next mid lane talent of VCS. There haven't been that many notable mid lane talent besides Kati and him. They were the 2 big mid laners. With them gone, it just felt like a real open spot on the map for VCS.
Yeah. Kind of Dai is really good. I think Dai is the best Vietnamese mid laner now in Team Secret Wales. Like, I mean, he's 18 years old and he is just like, I mean, for most of the year, you'd probably argue that he's actually playing better than Hongqiu was. But like just not when it counted, unfortunately. You know, he has been playing.
I'm going to be doing or at least contributing to a world's top 20 players list for Sheep Esports. Hongqiu is going to be in there. Don't worry, we're not snubbing him.
Oh, nice. No LCP representation.
Yeah,
I kind of like he is very good. I hope Junja's in there though.
Yeah, the problem is so the problem is I look at all the junglers. There are junglers which I put ahead of jungler of Junja, sadly. When I think of it, I say I need to put Kanavi and Tarzan ahead of him. I probably need to put Owner ahead of him. I probably need to put Inspired ahead of him. Is there another jungler I put in there too? Maybe, I'm not sure. I don't know if someone like Canyon is very coin flippy. Canyon might actually miss out this time.
Yeah.
But that's already like 4 junglers ahead of him. And that's 1 role.
Yeah, right.
So it's really... I look at this, I'm like, is there going to be a single Western player in? Maybe Inspired. I maybe think about maybe Caps if in top 20. God damn, Levi. 10-1-11. Good game from him.
Yeah, what a beast.
Yeah. Okay, let me put you on...
I mean, that's
So when I tab out of this full screen preview, you lose the feed, by the way, on I'm going to check your name in my Twitch title, because I didn't have a chance to do that before. See you in there now. Cool.
Oh, thank you.
All good? Yeah, no, thanks for coming and chilling. So yeah, feel free to stick around for as long as you want. We've got this series. It is a 3-series day, so I don't you know, expect you to stay for anything more than that. But Vikings will be playing later as well.
I think they're the next game, right? I think. I'm pretty sure it goes GAM and then Vikings,
let me check. It's JDG GAM, and then it's... Yeah, NIP Vikings, and then DK Weber. Okay, so the next 2 series. Cool. Yeah. Oh yeah, also, just on a pure branding standpoint, it annoys me that it's not Ares and Artemis, and it's RS. Look, I'm not an official broadcaster. I'm going to call him Ares.
Yeah.
This is so much better. Oh, God.
one thing I love about the Vietnamese fans is if you say the players' names correctly, they're like really impressed. You know, like a big one is like they all call like what most of the Western commentators call them Levi, right?
Right. Yeah.
If you say Levi, they're like really impressed that you're like.
So
I don't know. I mean, it's very
but then,
easy.
But then
right?
he said that it's named after Levi from Attack on Titan, right? So that should be Levi, right?
Yeah. Well, maybe in like Vietnamese they call the guy in Attack on Titan Levi.
Maybe.
Like, maybe.
Gotcha.
I'm not sure, but they all. I know all the commentators over there and whatnot call him Levi.
Fair.
And he has said like he doesn't mind either. So.
Yeah, because I know there were some. Yes, I mean obviously I hung around the VCS English casters a fair amount.
Yeah.
JDG using blue side. I mean, do we get a 3 games? I mean, do JDG just get 2-0?
No, that's a 2-0, mate. GAM time. Oh, to answer, sorry, I saw C. Monte's question. I think it's real hard. Emo's been better domestically, but oh wait, maybe the other way around. Yeah, no, Emo has been better domestically, but then like going internationally, Ares was better. So it's hard to tell. Like and honestly, they're pretty comparable. I wouldn't really rate one above the other. They've both had good games. They've both had terrible games.
And Emo's now left GAM, right?
Yes, yeah. And I mean, ahead of this, also their head coach has gone, Archie.
Shit,
so
really?
Archie,
damn. Yeah, Archie's been. Yeah. God, he's been around forever. That guy.
Yeah.
I remember that guy being a player for. Was he a top player, Archie? Oh God, I can't remember.
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's funny, all of the Vietnamese teams have like ex-pros that all played different lanes. Like CL is the head coach of Team Secret Wales, and he was a mid laner. And Vikings obviously SOFM, or SOFM rather, and then Archie.
Yeah. Some people talking about Greek gods in chat. Ares is god of war, Artemis is god of the hunts, and they're not siblings. Athena is the sister of Ares, and Athena was the brainchild. She jumped out of Zeus's head. So yeah, she came out of the mind of Zeus. The Greek mythology is wild.
Yeah, I love that stuff.
Then Artemis is, I mean, she just kind of like forsakes society, runs off with a bunch of women, and just goes to hunt for forever. Orion was Orion her? Because Orion died, and she made the star. Someone made the stars for Orion for Artemis. Yeah. Okay, right. I need to put on some adverts real quick for Twitch, because otherwise I won't do them otherwise.
I always forget that too. Not that I stream that often, but
yeah, it's so when you become Twitch partner, which we were very lucky to do last year at some point. I think, was it last year? No, it was the year before, a year and a half, I think. You always have adverts on. Then you cannot not put adverts on, so you have to find ad breaks.
Right.
Which is it's really annoying for. So when you first become Twitch, either affiliate or partner, it's actually quite annoying because you always have pre-roll on, which is really annoying for new people coming into the channel. So often people will tune in, see the ad, tune out. So you don't actually get to grow your stream as much. That's something which I've learned the hard way. Technically, War says no. Thanatos is the god of death. Hades is god of the underworld, and then and they are separate things. Although Hades was also sometimes known as the place, Hades, hell. So there are sometimes some discrepancies between them.
You're super knowledgeable on it. Did you like study or?
Oh, I just got very invested in Greek mythology for a very long time, and then I read Percy Jackson. So.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. You know, enough age of mythology and enough Percy Jackson, and you've got a classic education. And then Hades the game as well. Hades 2 came out, which I've not played yet, which I do need to do, because I'm a big roguelike enjoyer. You play any games besides League?
I mean, I dabble. Honestly, obviously, League is my main game. I play like generally more competitive games. Like Apex Legends is another game I really enjoy. Yeah, I also like. I mean, in terms of solo games, I'm a big fan of the Elder Scrolls. So like Skyrim and Oblivion, obviously with the remaster coming out, I was a big fan of. But outside of that, honestly, not really. Like I'm very much as well like a hands-on learner. So like, you know, with the casting and whatnot, I get more out of playing the game to like keep myself up to date with what's going on in many ways. Like, so yeah, I don't know. I commit a lot of my time to League of Legends, both in game or studying or whatnot.
I did for a long time because League is very all-consuming. But then it got to a point where particularly with so many games in LPL, I just can't bear myself. I would play Arena, and that was it. I haven't touched.
Oh,
solo
Arena
queue
is
for a
good
long time.
fun.
I hit rank 1 in Arena on a US a set or two ago.
Damn.
I just spammed. I spammed Zyra and just tried to high roll for True Shot Prodigy, which because your plants are auto target, you just tap them with the plant, which activates Rylise, and then suddenly they're slowed and can't dodge the Ezreal ult, and just there you go, 1,000 damage for free. Perfect.
Yeah,
very fun.
yeah. I've actually played that one time before, and it was pretty disgusting. I think I got something else. I got Minion Monster as well in the same game, so it was just like
lucky.
It was just ridiculous. Yeah.
The best combo I had. I mean,
ridiculous.
I've had a number of good ones. I mean, there's stuff like Infernal, blah blah blah, Infernal Conduit, which gives just the infinite burn over time.
Oh,
You
yeah.
just get infinite whatever. The one which was crazy was True Shot Prodigy, OK Boomerang, and then Auto Cast, which means that your cooldown reduction affects all of your auto cast, and then which includes Boomerang and the True Shot Barrage. And then I got Eureka, which turned my AP into ability haste.
Cooldown.
So I had a million cooldown. So my True Shot Barrage was on a 2-second cooldown, and the Boomerang was on similar. So I put down a single plant. It would spam the Boomerang and the True Shot Barrage, and then because they just kept ticking from Leandries and it wouldn't wear off in that time, they just permanently be having it was Toho, it was Bullet Sponge at that point, but it was just bullet hell, and yeah, that was fantastic. Just infinite DPS, very very funny.
Yeah, there are some ridiculous things. I remember, like, one of my favorite, because I quite like picking Azir. I don't think he's that amazing, but, like, if you pick Azir and you get an early, what is it called? Marks Mage, it just feels over, man. Like,
you know that,
like, it is so ridiculous.
In Arena, you get 100% on hits on his sub W autos, which is a change they made from this. You can actually go AD / Blade of the Ruin King, Azir, which is kind of crazy. Because you get 100%.
Yeah, I never tried that.
Because you get 50%, because they were trying... That's how they kind of brute forced Nash's Tooth being a thing on Azir after a while.
Yeah.
And there was a Lichbane build as well, because of similar reasons. But, yeah, so there are occasionally Azir builds which go insanely hard. In fact, God, I got smashed by the rank 1 Azir player in a random arena lobby on a US. I was like, okay, now I see why this champion could be broken. It turns out Azir is actually quite a mechanically high ceiling champion. Who could have possibly known this?
Yeah, yeah, wow. That's a real shocker. Well, dude, I remember I was playing with my friends, and one of them, he wasn't on my team, unfortunately, but he got, like, it was Cho'Gath with Decimator, and just, like, I can't remember what it was, but, like, basically he just run away from you throwing abilities and then just come and literally full HP you with his ult. It was like you actually
Decapitator, the one which when you spam abilities, it increases your ult damage.
Ult damage, yeah.
Right, yeah.
So he literally would just one-shot you with ult. Like, yeah, it wasn't very fair. Like, you couldn't run at him because he also was just doing a lot of damage anyway. And I don't know. That was the most ridiculous one I've played. Oh, here we go.
Alright, let me get this. Hang on, one sec. You're gonna lose the thing for just a second. Just need to take the social banner off. Go on then.
Yeah, sure. No, I'm kind of liking in this tournament the willingness to, like, play different things. You know, obviously, like, it's fairly low stakes, so you can have a bit more fun. But, like, instead of just seeing the same comps every game, I've noticed, like, a few more entertaining champs come out. I mean, obviously, Levy picked as Shyvana, right? It's the first time this year.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this is like a common misconception, I think, at the wider audience, is that Levy is like the Wukong Nocturne guy. Yeah, his Wukong is really, really good, don't get me wrong. He has always been the AP farming guy. Always. He was the Karthus Shyvana guy. That was what he did. And I always remember him for his AP farming over anything else.
Yeah, I think, like, when he became super, super known, or, like, was that Karthus game, the, like, 4-minute level 6 Karthus game.
That was Nocturne in season 8. That was the one he did against
oh no, yes, you're right. You're right. Yeah. No, yeah, no, that is right. Sorry, I don't know what I'm thinking about, but yeah, I remember that, like, just being completely ridiculous. He had, like, his team helping him. It was kind of like a funnel comp.
Yeah.
Not actually.
Yeah, that was back when you could kind of do that back at that point, because this is years ago at this point. But yeah. Okay, so they take away the Wukong, which has been banned away from Levy a fair amount. Clearfair is, I mean, it's just taking away the extra globals, right? This might set up for a Galio for Scout. Galio to is a pretty even trade on the whole. Neither one kind of slaughters the other. Bye for Levy, just wanting to take the... Man, I've just realized we've had 0 Pantheon this tournament. Is Pantheon just completely dead?
Well, his early clear is really slow now. Because of like all the damage he lost. So like you know, your typical matchup of like Pantheon versus Vi or Pantheon versus Wukong. He was like even in clear speed, but now he's like well behind you. So there's just a lot of downtime where you're still like doing camps and the other jungler's free.
Ooh, I thought it would be the Galio, but it's not. It's the Ahri for Scout. Now, Scout's Ahri has actually been a pretty good playmaker. I think a little while ago I didn't respect his Ahri as much. Now I do. It's a pretty competent playmaker. It's not got the easiest time setting up. There's no setting up for the Ahri just yet. You would love to have something like, you know, like a Nautilus typically with this, right? If you're gonna bring it from support instead of jungle. But what Ahri does against stuff like the Vitalier, is when Vi jumps towards you and Talier's in range, you ult back so that Talier can't follow up easily, so you kind of break up the combo.
This is a kind of weird looking draft from JDG, I feel. Obviously, he still can pick, as you point out, like a champ like Nautilus to round it out, but like GAM probably can realize that and just ban it. And then the champs don't necessarily pair that well together. I think the Scion's really good here as well from Kaya. There's no one really killing Scion right now.
Yeah, and I also think that a lot of people have not updated their matchup knowledge of champions like Gwen and Jax versus Scion. Scion wins early versus most of the things which used to counter him. And it's not like there's a Divine Sunderer in the game anymore, where eventually you just can't play at 2 items because they have infinite percent HP damage and also sustain. Jax will eventually be a problem, but that's a lot later into the game than it was a while ago now.
Yeah, I mean, Scion just plays lane like a poke champ. You know, like you don't even really need to interact all that much on Scion anymore. Anytime you actually want to interact as well, it's generally around your W cooldown. And outside that, you just use E and Q.
Okay, so bot lane focus. Okay, I have to say this is another thing too. Typically, I think most drafting metas, you either kind of put it to a bot lane focused one, where you first picking AD carry, completing your duo early, or you're leaving it to second round to pick some bans. I think when we had stuff like Varus Yunara in meta earlier this year, we had a lot of bot lane trade-offs. We were doing that, and then we had Sivir as well. So we had Varus, Yunara, Sivir, felt like the three big things. Now, since a lot of those have been banned, or like we've been nerfed, sorry, not banned, the other one. It does feel as though we're leaving bot lane now until later to try and get a counter pick matchup rather than a... Sorry, I just clicked off. I had to ban someone who was spamming. Trying to get a counter pick lane instead.
Yeah, I think at least in LCP, I don't know about other LPL so much, but Corki is like kind of like the main AD carry that is just like, okay, it's open, we first pick it. And outside that, it's like, you know, you see the Corki and a lot of people respond with Yunara. At least in the LCP, so and then other than that, yeah, we typically see it fall.
So my read on that is Corki has been somewhat relegated to you want to win lane. Yunara ends up being the champion which beats Corki in lane. Of course, the Corki was played in the first game, so that's gone now. But yeah, so typically what we see is Corki into Kai'Sa because he beats her at most stages in the game, and then Yunara beats Corki in lane, so you do that to kind of like one up the lanesmanship, I suppose. We had a bunch of AD carries banned in the next one, threatening the Lucian, but well, you're not threatening the Lucian Braum because that was banned in the first round. Actually, I didn't quite clock that, but okay, you're against Kalista Renata, so there isn't. Do you just go? I mean, Lucian Nami doesn't beat Kalista Renata anymore because they've both been heavily nerfed. So I guess you go for a defensive lane, try and make it out of early game. Yeah, go for the Poppy. You're not winning lane, but you don't want to die.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't think this is that bad of a lane either, right? Like Lucian's never really dying to Kalista, and you can quite often get away with sending Poppy away as long as the lane state's fine. Lucian's also deceptively good at like poking away at lanes as well with his Q.
Yeah, and his first level of W is actually very good damage for base damage ability. Do you remember when they did like 3 points W Doran's ring start for Lucian?
Yes.
Super
yes,
insane
I do.
I think it was Viper that did that in like in the Worlds run on Lucian in 21. God, that was the time.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think JDG. This is a very 22 draft from JDG. It's very early snowball. You hit one item, and then just shit hits the fan. If Kalista Renata ever get ahead in the lane, that is a problem. You've got Ahri Wukong, where if they get a good flank, someone gets hit by CC, dead. Scion Poppy need to do an awfully good job at punting people out of fights and holding the door shut. Because if you get good gap close from JDG, I don't see how you make it out of those fights alive.
For sure. I think like this Poppy's really good though, because like Renata is pretty vulnerable, right? Like you've got Kalista ult to save her.
That's true.
But if that's down, then like she's very vulnerable to the Poppy. And if if Renata's not around, then with Vi and Talia, you can Vi, Talia, and Poppy, you can pretty easily lock down the Kalista. I think this Kalista pick's a little scary, honestly. Like you're playing it into Talia and Poppy, which sure the lane will be fine for you, but I think when you get to team fights, it's going to require some pretty insane positioning from both you and Renata.
Well, luckily it's being piloted by Pays. So
true.
For a lot of this year, JDG has only been about Pays. I think when it came through to summer, it kind of shifted over towards Xiaoshu in the top lane, but Pays has been ridiculously good. To the point where people are like, oh my god, get this guy a team. Wait, where is Godgor? I see him on stage. Godgor, is he okay? Is he safe? What has Godgor predicted? What? My friend, my green god. What?
GAM, undoubtedly.
See if there's a defection at some point. Oh god. Okay. Alright, rotating back. Guys, oh my god, they don't have proper graphics. They have the placeholder. Rotating graphic. Can I imagine IG so with funny. Knight mid? Look, the thing is, look, if BLG don't do well at this Worlds, I'm pretty sure the BLG Knight... I think BLG with Knight ends. I think that roster ends at that point. I think Knight will try and find himself another roster. Or BLG will satisfy whatever roster he wants. And we'll see what ends up coming out of that mess. LPL's in a weird spot because, look, the last time that LPL won an international tournament was MSI 23. Financially, missing out on Worlds a bunch of times. Salary caps coming in, just the whole world economy going into a bit of a dive at points over the last however many years. Crypto booming and stuff like that. LPL really needs an international win. So yeah, if you want to see like big super teams coming out of LPL, they need like a huge win to boost the money so that a team can actually afford that roster. JDG's super team roster was one of the most expensive rosters of all time. No surprise, right? When you've got that many great players.
Fine. Unfortunately, the LCP will be winning Worlds. You know, one thing, actually, I mean, a little off topic because GAM's playing, but it seems like the vast sentiment... Oh, hold up. Oh, look at that.
Hey, you were saying the Poppy was good, but, yeah, I mean, 3 summoners down. You've lost some HP for that. You haven't got wave control in the way that you wanted. I actually think Haze and Draw are not unhappy. Well, okay, they're not happy with it, but they still have control of the lane.
Well, yeah, for sure, but both junglers are headed bots, so I think losing Flash is a pretty big loss. Like, I mean, they probably just look for a recall early, and then that's kind of how you can navigate it, but I think losing Flash early as Kalista is, like, it means you can't play as aggressively as you'd like, especially with both junglers headed this direction. Like, you'd kind of like to fight it, right?
Yeah, but the thing is, now we're at the point where bailout's coming into play, and Flash becomes... Flash is more about, I definitely kill you, rather than I definitely escape or something like that, which it is for a lot of the bot lanes. So, they have wave control. I don't know if Levy can really get much done on bot side. Okay, they see Shen going across the river. Now this is defend the invade territory. Elio does have Flash. Flash Wallstar might be the option here. Because they have vision on this going down.
They're worried. Yeah, Poppy has Halo Blades, so she'll do a lot more damage than, like, you know, your typical spell, what is it, spell book that we typically see. Although Artemis is just...
Ooh, that's actually sick for Elio! So he flashed for the W to get the ulti down. Does it matter? I don't actually know if it matters. Or a Trickster over. So you've lost Flash on your Poppy now. Levy's in, has Flash, uses cooldowns. Level 3 is where Vi can actually fight. Pre-level 3, Vi is not a champion. Alright, so they do, in fairness, they do defend the invade. Shen doesn't get an enemy camp away. You do lose Flash on your Poppy to do that, which is a bit awkward. I mean, it's not awful. I mean, this could have gone a lot worse. I mean, you expect the Kalista Ronaldo to be killing you at level 3 if things go really badly, so... Oh, hang on, scout my solo kill angle? You flick away. Alright, safe.
Oh!
I just looked away from the screen there.
Never a kill. Okay, just decimating Smash, but I mean they're both just gonna have to take a recall.
I gotta say, one of my favorite things about the Kiwi accent is the way that you say like your I vowels. By the way, decimating Smash. The name which always, so I'm a big rugby watcher, so the name which I always associate with the New Zealand accent is Bin Smith. The rugby player.
Yeah.
That's the one which I'm like, if
Smith.
Yeah, that's the one. I've got a lot of family in Australia though, so I often kind of, because look, they're not too dissimilar accents. I often conflate the two and just, I know it's the most culturally insulting way possible, right? But that's like, that's the two accents which I do sadly blend into each other once in every while. Anyway, sorry, go on. That was just a quick side.
I think there's more twang is the best word to use for the, like how I guess New Zealanders perceive Australian accent is that ours is more like, well, I don't know how to even put it into words, but Australia just has more twang to it. You know, like,
it's more sing-songy, and every sentence ends on Got a ghastly question. Goes up a little bit at the end of the sentence.
Wait, you're so good at this.
What on earth? I've got like 2 family units out in Australia somewhere, so out in Brisbane.
Right.
I went out there a couple of times.
There you go. Yeah. Oh, I'm going to Brisbane tomorrow for
cool.
2 hours until I go to Melbourne.
Oh, cool, nice. Yeah. I've got an uncle. I've got an uncle out there.
Right.
All right. Is there anything else actually going to happen?
Yeah, it's a pretty nice place. I don't know. They're just a lot of passion in this bot lane, but not a lot actually. Really happening.
You have got. Oh, hang on. They got the. I was actually wondering if the run slow would be a problem though. Yeah, you've got the cull, so you're trying to realistically just rush 2 items on Lucianers, see if you can survive to that point. Whereas Kalista is trying to skip cull, get as much power early, and see what they can do. Ooh, good early ult. Probably. I don't think they get much out more than that. You're not getting a kill, even if you land charm. It's not a kill, realistically. And now you're down ult, and now Scout has gone too far.
I think this is a kill for us. Or yeah, Levy's not level 6 yet. But...
Scout, my dude, you might have just got shouldn't killed. Good Q. The Q actually saves his life there, I think.
Yeah.
God, like, I mean, Scout is pretty good at pulling. He is actually one of the better players at pulling ult early, knowing that he doesn't need the first ult charge for damage, and using it to get into the right position instead. But his playmaking view of the game this year has just not been it. I don't know. Scout has just had a torrid year. I mean, Scout's last couple of years have been strange anyway, because he left EDG. Hex Flash Poppy Gaming. Hex Flash Poppy Gaming.
Oh.
Hex Flash Poppy Gaming.
Just need a bit more passion. That's alright.
Oh, handshake. And that's a dead Lucian. That's a dead Lucian. Bailout? Okay.
Oh, no bailout!
Probably. Okay. Oh, wait. Ooh, if they had level 6 on
5 still.
Yeah, if you had 6, that's a good follow for a kill. My dude, look, you might also need more than just passion. You might also need like to actually get into them play. All stun? Poppy Gaming?
Oh yeah, that's
a
freebie.
Oh my god, he gets the kill anyway. But god, that left it close. He has heal backup. Wait, he has heal backup now. Anyway, he's safe. Holy crap! Maybe I just don't respect Elio. Maybe I just don't understand the passion which he brings to gameplay.
That's right. That's right. I mean, how many poppies do you see take Halo Blades these days?
That's true. Hillsang
this is straight passion.
I miss Hillsang. One of my favorite kind of memes which I built as I gotta write my own casting every so often. The one thing which I did for Poppy was have you heard of the legend of full build Poppy? Full build Poppy. Hits level 3. Has a red buff. And they're full build. I don't know what to say. Poppy needs nothing else in life. You have level 3. You have all of the early game damage you need. And after that point, everything else is just completely decorative. That is all you need in a game.
Luxury.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, the fact that he's doing it even without the red buff, he's not even a full build Poppy. I mean, my dude, he doesn't need that in life.
That's right. No, I mean, it's a good flank. I actually wonder if he could have just, like, Hicks flashed over as well. I mean, I guess he probably doesn't find the Wukong.
Maybe Kalista stand and fights, and that becomes a problem. Maybe. It's also a little scary now that Pace has the first kill. Scout, my friend. He does not have flash. He's safe there. Alright, okay. I'm been impressed by Elio, though. Considering that Elio... Look, Elio wasn't, like, top-tier VCS support. He was a guy which came in and I thought, look, he'll be fine, but realistically, he will be... placeholder. I've really enjoyed watching him play.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, at least for Elio recently, as, like, pretty much the entire LCP, he's been... Like, I mean, I'd argue playing, like, the best of the Vietnamese supports. I think recently it was Taki.
Wait, is B still around? Is B still around?
He was in an actual VCS team, like, playing in the second league.
This is
so they made it into the qualifications and burst.
Okay, I was about to say this is Dekiaya. That's not, in fact, a Dekiaya bailout. Ooh, bailout not activated.
Okay.
Scout.
Get out of there, Libby.
Shun is Shun is dead. Wait, guys, JDG are losing the early game.
Classic.
Damn. All right, GAM got hands. Damn. JDG. Oh my God, JDG, you cannot come in as the highest LPL seed to this tournament and lose. Surely you can't lose to GAM. Surely you can't do that.
They're the highest LCP seed in this tournament. They're just better. No, it's a 4th seed team versus a 5th seed team.
Yeah, that's true.
That is what it is.
The numbers don't lie. Yeah, it's 4th seed. Exactly. Yeah. LCP truly sending their best. So Scout doesn't have ult now.
That's right.
Oh my God, this actually looked like disaster for JDG.
Oh, it's over.
It's been everywhere. Holy crap.
Yeah. That's like one of the benefits of Poppy. I swear, like, the Kalista Renata lane isn't like that scary when like especially a champ like Lucian can kind of deal with minion waves from afar. And I mean, Poppy's just been running around the map. Renata can't really answer it, right? Like, you really need to look for something on that side of the map. But when junglers are matched, it's very hard to.
The thing which was a killer was the fact that... So I think, actually, the flash being blown at level 1, that was fine because wave control was still there. Like, it's not good, but it's still not game over, right? You still got the game plan. The problem was, for me, that the flash is blown, the invade happens, and nothing gets one off of that. All you do is escape, and Levi still gets his camps. So typically, the golden rule of Kalista/Kalista Renata is you kill lane, or you control lane to the point where the enemy team can't react, they're locked under a turret, and then after that point, you either dive, or you take jungle camps. They did none of it. None of that. They didn't kill lane, they didn't steal jungle camps, and they didn't zone off of waves. So when all 3 of those things goes wrong, then you're like, okay, well, why are you picking Kalista? And that's why most teams in the world have failed at picking Kalista since MSI onwards. I think really the only lanes I can think about it is... God, is it? I'm trying to think if it's Viper on H-Lee that does it well. Not, oh, maybe Ruler, I don't know. There aren't that many people that have done it well. And then top esports play well, but that's kind of it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's like... I don't know, like, it's so good when, especially with like control mages being often the mid laner, just to have a late game insurance AD carry. Like, there's no real loss in having that. I feel like I think way too much stock is being put into like, oh, I want a strong lane champ. Like, Corki is much the same, right? Jin, Israel, like these champs, like sure they can be strong in lane, but if you don't get really far ahead,
which you put out every so
often. Oh, I hate Jin. I hate Jin. I hate that champ with a passion. I think it is so useless. I think there are comps that it works. Like if you have like Zyra or like something like you. Go on. Yeah, I think Jin requires like a team composition that does a lot of damage, where he can play utility, and it also requires the enemy team not to be awfully tanky. But like, at least in the LCP, every time I see Jin, it's like, what are we picking Jin here for?
So
like,
I think
you'll see Jin Jarvan only AD against Sion. It's like, well,
I think there are points where Jin had useful points where he could basically be budget Varus. When Varus was the strongest AD carry, Jin would do what Varus did, contain him, and offer a lot of similar things to the team. Where, like, strong lane, very long range, so you don't get to dive onto him. Oh, that's another thing too. Jin is good when you have a full dive comp and Jin stands out of range of the engage when the other traditional disengage AD carries are gone. So if you don't have Xayah or Kai'Sa, you pick Jin and stand out of range. So that's when you can get some really good kind of use out of him. And I will say, like, if you get ahead of the game and you're a very good Jin player, so say if you're... I mean, Elk is the guy
like
which I've seen do it best. Gumayushi's very good at it too, but Elk has been insane on it too. At that point, it's like, okay, this guy is actually one-shotting with just a regular round of abilities. That's when it kind of gets kind of crazy.
Yeah, I just like almost every single time I see Jin.
Dude, what is happening with JDG on sidelines, by the way? GAM has been slaughtering in both games on sidelines. I mean, last game, JDG were about 1.5k ahead. Shashu actually will make it out of this alive, I think. Oh god, I think so, just about. But last game, JDG were ahead about 1.5k, and then they died 3 times in sidelines back to back, and then were down like, okay. GAM have been way better at picking off people in sidelines than JDG have been respecting them for.
I mean, we got a good team comp. Well, I guess both team comps have pretty good side lane pressure. But I guess the Poppy does somewhat tilt it. You know, like Talia can answer sides as about the best as Ari can, but it's a lot harder to pick off a Sion in the side, in fairness, than it is
But then at that point, it's like, how are you moving around the map to mitigate the threat? Because, yeah, the side lane things are a thing, but I think the biggest concern I have had for LPL teams this year, and this is typically compared to LCK teams, right? Because that's the region which they're compared to. most is LPL, I think, is behind LCK teams because their jungle supports don't move around the map as effectively as LCK teams. I think we've even seen that in this tournament with even Nongshim and BFX. They've looked like they are just, yeah, okay, but there's a load of network issues apparently, so it will have occasional pauses. But yeah, I think jungle support from LPL has not necessarily played around side lanes consistently as well. Across the whole cohort of LPL teams anyway. There are one or two which play very well. You know, I think BLG around side lanes have been... Have they been better than most? I suppose so, but even then, Knight will randomly die in side lanes a fair amount. Ben has had to 1v2 at points too. Sometimes they just outplay, that's a separate thing too. I think probably top esports are the team right now which are playing the best around that. Anyone's Legend were better earlier in the year around moving jungle support as a unit to support weaker side lanes.
Right. Okay. I mean, in the LCP, it's like pretty much just CFO, like that have clear strengths when it comes to the side lanes. I think. I mean, yeah. No, actually, it is very much the case. Like PSG pretty much played mid jungle the whole time. You know, like that is their pairing.
They always did as well. They always did, even before this recent era. They always did.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think you could see that kind of in the start of the year for CFO too, right? Like, because Junja just spent the last 2 years doing that. The start of this year, he was just living in Hongkyu's lane, which is a big part of why Hongkyu looked so amazing, is because he just had the best player of our region in his lane or around his lane the whole time.
Because if you've got a player that good, you want to do that. But then when you do that, it's like, well, he's only doing that because he's got someone in his lane. It both one begets the other, I suppose, right?
True. I think at the start of the year, though, Hongkyu was very inconsistent. And that's not to, like, discredit him as... Ooh.
That's a lot of damage.
This is not good.
Oh, bloody hell! Flash to make sure that the flash away didn't work. I mean, Shun is now flashed. I mean, Levi's still got a pretty good angle over the wall. Okay, good dash away from that. Very good dash away from that. Wait, they didn't know he was there. They didn't know Levi was there. Okay, right, so they managed to get the kill onto... okay, this is now falling apart.
Oh my god,
wait, I say that. Hang on, whoa, they just destroyed Scout, though. This is all on pace. He gets hit by the Q.
Oh my god!
I mean, Artemis is just the goat.
Oh my god.
Artemis is just the goat.
Oh, he messed up his rend.
Yeah, he didn't get the rend set. And also, in his last auto, he got hit by the VIQ mid-auto, I think, so I don't think the auto attack came out as well. God damn. So Scout got blasted in the turret. I'm pretty sure Scout ended up tanking one or both of the mid lane turrets there. I don't know if he dashed between them. And then, key part of that fight, pretty sure that Levi, I will change my pronunciation, I will. Levi, he was so patient on this angle. Sure, I think the JDG mindset was, if he was there, he would have engaged by now. But because he was so patient, they just didn't think he was there. Where do they think he was, though? Guys, you haven't seen Vi for like 15 seconds at this point. He is going to be somewhere near. Drop misses the knockup too. Also, Artemis just freaking space glides on them. What happens here? Oh, he gets knocked back into it. Oh, it's not him dashing into it then. Okay, fair play. Beautiful. Fair play. They actually bop him back into the turret for the last shot. That's kind of big.
Oh, the rend.
That is... It's just a Levi. It's just a Levy diff. It's just a Levy diff.
And now Artemis is just loaded. Oh, Jesus. This is going to be the LCP after we win Worlds.
I mean, this... yeah, CFO World Champions, let's go. I mean, yeah, this is the point now where playing a Kalista comp from this far behind is doomed.
Yeah.
I think, look, a lot of LPL teams have basically said, look, we'll win lanes so hard, and LPL teams are typically very good at playing through winning bot lanes. It's just a style which LPL has been very comfortable with at the point. Multiple teams have been. But I think at this point, you just don't have the damage to fight now. Shun is also not ahead on the Wukong. God, JDG, what has happened? I say what has happened to this team. This team has done it to themselves. They are a team which is somehow worse than the sum of their parts, which is so sad to see. And I think earlier in the year, Pays would be just popping off. And then I think in summer, Xiaoxu was popping off. I think that Shun and Scout have traded good games, but have never synced up together.
Oh, no.
Artemis is dead. That's a good shutdown. Okay, that's a really good shutdown.
That was extremely greedy.
Yeah, and now they might just lose an inner turret.
Cleo?
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, God. So now they've given over 2 kills and 2 towers. They've taken 2 towers in top lane, so it isn't even turret trade, I think. But...
oh, this is so classic GAM. Oh my God,
why is it classic GAM? What do they do?
No, man, they just time and time again. It happens in the LCP too. And like the reason they got 3-0'd is like, they'll be in like winning game states, and then just randomly they'll like, oh, they could walk around the wall, or they could walk into 3 people and die, and they're just like, oh, we'll just walk into 3 people and die.
Elio,
like,
I see the vision, don't worry. I'm sorry, by vision, do you mean like vision from God? This is not a vision which is like seen through your eyes. This is a vision seen through the divine or the unholy, one of the two. That is not vision through your eyes.
Dude, he's got the hell of... Maybe he thought he went for the... what is that item? The ward clearing item? Maybe he thought he had that first item and had the damage to kill the Jax.
Glaive?
Yeah, that's it. I always forget the name of that. Yeah, Umbral Glaive. Yeah. Maybe he thought he had the lethality.
That was so broken for a little while. Anyway, so now we're back into a much more even game. Even with that, you still have a Lucian who is so much more useful than the Kalista now. Pays is a very good player, and I think he has been playing very well across this year comparative to the level of his team. So maybe you can pull out something with a flash, cleanse, and ult, but I don't know.
I just feel like I play Kalista, and I can't imagine a more miserable game to be playing Kalista. And he like opted into it late into the draft too. Like, I would just hate to be a Kalista against Vi, Taliyah, Poppy. Even Sion, you know, like, sure you can kill him eventually, but boy oh boy do you have to put some stacks into that guy.
Yeah, if you... Yeah, so I do agree. I think if it comes into like a straight 5v5 where the battle lines are as you want them to be for the Poppy Taliyah, that's very true. However, I think what LPL does very well is hang on, Pays is just dead here. Surely he's just dead here, right? Flashing out. Do they go for the I think he's still dead.
I think Livy, yeah.
He's not in range for the bailout. He's not in range for the bailout. Okay, right. Alright, just push. I don't know why he's pushed up that far. You should never push up that far in mid lane. That is rough. Reminder that Pays dropped a 28 kill nuke in MSI finals last year on lethality Kalista. Yeah, against BLG. That was kind of nuts for sure. One of the Kalista has been one of his better players. Oh no. Okay, so now we're at Intercom. This is where games go to die. That being said, this is pretty hard terrain to fight it from. Shun said, so that's it. That's objective gone. Okay. Xiaoxu doesn't want to join. He's going to be teleporting, so that's going to be a kill and out of con for inner turret. It's not bad damage for the Jags. So now, I mean, a JDG just saying all in on Xiaoxu doing some mad stuff with a flash. Counter-Strike late game. Hey, that's got to be it, right? I don't think Shun is powerful enough to decide a game on his own, which is a big problem, by the way. Shun is a player which really wants to play from ahead. Just as a jungler, just as a player, he's a guy which is very good at playing from a lead, but less good at playing from behind. I mean, most people are, but particularly with him, he is. If he is ahead of the game, I know Shun can make game-winning plays from almost any spot. But when he's behind a game, he will still sometimes, like we saw in that Raptor invade, right? Go for that play, but then drag his team into losing situations. Because I don't think Shun is as coordinated with his team as he has been with previous rosters he's been on.
Right, okay. Yeah, I mean, Livy in many ways is too, right? Like, he clearly plays a lot better from ahead. Like, I mean, I guess it's just the nature of players that play a little bit more aggressively. You know, like, it's kind of live by the sword, die by the sword.
Yeah.
Team Secret Wales, by the way, is just entirely that. I'm actually so excited for people to get to bear witness to that roster.
Dude,
those guys are calamity.
What's their roster right now?
Hero, who was it? Hero, Histo, Dyer, Eddie, and Taki.
Right, Eddie and Taki, I know them. Because I remember Team Secret before they were Team Secret Worlds, because they had a guy called Coated in top lane who was really fun to cast. He was an awesome Jax Wukong top player. He was the kind of guy where he would take any kind of top laner that would fight level 1, like Wukong, E-start, just run at you with attack speed, and just run at you. Same with Jack's passive. He'd be like, I'm going to flash Counter-Strike. Like, I'm coming. I got flash Counter-Strike. I miss that guy. I do miss that guy. But, yeah, that was a while ago, Team Secret. That was also, again, Team Secret was one of those teams for a while which probably could have gone international, but because of COVID and a bunch of other things, never really got the chance to make it through that. Okay. Wow, that's a good Cyclone. Holy crap, that's a combo. Okay, so that's the ult over the top. 2 do they get? I mean, that's only the Poppy, but wait, what do they get off this?
The Sion 2.
They get Sion and they get Poppy. Do they get to run down mid for an inhib? If they get inhib, that's kind of insane. God damn. Well, we were saying that Shun is the kind of guy that goes to, like, the big game-winning plays. He is a playmaking jungler. I've always preferred him on 85. Like, that was an insane Cyclone.
I think it was pretty well done by Elio to save the rest of the team. You know, like, he was always going down. I think he did a good job of at least standing in the middle and stopping more people from going down. But, I mean, they didn't get anything off it, so it's like... No. It's a little bit of gold for kills.
Atacon's dead, Baron's not up, Dragon's not up. They get to push some waves and that's it. And now they've used their Wukong flash, so you can't do that another time. Not in the same way.
Yeah, and importantly as well, it wasn't like a pick onto Artemis. It was just Kiaya and Elio, who, if anyone you wanted to go down, is those two.
Yeah. Or actually Levi at this point, because he has the shutdown on him too, thinking about it. It's like a double value kill for him.
Yeah. I mean, I'm GAM supporter, so I don't want
yeah, sure. Okay, Dragon's up in 20. Worth noting that Ari's gone for like a bit of a weird build. Blackfire into the Horizon Focus, a bit more of a slow kiteback build. This was more popular when Leandri's Mythic was a thing. Scout is always like going Blackfire Ari. Some one-tricks like it. I think in this game, he would have quite liked to have more cooldown. Teleporting back in. Okay, alright. I mean, GAM want to make sure that Dragon is not started by... That's a really good flick back. That's going to be draw just like completely out of HP. Is he just going to die straight up? God, that's such an easy cholesterol. And then they pop out the Ari, so one of the carries is gone. Shun's alone in the front line. Xiaoshu... Hang on, they get onto Artemis. So Artemis is dead. I don't know. DPS is getting a little bit weird now. Because 80 carries out. You do have a Jax. I don't know. I actually think that GAM's not unhappy. Scout's back into the play. Oh my god, Scouts! Levi just flash swipes him! Holy crap, the captain's on form.
God.
Even though Artemis gets smashed in the backline, they just run out of damage. Pace can't do enough. He's too far behind. Scout gets bopped out. GAM, way better team fight. They're gonna get themselves third Dragon, and GAM, massive control of the game.
That was a terrible Ari ult. I'm sorry, I was trying to find a more pretty way to put it, but he just goes straight
This is the great thing about being a co-stream. Like, dude, that Ari ult was kind of shit. Like,
yeah,
so what happens here?
Like, sends it.
So he gets bopped out, and then I was thinking, okay, Ari's out, but they managed to get onto Artemis. Surely an even fight, right? Then I didn't quite realize how much damage had been done by Kiaya and Levy just onto the bot lane there. I was trying to keep my eyes on too many different places. Didn't quite realize that, oh, by the way, the bot lane has been completely removed from the field of play.
Oh my. Yeah, we can't be ulting into melee range of the Scion Vi. I don't even know what he was looking for.
I think he was trying to stop the Scion body block, like get closer range for a shorter range charm, but I don't know. I just don't see it. Again, I don't see the vision. That is a vision from God and no one else.
Yeah, okay, who was he ever one-shotting by going that close? Like, if you're going that close, you're really trying to kill someone, right? Ari's is full HP with Seraph, so...
There's that, and also, like, Artemis is already dead, so that's one of your priority targets already gone. Just save your life.
Yeah.
Just don't die.
Oh, yeah, God. I mean, yeah.
So that's now 4,000 gold lead. Soul point for GAM, so that's a threat of Mountain Soul on Scion later. Also, this is a Vi which is going for a much tankier build, going for the Starrick second instead of Black Cleaver, which is the correct build, I think, in this game, by the way. Just make sure you're not easy to kill. I don't know. I think JDG fucked it. I think they fucked it. I think GAM might 2-0 JDG. Oh, God. What has happened to my region?
Yeah, this is awesome. Well, because LPL have been doing pretty terribly here, right? Like, I mean, LCK have obviously been doing the best. But...
according to Doonby, no one is scrimming right now. So the LPL teams here have had no scrim. Oh my god, they pushed up in mid lane again. This time they do have bailout. That's not... I don't know, not that much. Right, Pace just slaughtered it. Jesus. I mean, they're gonna get GA off.
I mean, they're gonna get
right.
Oh my.
Good AoE damage.
Yeah, they do.
They get the GA. That's a good counter strike. Oh, it's all on Xiao. It is all on Xiaoshu. It is all on Xiao. Good pop.
Oh my god, Elio.
Okay, so
Elio
turns
is the
out,
goat, man. Had the ult still.
Turns out it's not just the Callista which sucks into Poppy at points. It's also trying to leap strike through a Poppy is also very, very hard. I don't know, man. GAM are just playing better. Like, bluntly, GAM are playing better. You can complain about it all you want if you're a JDG fan out there, and I know it's been a hard year for JDG fans, so I don't want to rag on you too much. But GAM are just playing better. And yeah, I mean, there have been... So Doonby was saying on stream, and Chinese guys saying it, basically that the Chinese teams have not had scrim partners. But still, like, I know that the Chinese community are like, look, if you guys lose, we are not letting you forget this. So while the teams may have had a bit of, oh, well, you know, it's not Worlds, and what are we really playing for? The Chinese fans will remember this, so they better clean their act up.
I'm surprised. Why would they not? Like, Worlds is in China, so you've got the LCK teams that are still going to be scrimming, LCP teams, you know, like, there should be some...
So I don't know if they're scrimming these teams, and I don't know whether teams are... like, Korean teams will be presumed... Oh, I mean, I guess they can scrim cross-border anyway, but they won't be on, like, land scrims and stuff.
Yeah.
And I think that because the World patch has only come out now as well, maybe that's delayed things as well.
Yeah, possibly.
I think it was...
I don't know, Gamma, looking good.
Yeah, because I know that there's like an LPL kind of off-season scrim team which is being built up, which includes... so Lee from NIP will be part of that, so we've heard a little bit from Doonby. And 1xN and Feather, I think Angel's part of that too. But they're not scrimming until, I believe, the 14th or the 15th, so when Worlds actually starts.
Right, okay. Oh, what a great game out of Elio too.
He's been awesome.
Like,
Awesome, right away from
Elio's been pretty hit or miss, and at times. Like I think in general he's been very good, but like he's been prone to having some rough games. But this has been a really good performance.
Oh, that's the elixir. Is that elixir of sorcery from Ares there? Because he's got the extra part of. Wow, he really wants to kill towers there. They really want to get a lot out of the Siren buff. So they're doing double ults, globals away. So Sion and Celia both running away there. Artemis jumping into bot side. I mean, it's not like JDG having good flank angles right now. They can't go deep down the lane. Yeah, I think that was the right call to charge at the poppy ult there. You've just used your double globals, so don't lose yourself in the 3-man group there. Because Wukong Flash Cyclone is back up.
Yeah, no barrier at the moment, but we have all flashes bar Kaya, which, I mean, the Scion flashes, whatever.
Kind of insane that Levy is deathless this game, actually. Because this is a pretty brawl-heavy game. Just in terms of the comps. I would have expected Vi to jump in and get just nuked by Callista Jax or something like that at some point. It's just not happened. Just not happened.
Yeah, well, I think that's very typically this year, actually, Levy's been going Triforce first on Vi. Okay, obviously, it will do more damage, less tanky or less survivability in fights, but I really like this. Like, Ari kind of wants to burst you down, right? So does Callista in many ways, through the rend. So I think going Sundered gives you that sticking power in the fights, and then the Steerax second as well.
Even when you see really Sundered on other builds, it's often Sundered into Black Cleaver. Sundered Steerax is just, I'm not dying, I'm going to be really disruptive, I have a ton of HP, but you're not killing me. It's alright, so this is for Soul. GAM would get Mountain Soul off this. I mean, he's not going to be able to double over the wall. He can't double over the wall.
Yeah,
he's
nice.
With a Bobby W. Holy moly, so that's Mountain Soul towards GAM. Xiaoshu's in the backline, but he has no HP. The charm lands, but it's not going to do that much, and Xiaoshu's dead. Bailout's a little bit, well, it's nowhere really. The hostile takeover also achieves very little. Pays has 0 HP. Elio flashes to confirm the W. That's a dead Callista, and I think GAM might just walk over the rest of this game now.
That is an absolute stomp. I mean, Scout might... I mean, he's not making it anywhere.
He doesn't have ult. He's flashing away. Can he teleport away? He's going to try. He might actually get away with this. He will do. Alright, Scout will live, but can he wave clear enough? There's no Baron buff. Scout doesn't have Malignance for really low ult cooldown. He needs to back, get himself some extra mana. God, of course. That is the vision. That is the vision from God. Our grasshopper God.
He's gone up the top.
He has, but he is firmly on GAM's side, might I add. Alright, so that's one Nexus turret down. They're not going to stick for the other one. They do have Mountain Souls. They're a lot stronger than they were. Charm onto the Scion. Flick back onto shit. Oh my god, the flick back is insane. Shern still has flash safe for now. Xiaoshu, I'm not sure you can get much out of that. I mean, you're not killing the Scion. You don't have a Leandries. The Callista is also not killing this guy. What is this guy on?
Oh my god.
Throw another rock! I'm flashing in! Artemis is going into melee range as well. Melee range Lucian as God intended. GAM predicted by Guo. Shall be your victors today. JDG will be felled by GAM. GAM felled the 5 Chinese team of top esports at World's Group Stage 22. And here at the far more prestigious tournament of the Asian Invitational 25, will take down JDG 2-0 in the group stage. JDG stabbed in the heart by GAM.
What the? That was so good out of them. Like, actually, just... honestly, even in the LCP, they never, like, had many games that were just that they're ahead and they continued to be ahead. Like, they had the whoopsies in mid lane, right, where Ares rather got caught out and then Elio decided he'd try and 1v3. But, I mean, aside from that, it was such a clean game.
I mean, yeah, Elio was just on another level. Elio was fantastic. It was a great poppy pick. When I saw the Lucian and the Callista Renard, I'm like, okay, well, what can you pick in lane which will not die and actually be useful later? And I saw the poppy, I'm like, well, it's not great for the Lucian. It's okay, but it's not going to be, you're just going to have to grin and bear it. They did way more than that. That was insane. Dude, I really enjoy watching GAM, and I'm glad that they're being successful here, but also, like, JDG, guys, do not check Weibo after this. Do not check socials. They are going to get shredded for that performance.
I need my Hoopu reviews. Yeah. I need them immediately.
Oh, God. Holy crap.
Oh, wow. Okay, well, that's the LCP's first win in this tournament.
I believe that is the first LCP non-best-of-1 series win versus the LPL. So that includes stuff like Rift Rivals and Worlds. Ever. They have never won a best-of versus LPL. That is the first best of win LCP or their constituent regions have ever had versus an LPL team.
Wow. Well, LCP, CFO beat top, but yeah, other than that.
Yeah, but that was in a best of 1. It's not in a best of series.
It was a best of 3, right? For first stand. We 2-0'd them. We 2-0'd everyone.
Sorry, no, you're right. You're absolutely right.
Yeah,
that's
for
right.
VCS it is. For Vietnamese.
VCS, sorry for
team,
VCS. Yeah, VCS. Yeah. I was reading off of Alec Battery's Twitter, but let me have a check. What is this?
Wow. So, I mean, yeah, I'm super impressed. And I mean, like, in theory, I imagine that the GAM are playing with, you know, worse connection, being that they are still in Vietnam.
Yeah, they were pausing several times for internet.
Damn, wow.
Well, we've just had a little bit of history here, just in a random tournament. Cool. Hell, we take those. This is why I miss stuff like the open circuit. You know, just like there's random events where just you can get these random upsets and stuff. Wait, does this tournament mean, does it mean everything? No. Have I had a ton of fun watching it? Hell yes, I have. Do I want to see crickets predicting every game from now on? Yes. Also yes.
Oh my god.
Fantastic. Oh, God. So, yeah, I mean, we do have Vikings next. I mean, you can stick around if you want, but obviously I'm not going to force you to. I mean, I don't know what time it is for you over there and what you got to do with the rest of your day.
It's 10 p.m., but I have to be at the airport soon, so I'm not sleeping. I'll sleep on the plane.
Right.
But, yeah. No, I mean, if you have me, I'm keen to watch Vikings. I don't know if Vikings will look as good. Vikings have been... Vikings are like the hardest team to get behind because one game they'll look like the best team you've ever seen, and then the next game it's like, how are these guys in a major region?
And then, well, NIP are the team they're facing, and NIP are another team which is really hard to get behind because occasionally they've been very creative. They've had, you know, Duenby came back out of retirement for this team.
Yeah.
Like, so there was something cool about that, but also... This team also had a bunch of changes this year. So how many people did they change coming out of last year into this one? Probably 3. I think they changed their bot lane and mid lane. Yeah, I think they changed bot lane and mid lane. So that's 3. And then they changed... So, Shanji was on the bench, then he was removed from that. So Solo Kill was technically a change midway through the year, so that's another one, so that's 4. Changed Aki out for Nio. Changed... PP got out for Niket, so that's 6 changes to their team, I believe, overall as well. I'm trying to remember if there was another one I'm forgetting as well. So NIP have had a ton of changes too. They are a team with their own arena in China, actually.
The good news about NIP is that if they win, I can still claim victory for the LCP because of Solo Kill, rather. He's from Hong Kong and played in the PCS, so, you know, we'll claim that.
Oh, man. Hey Sam, how you doing?
Saving my voice for the best of release later a bit.
All good. I've got Vestion on to chat.
Oh, no way, how's he doing?
I don't know, how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. Especially now.
Yeah.
I just got a lot better, actually.
Just got a lot better, damn. Yeah, I mean, so this is Vietnam's first best of win versus LPL ever.
No way! It's a good one as well.
They've won best of ones before, but they've never won a best of.
This is the way to do it in this most prestigious of tournaments.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, for cricket. Like, none of the other
ones... fucking Grasshopper, Godguo, who also, again, defected towards GAM to create the... Like, again, the cricket is never wrong. They are either correct or lying. Like, Godguo, far be it from us to you know, question the wisdom. Oh my god. It was just, oh man.
Question for the jury of Vested and Nymaera.
Hello.
How Elo held with Paige in this game? I saw very little of it.
No, Paige actually wasn't that great this game.
He wasn't that great?
He wasn't that great. He was fine.
No. He was just going up against better players, and it is what it is.
Yeah, I've seen what GAM do.
Yeah. don't look at their game 2 days ago though. That was.
I need to find a warm-up. I need to find a screenshot of the fucking Grasshopper predicting it. Where is the Grasshopper predicting it?
Where he's on the roof, essentially.
Yeah, I just need to know the timing of it. Where was it? Where is that goddamn green little dude hanging out? It's gonna make it could be a banger tweet.
I think it was just before the end of the game, yeah.
You can see it, it's 22 minutes into game 2. It's in there. Oh my god, I mean... this cricket is I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of here for the cricket.
Yeah, no, it's kind of fun. I mean, it's just one of those things you can add that like doesn't really have any downs, you know. It's just a random cricket that's a bit of a laugh in the midst of the carnage.
The product. Did you see the intro to the tournament as well? Because the players aren't here, they had like stage hands in all black overalls and hoodies with like cardboard cutouts. Oh cool, they have an interview with Levi. I mean, I'm actually gonna shut up just in case anyone does speak. I mean, I guess it'd be either Vietnamese or Mandarin. Those would be the two languages being spoken. But I'm just gonna shut up and let people listen to that. I would love a coffee, Sam. Thank you.
I can't help you there, but
we'll put it in the mail. You'll get it in about 2 weeks.
I'm giving you
I appreciate that.
coffee.
Oh my man.
哦，欢迎里外选手来到我们本次 ASI 的采访席啊。那我觉得第一个问题特别想要问到里外的，就是在参加这一次赛事并且拿下首胜以后，他的感受，目前最大的感受是什么 ？So, what's the feeling now after the victory against JD Gaming?
Oh, it's in English. Cool.
For attending this tournament.
I feel really happy because Kingdom Gaming is a very strong team.
What's that?
And even though this tournament is just like a fun tournament, I guess, because it's not World Championship, but it's still good to win such a good big team like Kingdom Gaming.
我不希望错失这个能够听到里外发言的机会，但是我想恳请导播老师帮我把里外的声音在我的耳返里面调得再大一些，因为我有一点点听不清他的发言，然后我会希望他能够一会儿再回答一遍。And sorry, pardon, I can't hear you clearly, so maybe you can repeat it for one more time. I'm sorry about that, but
Don't worry, don't worry, don't worry. I feel really good because Kingdom Gaming is a really strong team. Even though this tournament is just like maybe a fun tournament for them, and they just doesn't take it seriously, I guess. Our too, but it's also good to win such a big team like Kingdom Gaming.
我大概听到了一些，其实这个耳返还不是特别的清楚，但是他说他觉得能够跟京东，他认为京东是一支很强的队伍，然后他觉得能够跟京东交手也是非常非常的荣幸啊。然后麻烦导播老师再帮我把里外的声音调得再大一些，因为确实听得不是特别的清楚。那我们就接下来下一个问题吧，就是也问一个比较简单的问题，是他对于本次赛事最终的目标是一个怎么样的吧？So what's your goal for this tournament? And after all.
I wanted to just having fun with my teammates and try to win as much as possible because we have to play against every big team in the world like MVKE, Jingdong, or Weibo Gaming. They are really good. So my goal is just have fun and try to win as much as possible.
他说在这个小组里面还有非常强的对手，比如说像微博 Gaming。那当然，他说自己希望自己的队伍就是能走得越远越好。其实跟之前很多选手的这个回答是比较相近的。也希望里外选手能够享受我们本届赛事，然后也能够用更多的好的发挥去回报给喜欢他的观众朋友们。And thank you for joining us for the interview, and hope you can enjoy this ASI tournament. Good luck, have fun. Good and have fun.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, nice to hear from Levi a little bit. Okay,
I think he's cursed by the webcam mic.
Yeah,
I think we're on the webcam mic.
A little bit.
Disaster.
Damn.
Oh, Livy's a good character.
我觉得今天的 GAM 做到了，包括后续他们还会和其他赛区的队伍有更多的交手机会。
Very impressed though. Very impressed.
表现得更好。是，当然对于京东来说的话，我觉得这一场失利确实，可能会让大家铭记一段时间，可能会让大家讨论一段时间。但是我希望整个最后的讨论结果是能够帮助到 LPL 赛区在未来有长足的更好的发展。
又是一次惨痛的教训。
没错啊。那当然了，今天会是3场 LPL 的队伍去迎战外赛区队伍的比赛，我们稍后将会迎来下一场 BO3 的对决，一会儿再见。
Here they are.
Gotta love that green little guy.
Oh man. What do you think for Worlds, Nymaera? What are you expecting like BLG or AL or whatever to be able to make the run?
I mean, I think it's probably like 60-70% LCK win, and then a percentage towards LPL, then the remainder between the remaining teams, really.
Yeah.
LPL really need to level up jungle support macro. They really need to level up the way that they approach objectives later into the game, because half of the teams choose to let go of an area around an objective and then retake it, which is just not an easy style to... It's not an easy style to play, and I don't think it's effective versus LCK. Top esports are probably the team which play objective macro better than the other LPL teams. Like, they will actually hold on to vision an area, starve you out, and then play more classic like LCK. You must approach through Fog of War, play from a disadvantage into all the fights. BLG might be able to do it if they somehow just keep using this jungle swap and bot lane plays well enough to beat up bot lanes. I am quite worried about just raw jungle power though. So
okay. Yeah, I mean it's always hard. I think like especially now, like your jungle is so important. Like I don't know how you view the game, but like from me watching it a lot, I think like mid jungle just seems so important. Even if you're not necessarily like using your jungler to go mid a lot, but just being able to pair those two to like look for dives on a side lane if there's a numbers mismatch or an opportunity. You know, I think even around objectives quite often you require your mid just in general being on like control mages more often than not. Like there's occasionally like the Silas Akalis and whatnot looking for flanks, but for me it seems like if you have good jungle mid cohesion, your team is in just such a better position. And the same can be said for jungle support when it comes to like roaming around enemy jungle and stuff like that too, of course.
Yeah. Okay, 10-minute break. If you need to go for a break, like a drink or bathroom break or anything, now is probably the time, probably the easiest time to do it. Sam's getting me a coffee, so I'm okay with that. I haven't done my pick'ems yet. I should do my pick'ems. That's what I should do. Let me have a look at that. Oh, sorry, just dealing with some of the random just hate comments on Reddit. I try not to like interact with them too much. There's this one guy who's just taken an issue with me recently. I'm like, my dude, you've got better things to do with your time. Come on.
Oh, well. Yeah, I never really open up Reddit, but I think what you've done over the course of this year alongside Sam have been like inspirational, man. I can't imagine having
it's been psychotic.
Put in the hours that you guys have.
We shouldn't have done it. Not really.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I mean, you're entitled to how you feel about it, but I think looking in from here, it's like a pretty heroic task, and surely like you guys can look back on it with a lot of pride, you know, like the ability to do that is pretty. I mean, very few people would be able to do that. So, yeah, I don't know.
No, I appreciate the
props for that.
Okay, so if I'm gonna do this pick'ems, you're actually not gonna be able to see it on the Discord because it will do that thing where it kind of goes off. Let me just very quickly add in a window capture.
Yeah, I'll go quickly go bathroom and stuff. So
cool.
I have your stream open anyway, so I'll be able to see it there. Obviously a bit delayed, but
hey, so these are my pick'ems.
I'll be right back.
Let's get onto our pick'ems. What we're doing. Get started. Join. Can I just do my own thing? Join a community faction. Wait. Do I whatever. I'll do that later. I'll do it for now. I'll choose it later. Is JDG out now? No, it's a group stage. They're in a lot of trouble, but if they win their last series, they're through. Oh, something. Appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, let's go through this then. Let's have a think. Swiss. Undefeated 3-0. Well, the easy one is Gen G, right? I think Gen G's the easy one. And wait, how many do we have to choose? What are these? Who will advance? Wait, what are these things below that, though? Just Crystal Ball? Yeah, we'll do that after, yeah. 3-1? I'm gonna say... I'm gonna say BLG make it through 3-1. 3-2. Oh wait, is this? Oh, this is all of the teams in this level, right? Okay. Close call. CFO, I think. 3-2. Who else is gonna make it through here? I mean, Initialise. No, it's 3-0. Ooh, H3-0. You guess all the advancing teams with the bonus points for the 3 teams with the right score. Right, okay, cool. Oh, okay, with the right score. Right, okay. Sure, whatever. This'll work. Then I choose everyone else going through. We've already chosen CFO. Wait, why is CFO able to be picked multiple times then? KT. Do I think IG or T1? For sure, IG are gonna beat T1 and they're gonna make it 3 planes. Sure, why not? Top esports will make it maybe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, blah blah blah. So I'm saying CFO will make it through. Are FlyQuest gonna make it through? I don't know. Sure, we'll put G2 in. We will create a leaderboard. I'll share this onto my Discord as well. Cool. Done that. Where's Crystal Ball? Where is Crystal Ball? There we go. Play Crystal Ball. Oh, why is it in German? Why are we in German? Why is it in German? What is this? I'm gonna have to translate. Chosen the most often. Oh my god, which one's gonna be chosen most often? One of the, maybe an AD carry or a jungler? Inan besser. Enlist. It's okay, so it might be Corky Kaiser. Who else is kind of crazy on this patch right now? Let's go to GOL, we can check through that. Who's our current most picked right now? It might be, it might be Jarvan Wukong, but Jarvan Wukong might also be banned a lot. One of the mid laners, Talia, Galio. One of the top laners, Sion, Cassante. Rel, Wukong. Wukong's not a bad pick, yeah. Lucian. Lucian's up there too. There's no join link? I didn't realize. But I shared it from that. But okay, I'll fix it later then, Katari. I have to do this now. It might be a support. Rakan, maybe? Rakan, maybe? Friend. It could be one of the supports, because support pools tend to be a little bit lower. Oh, it might be Alistair, actually. Alistair Poppy. I think Alistair's going to get picked. I actually think it's going to be Alistair. I think Alistair is literally going to be picked like every single game, every series. Banned most often. Nico, maybe? Maybe Nico? Nico's banned almost every game. Rumble? Rumble as well? Actually, it might be Rumble. Aatrox, I think it might be Rumble still. Highest win rate with 5 games played or more. What if it's Enchanter meta? I still think Alistair will still get played. Most banned. No, most highest win rate with 5 games played. Might, some lower tier teams might play Aatrox. Ari could be good. Galio, 5 games played. Aurora's still probably going to be pretty high win rate. Braum's still going to be high win. Trying to think that's... Oh, you know what? You know what I'm going to do? I think it's going to be Elise, because I don't think that many teams are going to play it, but I think the ones that do will be playing it really well. It's like BLG. Yeah, I think Elise will be good. Lowest win rate. Oh, at least 5 games played. Yeah, I think at least they'll have a really high win rate. Lowest win rate. Oh, bloody hell. Aatrox. Exactly, Charles. Yeah, how can we beat Kingen? Exactly. Most kills over the over the course of the entire. Oh, that'll be Lucian. That'll be Lucian. Lucian's gonna have that. Yeah, yeah. This'll be it. Cool. Then players. Highest KD at KDA. Chovy. Okay. I'm sorry, what? Google Translate? Excuse me? Most different champions. Again, that might be someone like Chovy. Oh, God. Most different champions. It won't be a jungler or a support. It's got to be a mid laner. It has to be a mid laner. It's just which mid laner. Sure, I mean, it'll be Chovy again, then, I guess. I reckon it's Chovy again. Might be Knight. It could also be Knight. Actually, you know what? I reckon it might be Knight. No. It'll be Chovy. It'll be Chovy. Chovy will have the most, I reckon. Dokla Chovy. What are you doing with Chovy? What is this? What is this? Oh my god. 1 pentakill, Ruler. Oh, yeah. Most first bloods. Owner. No, wait, Owner. No, he might go out and play ins. Most first bloods. Ooh. That might be. Oh, hang on. I think that might be Elk. I think that might be Elk. I reckon that might be Elk. Most kills in a match. Also Elk. They'll have like a really scrappy game. Teams. Which team will kill the most ancestral dragon? What? Is that Elder Dragon?
Solo Q 奶油、多云币、Leave 以及 Naked。
昨天确实2场比赛的话，他们的前期都有一些小小的领先，但可能这个元素龙落后太多了，
都没能够拿下来的比较可惜。而他们的对手 MVKE、Kratos、Guri、Kati、Shogun 以及 Sulong。
昨天也是提到了啊，这支队伍他们其实在这个中下2个位置是有进行一个轮换的。那昨天这个比赛第1场Shogun发挥不是特别亮眼的情况下，第2把也是果断的换上了一个 style。对，那不知道今天这个状态调整的怎么样？别上来第1把输了，然后又调整下去了，
会不会有轮换？对吧？但是其实我觉得今年1整年看下来的话，轮换在每个队伍里面可能会有一些不同的化学反应，就是不同的选手上场，他可能代表的是不同的体系，或者说。上场以后，因为今年有这个双边无畏征召嘛，所以说你会有不同的英雄带上场来啊。所以今天这场比赛，我觉得对于 NIP 来说的话，他们在这次赛事里面其实也是带给大家一些新东西，在19版本里面，包括在昨天拿出了下路位置的梅尔这个英雄，我觉得是比较有新意的一个英雄。其实昨天的这个梅尔在团战里面
Okay, let's do the rest of this. Ancestral Dragon. I mean, I don't know. Who's going to have really late games? It might actually be. Is this Elder Dragon? Is there a globe on the top right? Oh, that actually would help a lot, wouldn't it? Yeah, there is the globe. Honestly, it was much fun. It was much more fun with the old though. Okay, we'll have to finish this off in the next break, I think. Elder Dragons. Baron steals T. I mean, will T1 actually make it through? Oh, Dragon Baron steals. G2. Sure, why not? No, wait, are they gonna? HLE maybe? No. Oh, Cool. We'll put it on Peanut. Sure. What is this?
All right, surprise.
Howdy. Do you like our players on stage?
Yes, they're looking good. Looking ready.
God.
Look how poised they are. Here we are, Kratos.
Yeah, look how
What a
straight
Greek
those
gods in
backs are.
Vietnam.
The posture's wonderful.
A lot of different gods in Vietnam at the moment.
Oh,
I guess in the LCP.
也让我们有请他们的今天对手 MVKE 战队。
Dude, they need to show us where this cricket is ASAP.
Is the cricket god? No. God only graces us with their appearance when they see fit, you know.
中路
True.
下路修港。辅助
This is so funny to me, man. The gaming chairs with the cardboard cutouts on them.
画面一转，回到硬币哥身上。
也是看到了硬币哥的第一视角。
今天又是信心满满的一天。
主要看一下今天要拿出什么样的一个英雄出来应对对面了。
是。
其实 NIP 这支战队的话，他们不缺乏前期打优势的能力。
All right, this series is good. Either way, I'll just claim the LCP one.
稍微的纪律一点，对。
Yeah, I mean, NIP are I mean, they had some okay moments versus, was it Nongshim or was it BFX yesterday? Might have been BFX.
Yeah, it was BFX.
But they had like a winning game too, and then got 5-man wiped to Baron and lost their winning game in game 2. It's really bad.
Yeah. Just a classic. Got styled on by a Callista. I haven't even seen an LCP team have that happen in this tournament. Oh, the Vikings, man! It's so hard to have faith in this team. Oh, here we go.
Of course. We need to have. I feel like there needs to be some kind of ritual. I need to have some kind of music playing for this. We need to have like fanfare. Godgwo, where dost thou wisdom lie today? I'm pretty sure that it predicted the correct one in.
Yeah, we got both times last time.
I'm just captivated.
Oh.
This is the greatest thing I've seen. The Vikings have been
good.
chosen.
It's looking
Vikings
good.
have been chosen. Guoyang predicting Vikings to beat NIP. Holy crap. Thanks for the subscribes, by the way, and Spencer and Reserva. Appreciate you. GAM won versus JDG. Yes, they did. Yes, they did.
One, I feel like we're underselling just how hard that was. There he is. Oh, I missed solo kill. This guy was so fun to watch in the PCS. Admittedly, his replacement was Yijang, who was even more fun to watch, so... You know, we were kind of eating good last year.
Yeah.
No, I can't believe that the shackles that Yijang has had in the LPL. Just free that man. Dude, allow him to pick his stuff.
I love that guy so much. He's just been wonderful. He has actually been the best player on his team too. He's been, I have to say, of the players that have come through to Ultra Prime and because Wako was playing there too.
Yeah.
We've had a couple of LC players. Because we had Betty. A lot of LC players come through to LCP. That's the main point anyway. EGN has been one of my most favorite players to watch, and I think the exciting thing about him was that he wasn't just good at the duelists in the way that, say, YSKM was. No. He was one of our very best Scion players. Like when he was on Scion, I was like, okay, this guy can turn a team fight.
Yeah. He's a super talented player, man. Like he was. I think he. It's hard to call, but he was one of the top 2 top laners last year in the PCS.
Yeah.
It was super fun to watch.
Okay, into the drafts. Let me do that thing where I take the socials thingy off so it doesn't block that thing. The thing where you the socials thing. Okay, cool, draft, right. Anything particularly big unbanned? A lot of bot lane picks left open. A lot of mid laners too. Stuff like Ryze has been first picked a fair bit.
Yeah. I kind of hope we don't see Cardi on the Malzahar again.
That was not fantastic, yeah. They let through Doombe's Rise. They let through Doombe's Rise.
Ooh.
That is a bold thing to do. Now, did they do that thinking they can Malzahar? Because they did that into the matchup the other day, right? They played Malzahar into Rise, was it? Or was it into the little... Yeah. I can't remember. I think that was the one.
I'm worried.
You can Vi Galio, you can Vi Talia. Both of them are fine. I think both of them are fine. You can't Orianna because that's been banned. Oh, yeah, maybe I should... I was just thinking about most picked champion at Worlds. I actually wonder if Orianna might be it. It could also
think now
be...
it's like...
It could be Alistair. Oh, no, Orianna got nerfed, didn't she? On the Worlds patch, pretty sure.
I think supports are a safe pick. Like, going for, like, you know, the Nautiluses, the Alistairs, who, like, no one bans them, but it's always just picked. I think those are the safest ones. I think I put Nautilus in mine.
So the Aurora comes into card instead. I do really like the Aurora. It is also a double lane flex. It's fine versus the Aurora. It gives you some really... I really think Aurora is so broken as a champion because she can play fairly slow burn games. She can play strong lane. She can play mid lane or top lane. And she can be a very bursty champion whilst also being anti-tank. The broken thing about Aurora is that you can go towards, say, Liandry's Bloodletters or Liandry's Riftmaker. And because the percent damage increase affects your massive base damage values, you still one-shot with an anti-tank build, which is very unique. Not many anti-tank champions one-shot squishies as well, which is kind of crazy, honestly.
Sure. Thank you for the sub, Katari.
Hey, thank you, Katari. I appreciate you. Yeah, you got hit by the random gift bomb. That's
yeah.
Oh yeah. Thank you, Duo, for gifting a sub to Faker. I'm sure he's watching these streams right now. Always nice to have the goat, you know, subscribed. Got to make sure he's getting all of his information from the right place. Once again, 80 carries left very late in. Kai'Sa, Caitlyn, Ezreal gone. I mean, Sivir, Yunara, Corki are the ones which I think are left up and strong.
Yeah, I mean, banning Israel against Shoguns, you know, interesting. I don't know if those guys even played a game of it this year, but hey, I guess they just want to take away mobility. I mean, Corki should be the logical next ban.
I guess they just don't want it to be... Look, it's Ezreal Karma. You don't want to give Ezreal Karma, basically. Now, it might still be Sivir Karma. Jhin Karma. Jhin Karma. We could... I'm just saying, it could be there.
I think you have to go something with mobility. Like, either that... I mean, maybe the Jhin, because it can stand so far away, but right now they... I don't... Yeah.
It's just with the Karma, you need some extra CC. Really. You have Vi's your only CC. I do wonder whether you do need to go for some extra CC. That's my problem. There may be... You just gifted a sub to Pyoshik as well? What? Oh, hang on. Is it going to be Karma top lane? Are we getting a Karma flex?
Could be.
Yo, I haven't seen that in a while. Oh, I was baited. That would have actually been fun.
Yeah. Well, it still can be, right? Like, in theory, it could even be Karma mid, Aurora top.
Yeah, true.
Vikings are by far our most creative team. Like, they are by far. For example, like, in the recent relegation match, the team they're playing against, Dino, Saigon Dino, they picked... Well, Vikings early picked Sion. And Dino, trying to counter it, I guess, picked Kled. And so they just shifted the Sion mid and picked Fiora into the Kled, and it was just an absolute stomp.
Awesome. Oh yeah, because if you ever get hit with a Kled Q, you just wait until it is going to pull you back. Guaranteed timing on the W. Insane. Have you seen, there's a funny bot lane being played, which is Trundle Fiora? Because Trundle can proc Fiora's own riposte, get the instant stun.
Oh, right, really?
With the pillar. Yeah. So you can do that. Some very funny Chinese TikToks by playing Trundle Fiora, sliding forwards, hitting with the guaranteed riposte stun, and insta one-shotting with ult. Fantastic. Okay, Aatrox into Renekton. So Kratos chose this matchup in solo kill. Solo kill was damn good individually yesterday. He got a couple of really fun solo kills onto Clear when he was playing Jax. Overall comp, not much CC.
Feels Feast or Famine on the Aatrox.
I mean, Guri's got to have a hell of a game, right? Because he's the only CC on the team. And if he fails his engage, instant Renekton stun, instant Rune Prison, instant death, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think there's an avenue, like, obviously Kratos is probably going to be playing from the flank, but you can combine champs like Aatrox with the Karma. You know, the Karma, I mean, Corki's just a standalone champ. You get the Karma strong in lane, so you've dealt with the Nico's ridiculous lane phase pretty well. And I think in team fights, it's going to be like Karma trying to buff up this Aatrox. Because I don't really see a way for them to do a whole lot outside of Aatrox just getting resets in fights. And I mean, it isn't a mobile comp in general. Outside of, they got Sivir ult, I guess. So it's not really a mobile. It's like faker mobility.
Yeah, that was the season 5 SKT thing. Yeah. It's yeah, Faker SKT 2015. It was Bang Wolf bot lane would always play Sivir Karma, and they would have basically that was the meta when like you really wanted heavy engage, but SKT showed the world how to play quote unquote zero engage comps, where they'd have like. I mean, Maokai at that point didn't have his ult, it was only his W which was engage, as in it was single target route.
Circle,
so they would just like, there was the circle ult which made him hyper tanky. So what they would do at that point was they just hyper speed the tree, and the tree would just hit like Mach 5 with Sivir Karma ults and pick one person and they'd fight around that. It's fantastic.
Yeah. Dude, that ult is so funny to me. It's just like, I think it was 20%. It was just an AoE 20% flat damage reduction. Yeah. Like, thinking back, how ridiculous is that? Oh, Kingen got a sub.
Yeah, we went a little bit ham on talking about Worlds 22 MVP and Finals MVP Kingen, because he was playing his skin Aatrox, which he got his skin for getting Finals MVP from Worlds 22 in Worlds 22. Yeah. It was a bit that lasted the entire game. I actually got atted on Twitter by someone who got too annoyed by it. So,
damn.
Yeah, I never get added on Twitter either, so I was like, damn, I must have gone too far. God crazy, he is defected! Defected post-draft! Guo has chosen Doonby!
Look, I have to, coming out of draft, I kind of agree. But, you know, the good thing about the Vietnamese teams is they just fight. You know, and if they get ahead from their fighting, then we're good. But I don't think their team comp is inspiring a whole lot of faith. They got a good amount of like individual pieces, but not really a comp.
LPL English Twitter account has been shadow banned again. What is happening with that? Oh, I feel really bad for them, because like it would be actually kind of nice to have people with LPL socials and stuff being able to build up a bit of a Western community. Whatever.
How come it's...
Yeah, I don't know why it's shadow banned. I have no idea. It's just like you can't see the tweets on it right now. It's so weird, so strange. I don't know whether it's because it shares a name with LPL English, but they're not even. There is no LPL English anymore. The brand is gone. So
yeah,
they do post TikToks though, and they are very good TikToks. So yeah, whatever, all good. Anything else about this? I mean. I think Sivir is going to have a field day, no? I mean, you can play the Vi mind games where you ult and you smite just before reaching them to try and mind game the spell shield. So what you often do there are some very funny Sivir things you can do where you flash into the Vi ult and spell shield to make sure they mess up their smite timing. There's some wild things you can do with Sivir Vi as a matchup.
I mean, yeah, the Vikings comp isn't that good, but I also feel like this Jarvan feels homeless. There's not really...
Yeah, but it is good follow-up on Nico and the point and click from Solo. So I mind it less just because Jarvan feels so goddamn good right now.
He does, yeah.
If you fail the engage, though, you are just free meat for an Aatrox reset, I agree.
Yeah.
Oh, so for those of you that don't know as much about NIP, who are watching in on this, NIP are a team that played for a lot of this year into Group Nirvana, which is our equivalent of Group Rise from LCK. It's our lower group. And they've had a ton of changes this year. One of the changes they ended up going towards was bringing in Nio and Nymaera, who are a duo which played in LDL for a number of years on one of the better development teams in the LDL, which was Top Esports Challengers. So they're a duo which were playing together down in Tier 2, and they've been reunited up here. They both debuted at different times. Nio had a very funny moment where he was playing on Rare Atom before they disbanded, and in China, the team tag doesn't have a space with the name, so it did kind of look like Anal U. As the name with Rare Atom in front of it, which was very funny. So you might remember him from that meme across various Western socials. Nymaera played on Ultra Prime for a little bit as well, so both of them debuted separately on different LPL teams, but now they're back together as a duo.
Okay.
Vikings have SOFM as their owner, right? Is he also their coach now?
Yes, it's of him. And there's always, like, the Vietnamese fans always make jokes about, like, when they're doing poorly, they just want him to plug in the mouse and keyboard.
Right.
Which technically is legal.
Okay, so this is going to be Empowered W dive, trying to get the flag and drag. They do time it well with the flag. I don't think Kratos lives through this. That's a really clean dive. That's a very clean dive.
That was beautiful, yeah.
And I have to say, so Solo Kill is another kind of fairly developmental player. He did debut last year on the EDG Doom squad, which was the squad which did really, really, really badly. Almost every player has gone on to do better since leaving that squad. Solo kills one of them. He's actually a pretty good individual player. This is a really important dive opportunity. That's a good reach. It cancels the Q, and the Q's really low cooldown. Oh, Shogun, what have you done, my son? Oh, Shogun. That is, I'm calling the Sengoku Jedi down on the Shogun's head. We must have a change in regime here in Japan.
He just hit the rumble ult, but I think a little bit too eager. Oh well.
Add that to click the screen real quick. How many Shogun jokes do you make on references do you make on cast? How many of you have you managed to do?
I don't actually really know that much about like Japanese culture.
Right,
like I don't watch anime or anything like that either, so I struggle to do them. My co-caster is very good at that stuff.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Tell you what, Shogun the TV show was actually very, very good. Very bloody. It is kind of just, you know, like much in the same way that you know how Game of Thrones is effectively the War of the Roses but done in a fantasy setting. So it's actually quite historical. Shogun is not historical, but it's also kind of like close enough to being, well, okay, this is kind of, you know, feudal Japanese politics in, I guess it was Edo period, not feudal at that point. And I'm currently playing through Ghost of Yotei, which has got, you know, a lot of that. It's really been fun, actually.
That game looks so beautiful.
Yeah. I found something the other day, so I was playing this yesterday. If you throw an explosive on the ground, all of the leaf litter will explode in a circle around it. So they have, like, realistic leaf explosion physics. Like, who takes the time to code that into a game? Psychopathic attention to detail. Very fun.
Yeah, no, I mean, it does look so beautiful. I've seen, like, you know, clips and pictures and stuff of it and watched some streams of it too, but I mean, I was also like, I find the artistic style, and I think maybe not to the same level, but Black Myth Wukong was very much the same. Oh, that's passion.
I mean, that's karma laning. Hang on a second. They're turning it around pretty well. Leaf doesn't have summoners. Shogun's pretty low HP. Next Q kills, right? Trying to body block. They're trying to get some space behind it. Fury has flash. Might be flash. That's an awesome Q flash. Flash beyond the body block. First kill down there in the bot lane. Not the first kill. Oh no, not again. I swear to God, Vikings, you should know your turret ranges by now.
This is a disaster.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah.
I think he might have even got minion blocked.
Cardi might also die here. If he flashes for doesn't get the knockup, but also kills. Shotgun takes him away. I wonder whether so the way that a Jarvan works is what you want to do is you want to get the damage from your abilities. The flash afterwards is only for CC. It doesn't actually add damage. So what you want to do there is actually delay the flash, wait for the invis to wear off, then flash for the passive auto if you're in range. Leave, does he have spell shield? I guess he does. Okay, so messy early game. 5 kills in 7 minutes. That's a good start. We appreciate those.
Yep. This is the Vikings will never go out quietly. That's one thing that's great about them. And honestly, I'm like, I mean, See Long again. He will pick anything. But like recently, actually not recently, in Split 1, he played a lot of Pyke, and it was really, really good. And even more recently in the relegation games, he actually brought out Pyke finally here in Split 3.
Right.
So I kind of hope we get to see him on it because he's really, really good at that champ.
Pyke was a pick of a couple of different Vietnamese supports actually. I think it was it B that used to play it, or was it? I think B did. God, who was the other person? Who was the bloke that was going to go to TSM that one time? Old GAM support. Oh god, what was his name? Anyway, there was another support which played a lot of it too. Yeah. Then again, most of the time, if there's a psychopathic bot lane to play, most of the time Vietnam's picked it up at some point.
Yeah, no, it's like I'm glad they're picking like a strong laning champs against the Civet and Nico, but
yeah,
you know, there is a part of me that wishes we could see something a bit more explosive because I think this team are just so good at. I mean, it's just Vietnamese teams in general. I actually think, except for GAM, but they just
saw that, Cassie. Go on.
But yeah, I think it's like hands diff. It's like honestly their best way of winning a lot of the time. Like Team Secret Wales are the absolute epitome of it, but Vikings are like a Team Secret Wales junior in the sense that, like, if they're not performing mechanically better, they typically lose.
Yeah, and I think that's always been kind of epitomized in the way that the global community does have a pretty good read on this about VCS. It's like when they start fighting, they don't stop fighting. And typically the way that I see Vietnamese teams winning and losing, this is why they've occasionally, you know, lost versus CBLOL and a couple of other minor regions at points too, even though they were typically better than many of the other like tier 2 regions when it was a tier 2 system. They would lose the first part of a fight, teleport back in because they were determined to pick up the extra kills they missed out on, and then lose again. Sometimes they just double down on it.
Yeah.
Okay, DMB using the Realm Warp does help the other side of the turret. Root lands. There's no follow-up damage. I think he actually probably shouldn't have taken that Realm Warp because Katu is heading the other way. Katu still has ult. Doesn't get to escape out of it.
Nowhere for him to go.
I think DMB has... I think he has dead. He is still dead, so Shogun takes a head there, right? First kill of the game for him. That's not the worst
That's not bad.
ever. And now the problem is that there are actually 2 other waves being pushed in, so they're going to lose a wave. Well, no, Guri's picking up the wave bot lane, weirdly, actually. Didn't expect that. Oh, dear. I don't think you're making it out of that one. It's a face check too far. Yeah, I
don't think we're beating the level 6 Renekton.
I mean, Cutsy's
here.
It turns out you do. You got a buddy in the back pocket. Okay, alright. I was not expecting that, actually, but Guri even gets level up off that kill. He's getting a ton of XP. Guri's on a... Guri didn't even have a bad game yesterday. He was doing alright yesterday, from what I remember. Anyway. For those of you that don't know the format of this tournament as well, we've got 2 groups of 4. They'll be playing a single best-of-3 round robin, and then we'll be doing a double elimination, by the way. Oh my god, guys, this tournament has double elimination before Worlds, I just realized that. Anyway, we're doing a double elimination, best-of-3 bracket until the finals, which is best-of-5. So I only just realized that. We actually have double elimination before Worlds at ASI. Oh god.
I do kind of like the Swiss format though.
I like.
It does a good job of
Oh no, for playoffs, because Worlds elimination doesn't have.
Yeah.
So the thing is, I like single elimination when the seeding is good, because what it means is that there's no second chances. Everything is very tense. But when the seeding isn't good, I don't like single elimination because it feels like the best series is often not the finals, which sucks. We've actually been we've kind of been blessed by the last few Worlds. Last year, I think Worlds finals was awesome. 22, one of the greatest finals of all time. 23 was obviously 23 was kind of shit, obviously, with the Weibo trauma dumping. But typically across Worlds, the finals has not been the best series, and that's because the seeding has left. Say like IGKT in quarterfinals of 2018, SKT Rocks in 2016 semifinals. That would have been sorted by a double elimination, and hopefully it means that you get a rematch to even up the level again.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, 22 was like probably the best World Finals we have had and probably will have for a while, I imagine.
I think the stories were too good. I think it was the Cinderella run. It's Def versus Faker. It was the start of ZOFGK, so like they were on the up and really kind of like the community was really getting behind them too. It was pretty much the perfect World Finals, and also the meta was fun too. Yeah. The meta was also good. There was a bunch of different stuff in meta, so yeah, I think that was really good. Very hard to beat that one.
Yeah, and just the quality of the game, the series as well. Yeah, you know, like Baron steals from Gumushi constantly. The way that Game 5 ended, it was. I mean, Def's. I think that was actually in the semis, but the whole Worlds, I guess, with the Def inhibitor incident.
Oh, that was semis, I think. Yeah, or it was earlier in the tournament. I can't remember if it was semis, but yeah.
But like, yeah, the whole tournament I think was just pretty incredible, really.
Yeah, it's very hard to beat that. So anyway, we'll see what happens obviously this one. But yeah, that's a quick, I don't know, vent or rant about double elimination compared to single elimination. Look, I think actually, in peak, I think single elimination is technically better than double elimination at a lot of points. Guri wasn't quite in range for all that. Leave, buddy, don't walk up again. Buddy, leave. Leave had an interesting series yesterday where, look, Leave has been the best part of NIP. He has been so good. This guy is very young AD carry comparative to much of the rest of the pool. In LPL, this guy, he started in 23, dropped back down to development because a bunch of drama happened. He had an ult account where he was flaming his jungler, which was... That's not how you stay on a team in League of Legends. They brought him back up for NIP. But this guy was being built up as the next generational LPL AD carry. And LPL has always been a region with great AD carries. For my money, it's between him and 1XN. Ultra Prime, TT's AD carry, who are like the next great AD carries. I think they've actually been quite close this year. I think both of them had some awesome moments. Hey, hello, by the way, MB, by the way. Appreciate you. Dragon in 20 seconds. But yeah, Leave yesterday played Mel into Kalista Renata to reflect the Renata ult back at them. It was actually working very well until he just walked up too far on mid lane a bunch of times and died. Which really hurt to see, actually, because I actually think Leave is a very good player, but he's not shown his best self at this tournament.
Fair.
中线的左侧靠过来。 NIP 感觉这个站位是有点不太想。
What a weird game this has been so far.
Very scrappy. Very, very scrappy. But I think with having Renekton being so strong individually in a side lane and Ryze being able to move elsewhere, NIP have had a little bit better ease of access to where they want to be on the map. This is going to be our first real big potential grouped fight. Renekton doesn't have teleporters walking down. Dragon's probably going to get taken before the Renekton's fully here. Realm Warp is coming in, secured by Shogun of all people. Aurora's not bad. Nico's pretty good in response, though. One kill, though, onto the Jarvan, and Guri gets out. Kratos comes in, maybe gets himself a reset. Renekton is not hit quick enough, and Kratos gets the reset. Flash in towards solo kill, gets himself a 4-man queue. That's not bad, but I don't think it's going to be enough to survive the fight, and indeed it isn't. Dermby's Rise, legendary though it is not going to be enough to turn around the back end of this fight. Vikings on the objective first, NIP slow to respond.
MVP.
Alright, okay. I mean, Guri getting out of that is an absolute miracle.
It is an absolute heist.
Shogun gets the dragon as well. I mean, yeah, two dragons to 0. What is your opinion on this, by the way? Like, I think these grubs are such a fake objective. Like, I swear, at least LCP again, like almost every game is just decided by when the soul's up and being too pressured to play around the map.
Grubs are fantastic when the meta is about trading. If you're doing side lane for side lane, grubs means that suddenly a small play becomes an entire turret and a threat of a second one. And that means that your macro of trading side lane for side lane is very, very nice. If you don't have if you don't have a comp which can get hit side lanes well, if you don't have a game plan which revolves around, okay, Azir with a Nash's juice, 3 grubs hitting a turret, just for example, right? Then it's much harder to use it. Besides that, grubs feel like a win harder objective. If you are in a lane already hitting a turret, it makes you hit a turret harder. Okay, cool. You still had to be able to hit that turret in the first place. Like, if you're against, say, a team like this with Vikings, right? Corki clears wires very quickly. Aurora does as well. It's pretty hard to actually hit the turret in the first place. So we might have another fight as the Herald went down. Okay, misses the roots. That's not a great start. Shogun Valkyrieing out. I don't think they should fight there now. Nakat trying to catch Kati and does actually catch him on the teleport. Not bad. A bit mistimed on the ultimate, but it works out in the end. So that's 1 for none. Guri going in for the engage. Doesn't have his ult for a couple of seconds, so Kratos does it himself. Bit scrappy. Does get Rune Prison and knock up. Getting the damage onto Nio. Solo kill into the backline, but he's not that tanky right now. But tanky enough to take down the World Ender. Blastcone sends the team forward again. So it ends up being 2 for the Herald.
Yeah, very scrappy. I mean, Cardi just teleporting into an egregious spot.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, missing the Nico ult and still killing him just tells you really how bad of a teleport it was, but... And there's like so many wards around that he could have gone to as well. He didn't have to go straight into the thick of it.
And now you have 3 grubs and Demolish. This is why grub... I mean, in this case, you probably would have taken this turret anyway, but like, look how quick that is, right? If you do end up opening the map like this, you have much better ability to just kind of walk at a side lane and do cool stuff. So Herald was taken before the fight. This is a really bad teleport. This is...
Yeah, I mean, just go into the pit if you really want to be here.
This is very bad. And look, you don't have the Aurora ultimate, but you can always W over the wall. I just don't get it. I just don't get it.
No.
Guri tried... Honestly, Guri and Kratos, I don't mind the angles they hit there. That was honestly pretty threatening. Cooldowns come back up, though. They're very split. Clearly, Shogun doesn't want to be fighting this. His body language is saying, I want out. His Valkyrie is still rank 1, so he doesn't get to use... It's still like a, what, 16-second cooldown? It's a very long cooldown. I can't remember the exact one, but like 12, 16 seconds, something like that. Maybe longer, actually. Yeah, something like that. And so, yeah, Vikings just
Guri
really
had no ult
not...
at the start.
Yeah, not very well coordinated in that fight.
Unfortunately, that's kind of like something that's plagued them the whole time. That's kind of why, like, you know, at times when they look good, they look really good, and you get to see glimpses of it even in this game, but they have a tendency to be a bit egregious.
Guri.
This is...
Yeah. So this is, occasionally, I think it's very cool to talk about, like, concepts in League to kind of educate viewers on stuff that you've kind of cottoned onto. So one concept, which I think is really important, which will come up regardless of meta, is if you fight in an area of the map, expect wards to have been dropped and kept around there. We just saw a fight around Red Buff. Vikings lost it. They went back into that same area of the map and got caught out by the wards that were dropped. You have to be very careful returning to the scene of the crime, basically. So that was such an easy pick on Guri. Like, he's going towards his camps, but look, NIP have literally put a ward down there. They still had enough people hanging around. Easy, basically.
Yeah. it's kind of an extension of like, I mean, the game in general is just always, everything stems from like a play that happened, you know, a minute ago. You know, like it's always a ripple effect, and that's kind of an extension of that, right? Where you're playing into, again, the ripple effect of the fact you just lost a fight somewhere, they had the chance to set up wards, even if they didn't, because the fight was happening there, it's likely there.
Yeah, there's also, so this isn't what we're saying here, but another fun thing, there's an awesome example of this. It was one of the telecom wars, I think in 23, maybe 24, where you do what I like to call a quick shift, where you fight around one area of the map, and because you know you're fighting into enemy vision, you immediately make a play on the other side of the map where you know there's no vision, because they must have put it on the other side. It's really cool. So if you very quickly to say, like, we're not fighting to that vision, let's make a play on the other side of the map, sometimes you can cheat vision. Sometimes you get unlucky and they put down the wall anyway. Dragon was taken, Realm up to get into position to... Hang on a second, the turret's already gone. It's not a battle, actually, from Nymaera. Good to start off by taking down the Aatrox. Shogun, good damage. Solarkill flashing away from the Aurora turn back. So turret for Dragon and a kill.
I don't mind it, especially because it's mid-tower specifically. It opens up a lot more of the map. I think, like, obviously getting the 2 dragons before for Vikings allow them to make this trade where it doesn't feel too bad. Yeah, I mean, I personally don't mind it too much.
I mean, so what it does is it stops... Yeah, I mean, mid lane turret is the most important tower in the game. It gives you so much ability to walk into the enemy jungle and approach objectives. By the way, thank you for the resubs, Cinnamon and Cinnamon Clarissa. Appreciate you all, some of the regulars in chat there. Always nice to get some support in there. And throw out some love to Bastian as well, who's coming to hang out and talk LCP. Luckily, I had 2 LCP teams back-to-back, the Vietnamese duo here in ASI. They've been really fun to watch, and they're putting up a good fight here. And of course, GAM put up more than just a good fight early. They took down JDG in Vietnam's first ever best-on victory versus an LPL team. I mean, God, could they do it twice in a day? Damn, that would be... Yes. It's like buses. Yes. It's like buses, you know. You wait for them for a year, and then suddenly 2 of them turn up at once when you needed them. Crazy. Easy flash out of the karma.
That's rough. I mean, it means the immediate future we have a combat advantage, right? Like the flash versus ult is always going to be immediately, and honestly, an avenue to punish. This objective is always the easiest way to win a game. You're behind, enemy team starts up Artican. It's very slow to respond to it, though, and they don't really have someone to walk in.
And, well, I mean, Guri might just try and get into Q flash ult. Hey, okay, he's going to go for the flash. He's got to go for the ult, right? He's stunned up with the Renekton, and the smite goes down before he can ult in. Kratos on the flank. Solarkill's going to die. Nymaera's not a bad ult, but he's left alone. Aurora starts putting down the damage, and NIP, they're not in a great place for the fight. Guri still has flash. Kratos has the ultimate running. Cardi doing bits and pieces, but the damage isn't coming as quick and fast as they would like. The Ricochet's starting to rip through the team, as Leaf still has himself a flash and might be able to get some extra damage. The flash knocker from Nio takes down 1. Extra damage coming from the Sivir. Kratos turning it around. Flash out of the W. Guri going back to the play. Derby spell flux is ridiculous. NIP walk away with a number of kills. Shogun can't finish it off, and a triple kill to Derby's legendary rise.
Shogun at the back end of that, Valkyrie forward. Absolute psychopathic behavior.
I mean, I thought that was going to be the death Atacant. I'm not going to lie. As soon as I saw Kratos on the flank and a bit of a scramble retreat from NIP, I thought it was pretty much going to be lights out. Really good turnaround from Derby from Leave, and Nio's double knockup. That was an absolute killer. Because I think the key moments are Solarkill stunning Guri so he can't go in for the timing of his ult going in for the smite. Solarkill dies for it, but it secures the objective. It's a little bit miscoordinated from NIP, as it feels like both Solarkill and Nymaera try and go and delay without really getting the most in there. First flag and drag lands though, Shogun's put into a lot of danger. Nio waits around as any good Jarvan player does, and then waits for that second flag and drag coming through. This is just spectacular. Oh, Nio. And again, this guy is not like some super experienced jungler coming out of the LPL. He's a guy that was playing a long time in the LDL, ran around some of the bottom tier teams in LPL for a while. That was an awesome fight from him, and I do hope to see more performances like that.
Yeah, that was insane. I mean, I think both teams playing there pretty well, but yeah. I mean, Nio just completely shut it down with the flash.
Okay, now minutes till next dragon. Any big items? 2 items spike on Corki, but you got 3 items on the Sivir now, so I don't know how you deal with the Sivir and the Rise. You can only vial one of the carries. That's going to be a big problem. You're going to have to somehow deal with both of the carries from NIP, and I don't know if Vikings have the damage to do that.
Well, you kind of just have to ult the Sivir, right? Because the Well, at least for the next fight, there's going to be the Zhonyas there, or the Seekers, I guess.
Guo has chosen
no.
NIP.
He's really up there. Oh! We've had a fall.
Had a fall, but it's still on the correct side for now, right? Right?
Yeah,
also, Yotis redeemed a roast. I guess my roast was just completely ignoring you. I mean, you can't wait more than 3 minutes. I think that says a lot about your character. You can't wait more than 3 minutes for a roast. Impatience, friend. Impatience.
Oh, the Vikings, man.
Oh, that's a really good dunk. That's a really good dunk again. Silong doesn't have flash. Remember that trade of the flash for the ult early. I mean, this is a little far from Nio now. Okay, Silong makes it out. Okay, maybe we spoke too soon. Guri has the ult. That can be a kill. Oh, I mean, Leave goes in 1v5 at the back end of that. Not sure about that one. Oh my god, it's before the dragon as well. They're going to give everything to dragon. They get the Sivir and they get Nio. I mean, Derby's in the picture now, but doesn't Vikings just get a free run at... Wait, can they get Baron instead? Maybe they say, screw the dragon. 20 seconds until Baron. We can get that just as Nio comes back up.
They have to get the resets off, like Shogun desperately needs to. I mean, it's defended for now. I don't actually know what the Vikings get. It might be a little bit too hard for them, but used absolutely everything. Like, Renekton ult's probably enough to just shut it down. Nico ult's also up with Flash, so...
I think the problem was them. Vikings used so much in the fight, and they did lose a decent amount of HP, that if they took Dragon, they would probably lose Baron afterwards. So I understand the hesitance to say, actually, let's not go for a big objective. Let's use the fight to get a clean reset. We'll get a better fight again. Little bit risky, given that they're behind a lot of gold. Not really sure how many opportunities we'll get like that. Leave doesn't have flash for now, but the next time you fight, he might do. And that could be a big changer.
They're also just quietly down so much XP. Like, Guri's down 2 levels. Kratos is down 2 levels. Cardi's down 2 levels. Like, across the rift, they're just all... Except Sealong.
Oh my, I mean, Jesus. I mean, a lot of it's from the Atacon, right? 40 battles with the Atacon, giving an extra 25%. As far as I'm aware, 10 petals is about 1,000 gold. So when you have an extra 25% value on it, and you're 30 ahead, it's actually more like, you know, 4,000 gold ahead. Actually, just from XP and the adaptive force you get. Kinda nuts, actually. Not all Atacons are created equal. You don't always get the same amount of petals. This is a valuable one for an AP.
Yeah, I mean, it tends to be like, if the game's more bloody, then obviously the Atacon's going to be more valuable. And the Vikings, or just Vietnamese teams in general, pretty happy to make games bloody. That was dreadful.
You are lucky to get out of threat now. And then he misses his flag drag anyway. Teleport coming in from...
Oh no! Oh no! Nickit just completely missed the realm warp.
I'm not gonna lie. I actually missed that. Maybe he didn't.
Yeah.
Maybe he didn't.
No, he altered to try and be in the realm warp and just missed it.
I was seeing I was tracking the teleport on the flag from Solar Kill, so I actually completely missed Nyket missing the pop. Oh, by the way, the pronunciation is Nyket. By the way, we've heard it's all good. I mean, we were actually calling him Nyket first, but it's Nyket from what the hosts say when they introduce him on stage. So we'll go with that for now, really. So I guess he just missed the ult. Look, the thing about Nyket is that he is a really good creative playmaker, but there is a significant chance that he does completely flub it as well. Now, it's very fun to watch, but there's occasional chance of faceplant. Very entertaining player. I really like watching him on stuff like the Nico, Leona, Rel, stuff like that, because he can get the huge engages. That's one of his downswing moments, though. All right, okay, so Guri's still on the flank, unseen.
Still no Nico, but I actually don't know if Vikings know. Because, like, he was well off the screen.
Yeah, maybe they don't know the Nico ult's up. That's a great point.
Yeah.
Okay, it's coming up in 5 seconds. So what has ended up being is, like, one awkward moment. It's not like it was a flash. So,
no.
It's okay for now. It's okay for
now. We're just back now. It's like it didn't happen.
Alright, okay, so NIP is still significant gold lead. A lot of that's on the Renekton, which... I mean, this is the kind of game where Renekton can actually clean up thinking about it. It's not like... I mean, the range is a bit of an issue, but if he gets into melee range, it's still Renekton with Stridebreaker, Shojin, kind of wailing on a lot of squishy members. Winner of the next big fight gets Baron. Oh, that's not a bad... Nio, my dude!
That's a good pick. That's a good pick.
Great Nico ult, though. Great Nico ult. Dyonbi flashing forwards, try and get himself the extra damage. Solar Kill gets into melee range. Kratos trying to get himself an extra bit of damage and disruption onto Dyonbi. Won't find it. Sealong will flash over the wall. The fight has gone, I believe, 2-1. Both junglers down, so no smites on the table.
Okay, Silong makes it out, but it costs him flash again, so whenever Jarvan is alive, he can just flash or just ult him.
That's a good point. That's four flashes blown in a single fight by NIP. That's probably that's a very good call. That is probably the biggest win from this fight. Summoner economy. It can be really, really important. You were talking about it a little bit earlier, right? You know, sometimes trading an ult for a flash can be the right decision. For either side, depending on the situation. For a play like this, though, Jarvan gains so much value when there are people with no flashes. Like, you have to use then your limited mobility to get out of the ult.
Yeah, it makes the Valkyrie, the hop from Cardi a lot more valuable than when you at least have the flash.
That's not a great path from Nio. I mean, that's really risky. I'm not gonna lie, even the last time the fight happened around this part of the map, he luckily dodged out on the Vi Q. Playing a bit with fire there.
Yeah, I think it's the rough thing. Like, if you're in a fight and you trade flash for ult, generally it's a good trade, like in the moment, right? But then ults are going to come up like a good 4 minutes before your flash does, is when you pay the price.
I need to get your opinion on this. Collector Corky, what's the verdict?
I think I prefer like Infinity Edge and whatnot. In a game like this, I suppose where you have like no CC, you kind of just need to kill someone. Like, it's the classic like death is the CC, and really who you need to kill is Leave or Doinby, right? So I guess it's fine, particularly against Leave, but against Doinby, because he has the Zhonyas, I think you're actually going to get more out of having Infinity Edge.
Honestly, Collector falls off later game anyway. Just get a Lord Doms. Just get a Lord Doms, you know. It's better even against base armor. By the way, hello, TVC Gaming. Thanks for redeeming the line, and thanks for following. Hope you're having a good day and enjoying whatever the hell this tournament is. But you know what it is? It is entertaining, regardless of anything else. Dragon up in 30 seconds, 2 dragons apiece. Yeah, those flashes being down, probably the biggest thing for Vikings. Do they give this up? Try and cross map, maybe? They might just try and get Baron vision. Could push out lanes. They don't have that top lane out of turret, which is a bit annoying for Baron's setup.
It does make it hard. Dragon is spawning, but maybe Doinby's just going to solo it. I mean, he'd be pretty free to do so, you'd think.
Yeah, you could also send solo. Either solo lane can do it, right? Because they're both 3-4 items. Oh, the 10-stack Magi's on the rise is so annoying thinking about it. Because we've already talked quite a lot about Vikings' lack of CC. You have a bit from Aatrox, but it's mainly just the Vi. The extra move speed from Rise with passive and phase rush and Magi's beyond 10 stacks, that's really hard to shut down. All right, Baron started.
I think the Magi's thing is 15 stacks, right?
10 stacks.
I think. Oh, is it 10? Okay.
I am the premier Magi's builder in the world. Don't you worry about that. My whole thing, my whole shtick about Ahri is you're not playing Ahri if you don't have a Magi's, basically. But yeah, when you're on someone like this champion, which can just kind of run you, and then also if you get Cloud Soul as well, like there's gonna be a blue bullet being fired out of the Doomby gun. He's gonna move around so quickly, and you can chase down something like a Corki after the Valkyrie really effectively at that point.
We're already seeing the benefits of just having the Cloud Dragons, right?
Yeah.
Oh dear. I mean, I think like Vikings were very much on the time of this game, and I think the timer ran out.
This is ships in. It's ships in the night.
Both junglers have done it now.
Yeah. Look, we did praise Nio earlier and said, you know what, really like this guy in terms of a development prospect. Hope he continues to have good form. Look, both Nio and Nycat have had a couple of oopsies. Now you're allowed a few. We're not going to say, look, there are reasons why these teams did not make Worlds, folks, okay? Right, it's not, these teams are not always going to be the cleanest. Okay, fine, we've accepted this. Would quite like to see Nio and Nycat lock it a little bit harder, though. They're still trying to get vision control around here. Game slowed down a little bit.
They know Nio's here because of that ward.
Yeah, they might think he's recalled, but I guess... Hang on a second. Realm Warp used to collect vision. Heal out of so long. Not really much happening there.
Realm Warp's annoying to deal with. Oh, Kratos. Okay, well, that's his flash down. Most of the other flashes are coming back up, though, so...
I am also a little bit worried.
Kind of necessary, but...
I'm actually kind of worried that Kratos hasn't gone for Starex. I know he wants more damage from the Shojin. I just wonder if he gets popped too easily. He's 3k down. Can you really afford to go for a Shojin build? I know some of the logic is when you're behind build damage. But when you're a champion like Aatrox... Oh, double dunk in. Some of the flashes are back up. Nightcap does miss
Everyone's
the
out.
ultimate.
That's two
Shogun, decent damage onto him, and that's the speed of the Rise. The Rise is so fast. Curry gets some CC onto him. Karti trying to do this work as well. Solo kill. Crocodile in the back line. Stride breaker. 3-item Renekton carrying the late game fight. Ninjas stabbed in the back out of the shadows, and the Vikings fall by the wayside.
Yeah, what a great... I mean, it was a good way to navigate out of both of those ults, but then Shogun just gets caught on the side, and the second that the Rise finds him, even with the slow from the W, it's just
I just realized if we had a team which were Knights, we would have a full For Honor cast. We'd have Vikings, Ninja, which I guess are similar enough to Samurai in this case, and we would have Vikings. Incredible. Is that the most important thing we could be talking about right now? No. The Nexus is gone. NIP take game 1. Vikings, valiant effort, but really NIP did kind of take off in the mid game, and I'm not gonna lie, I just don't like the lack of CC from Vikings. Didn't feel like they could ever properly start a fight.
Yeah, no, they get creative in the draft, but often to their detriment, unfortunately. I mean, yeah, it just seems impossible. Like, you're against Rise and Sivir, who are mobile champs, you know, outside of course they're going to get the movement speed, but you just, if you have any CC at all, they really struggle, right? Like, they lose Flash and then all of a sudden they're vulnerable, but when you have only a Vi, like, they can use Flash aggressively and they're not going to get punished from it next fight anyway.
The more I think about it, the more it needed to not be a Karma. If it was an engaged support, this game is so different. I'm not going to say it's, you know, out and out winning or anything like that. And I know you don't want to... Look, Civ and Nico is a really nasty bot lane. It is. You needed more CC. You could have gone for a Jhin with the Karma. That would have been better for the CC, but even then... there are issues with that. I think a full engaged support would have been better, honestly.
I think the solution is Galio, actually. I think, like, if you want to go this Karma and survive the lane, I think you put the Galio, because, like, you're not lacking for damage, right? You have, like, Vi does a reasonable amount of damage, you've got the Corki and then the Aatrox. So.
And then if the Renekton and the Jarvan go in, they have to then be afraid of Galio. Well, yeah, no, I see the vision.
Yeah, I think, like, I'm okay with the Karma, but it can't be Aurora. Like, or...
Okay,
yeah, I mean,
or rather, like...
it's either that or you go, like, a...
So one of the three things has to change. You either put Galio in mid lane, you put an engaged support, or you put something like Jhin into the AD carry for a little bit more pick potential. You just need some extra CC somewhere. Yeah. Having all three of those picks the way they were meant that it was just the Vi in terms of engage. Aatrox doesn't count as engages. Like, the mini knockup just, it isn't enough at that point. And it didn't help... Look, maybe we're viewing it from that angle just because of the way that, obviously, the game played out. The bot lane dives didn't help. If they smashed bot lane laning phase, I still think they run into the same issues eventually, but it would have looked better.
Yeah, I don't think, but I think, like, they're not ever smashing bot lane. Like, Sivir Nico is strong itself, right? Like, the Corki Karma essentially just answers the strength. It doesn't out-strength them, at least in my opinion. I think you could also, like, and I know not a lot of people are doing it, but you could also go for, like, something like a Sejuani in the jungle, you know, like...
Yeah,
but
like
you just need
EU does more of that.
Some CC.
Yeah, but even then, if you're going to do that, then you probably need different solo laners again. Because at that point, you want Sejuani Silas or something like that in mid lane. Just a melee synergy, or you go like Sejuani Braum. Again, melee support.
Sejuani Jax as well, you could go, like, in terms of the top lane.
The individual... What this all boils down to, and we've said this in like a dozen different ways now, the individual pieces aren't the problem. The individual pieces aren't the problem. It's just the way that it works together is that you've ended up with a comp with a decent amount of damage, but legitimately no way to engage besides a Vi. And there are too many threats which the Vi can't answer. So it just ended up like this eventually, where you throw your shot out, there's a Nico ult, which immediately flings into your backline, stops your engage. Oh, this is a thing which I really like from LPL. It's kind of like a term which I've coined, full contact team fighting. When the enemy engages onto you, you don't engage onto the person flying into your team. You go beyond them and make sure that their follow-up is CC'd. It's kind of like, I don't know, it's kind of like sacking the quarterback, I guess, in football, or... and look, the way that I see it is kind of like, you trade AD carry for AD carry if your AD carry is dived onto. Because sometimes, if a Nocturne Orianna flies at your Jinx, I'm sorry, the Jinx is not living. So your best option, you kill the enemy AD carry instead. So often in a game like this, when you're flying in as the Vi, there are so many tools, like the Nico just CCs your Aurora and your Corki, or Solar Kill goes like this and just jumps into the backline. Okay, now you can't kill the target which Vi's picked out, and the engage fails. And that's a particular thing which LPL does a lot. It happens bits and pieces across the world, but LPL likes doing that a lot.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Nico's possibly the best champion in the game at doing it as well.
Yeah, true. Especially with the
range of them. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think a fair play of the game. I think it could have gone to Light, except that flash in the Raptor pit. That was a little bit crazy, but I think Doinby just played his Rise to how you'd expect him to play his Rise.
Is really good. Now, in winter of this year, we kind of got to... Look, Doinby did some weird dark technology again, but throughout the year, he's gone... His champion pool has narrowed a bit, but basically it's come down to he will always play Galio, Rise, Taliyah if you give him the option. So we've gotten rid of the Rise. Okay. You still need to deal with the other ones, but, you know, this is why we typically ban the Rise against the against Doinby regionally. It's just not worth the risk, really. NIP, they sometimes lack bits and pieces of threat. Doinby's Rise is always a threat.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna put some adverts on Twitch, because we just ran out of pre-roll. But yeah, going quick and fast today. I have to say, when it's the 3 series days, I do kind of pray for 6 game days. Because, yeah, it's a 9 game days are a bit much even for me.
For sure. I mean, it's very straining on like your voice and whatnot. Like, even if like obviously you deal with it, and we all have our ways of dealing with strained voice from long days of casting or whatever.
Yeah.
It is still like and I personally, at least, I can't speak for you, but like I personally get worried whenever like, for example, 2 best of 5 days is like, okay, like I'm at the start of the day, how much energy can I actually put into this first series?
I had a bunch of issues with that. The last LPL official casts that we did, when we did regionals 2024, we did finals and then 1, 2, 3. Was it? I think it was 4 or 5 days back to back. So it was semi-finals, finals, and then the 3 regional series. So it was 5 days back to back out in Dublin, which was really cool. But on the last day, I realized that I'd gone through more than a Red Bull a game. And I looked down and I was like, I've gone through like 5 Red Bull in 4 games. This is actually unhealthy at this point. And I know that, so for instance, I know that like a couple of casters do literally go through like an energy drink a game. But that's just not great.
No.
You build up a tolerance the way you do it, but it's... Sure. I do go through a lot of caffeine to keep me up at the level which I do.
Yeah. I always have 1 energy drink over like before the cast, but I limit myself to just the 1.
I cannot limit myself to just the 1, sadly, a lot of the time. Oh,
yeah,
God.
Fair enough. I mean, it takes a lot of energy. I don't know if people realize like how much energy goes into like even 1 singular game. Like it takes a lot. Some games more than others.
I mean, I mean, when I first start going into like my casting schedule and stuff, sometimes I'm like, yeah, I'm just dead. And so, for instance, games like yesterday, I know I'd like, the damn Aatrox game. Sometimes the way that I conserve my energy is just by having a game where you go unhinged, because it's a lot less energy for me to just be staying super shit. And that's why, actually, honestly, casting quote-unquote LCK style League of Legends, it's a lot easier to cast long days like that. Because if you cast like LEC, and this is part of the pillars of casting, which you can learn about on League Mastery and learn how to be a caster. One of the biggest things in LEC, which they teach you to do, I say teach you to do, there's no like straight teaching thing, but when I was there, at the start with Quickshot and, videos and people giving feedback, you want to be predicting 5 to 10 minutes ahead or the next play that's happening pretty much constantly. You want to be leading the viewer through the game. I don't always do that on these streams. I don't always do that when I'm trying to like conserve energy, because bluntly, it's easier to react to something and say, oh, this was cool because of this reason, rather than they've done this, so they'll do this next. It is a lot higher energy to consistently go, well, this happens, they should be doing this next, because it takes more brain power. So you'll notice sometimes when it's a lower energy day that I will change the style which I cast in, sometimes.
Yeah. I think fair enough. And honestly, I think sometimes it's entertaining as well. Like some games are just like, there's no predicting them. At least in the LCP, and I'm sure there's many teams in the LPL too, where it's like, but for example, if I get a series, it's like Team Secret Wales with Vikings. There's no point in trying to predict what's going to happen. Yeah, because none of the game follows any logic whatsoever. It's
well, that
just
used
brawling.
to be Weibo. Weibo, when they can I do a drunk cast? So I don't drink, so I won't do it drunk. But we did think about doing some like charity casts at some point, like casting like a pirate. Yeah.
That would be funny.
And they've taken the dragon, stolen the booty.
Dang, you're so good at these voices, man.
It is a lot. It's a lot of practice.
That was beautiful.
They walk the plank in the team fight. I tell you what I've also learned as well is the more I cast, the more fried my vocals get. So I can actually I can get a lot more of a rough edge to my vocals. So I can tap into a lot more vocals, but a little bit more edge to the more I cast because my voice is just damaged basically.
Yeah.
I hope for Vedius casted in Welsh someday. Oh yeah, Vedi, Sam and I are all Vedi's like full Welsh, Sam and I are half Welsh. So we got a little bit of shared heritage there. God, I never really had a natural Welsh accent, so I just kind of copy the people, like the family members I had around me, but that would be very fun at some point. I can't, look, I'm not going to lie as well, most Welsh people don't speak Welsh as well, in terms of the south. In the north of Wales, you do have a lot of Welsh speakers.
Right,
when you cast me, oh my god, I'm not going into, oh god, I'm not going to code switch for British slang. Okay, the thing is though, like, I quote-unquote code switch, because I don't really have much one, because Midlands doesn't have that much of a strong accent. But, basically, the Notts accent is you don't pronounce any single T in a word, so it's just Nottingham. And just, like, you slur a lot of words and you don't say your T's. That's a Notts accent.
there you go.
There you go, you've learned a little bit.
I don't know what the New Zealand accent is. I don't know what our accent is. Our accent is just, like, English from Wish. We ignore. Yeah, I get. We kind of like ignore some letters, but like there's no method to the madness. Yeah. It's just like.
So what I find very funny, so both in South African accents or like Afrikaans, and in like Kiwi accents, a lot of your vowels all sound the same. So in South Africa, so the word which gets me into a South African accent, which is very hard for me, I never do it, is it's like, do you want a cigarette? I can offer you a cigarette. It's like sit get rit. It's like very similar kind of. Oh, Styles come in instead of Shogun. They changed out that yesterday as well. So it looks like they were going between that.
Oh, then, that's a hairstyle buff for sure.
Oh my, that is a quiff.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that is. How much of that team's budget goes towards that? That is a wonderful hairstyle. Yeah. Wow.
He welds every single game. It's beautiful. It's beautiful.
Wonderful. Yeah, then
I haven't played OSRS in a while.
But yeah, in Kiwi accents, a lot of the time, yeah, a lot of the vowels again go into a similar kind of thing. So like in Bin Smith, it's like it's kind of like it goes similarly to that as well. That's I have to say, and there's always like, do you want to build a dick? I'm building a dick for Hearthstone. Oh no, shit! Damn it, Elsie! Damn it! Oh, I can't. The problem is I can't. I keep sliding between the both of them. But yeah, it's all in the vowels.
It's an art. It's an art. It's fine. like when we always just get like real harsh on the words, you know, like, oh, g'day mate, how you doing? You know, like, that's how you do Australian. Like, oh, what's going on, mate?
And again, if you finish the sentence by going it's like, gotta go at the end of the sentence. It makes you sound like you're asking a question. Oh no, that one was a New Zealand vowel in that. Oh, see, I've done my research, but I need more practice. Anyway, game 2 of Vikings coming up here. Do I need the toilet? No, I still have half coffee. Right, I'm good to go. So, I don't know. I'm not gonna lie. Vikings just need a better draft, and then we'll like. I can't judge much else because the draft was so hard to play. It doesn't feel right judging them beyond that point.
Hey, get used to this. Wait, I should send you a link to because they actually lost game 1 against Dino, who by the way had to have 2 subs because they couldn't get Oh, he's plugging in the mouse and keyboard. No, he's not. I'll send you the GOL links to the series because game 1 they actually lost. Right. And like Dino came in with 2 subs because they couldn't get visas to go to Taiwan. 1 sub of which was a Korean player who was playing in the LJL. So like this was like, you know, last minute, and then they took game 1. But like, I mean, they just were so disgustingly outdrafted the Vikings. Yeah. And then the rest of the series, they just outdrafted every single game.
Not to interrupt, but I did just realize. Do you know when God Guo changed their prediction after draft? The Grasshopper knew. The God Grasshopper knew.
Man. This guy, I need him on the Viking side this time.
Look,
desperately.
I'm not gonna lie. I need God Guo in every broadcast possible. I'm just enjoying this Grasshopper too much. I was asking this question the other day. What would be the most confusing animal you could put on stage to predict a draft? I think if you just put a bear on stage, like how do you top that? Unless you're gonna wheel in a dolphin or something to swim around and jump through hoops or whatever. Like you're not topping that.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, yeah, it's gonna be pretty hard to beat that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. A bear would be ferocious too, as the you know, it'd be a little scary.
Oh,
You'd kind of like, if you were on the losing team, just allow that to happen to not upset the bear.
Solo Kill gets Ambassador banned away from him a lot. Solo Kill is very much a guy that wants to get an individual advantage with like AD fighter types and then just going to steamroll the game. Kind of like how he did on the Renekton. He tried doing that with the Jax yesterday. Very nearly walked away with that, actually. So Ambassador's kind of right in his wheelhouse. So on the other side, typically you see Sion as the Ambassador, easy lock-in.
Okay. Yeah, Kratos played a lot of Kratos has played like a lot of Sion. So
does he play Olaf? I need to know if he plays Olaf for the proper God of War synergy.
No, we haven't seen an Olaf game out of him.
Yeah. I'm just saying that I do need to play that game. But anyway, sorry, go on. There's probably more draft relevant things to talk about.
Yeah, I mean, the difference between Shogun and Style is very much more your typical, like, hyper carry, I want to auto attack thing, AD carry in general than Shogun. Like, Shogun, you're more likely to see him on the things like Smolder coming out. You saw Corki last game, obviously. They do share, like, most of the champs. Like both of them can play Kai'Sa perfectly well, Xayah, whatever, but it does seem, at least like eye test wise, that Style does generally perform better on these like hyper carries like the Yunara and whatnot.
I will say, Yunara, after the nerfs which he's had, doesn't do it alone anymore. You need a lot of people buying space for you, and often an enchanter is really needed. Kai'Sa Yunara is fine. I think what Leave and Nymaera are saying is, look, we're not going to win lane. We're going to be soaking farm, because realistically, Alistar never, quote-unquote, wins lane. He survives, gets through to level 3, and then makes plays afterwards. Whatever. But then what Kai'Sa does as well is provide a dueling threat versus the Yunara. It's not a clean dueling threat, I'll say. Yunara can beat the Kai'Sa in a 1v1, though.
The good thing about this lane as well is Yunara just outranges the Kai'Sa, at least in the early stages.
Yeah.
Yunara's got like a very long auto attack range, and that's generally what Kai'Sa struggles against, you know, like the laning phase.
Particularly when you get the Q charged up for the outranged auto attack reset with the extra damage on it, it really slaps, actually. A lot of people don't, because a lot of people are like, oh, Yunara will start W in lane, right? Why would you get this thing? You need to charge up in lane. Because the Q hurts really badly, by the way. If you get slapped by a double auto attack from Yunara, one of them being a Q auto attack, it really, really hurts. Going back to the comps as a whole, though, we do have Poppy Sion in terms of strong frontline, removal threat from the Poppy ult. GAM used that early versus GDG. It worked really, really well for them. NIP have a way past that frontline, though. Because if you get the Ambassador ult, Poppy ult doesn't stop it, and Kai'Sa then gets to fly into the backline. Now, the Poppy is really good versus Kai'Sa and the Ambassador. Can NIP what JDG couldn't do earlier, and play the dash champions in a way that Poppy can only block one of them at best? Because it didn't work out for JDG earlier. And of course, you know, that was how Vietnam got its first victory over China ever in a best-of series.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I mean, if Ambassador finds her way onto like Style, it's pretty doomed. But I think like Yunara's just fast enough as a champ where you can like hit the E and run out of the Ambassador ult a lot. I mean, if you're transcended, of course, you can just dash out of it. But yeah, I mean, I'm really liking what Vikings have so far. I think it's a good answer to what NIP have shown. And Guri, yes, Guri is a Zyra player. We have two Zyra players in our league. Cool. One is Guri, one is Junjin.
And they're still playing it right now, you mean?
Yes. Only those two, and only those two have played it pretty much the whole year. So
cool.
But it's always used late in the draft. Like you're never going to see them pick it early. Cardi, I actually don't know what he's going to play with. He's probably just going to end up playing an AP champion anyway, is one problem that they run into.
Oh my god, we get Karthus? When was the last time you saw a Karthus? Because this is going back to this time last year. Summer meta last year was all about brand Karthus Zyra, and we had a lot of experience in recent memory from this. I was not ready to see this happen. Now, that does mean you probably do want an AD mid laner to allow Karthus to be the sole AD threats. Now, on the other side, I don't know what Karthus is going to play into it.
It also incentivizes Kai'Sa to go AD, which I actually think is the weaker Kai'Sa build.
We're doing folks, we're doing some weird shit now. Is that... Hang on. Is that Pantheon mid? Is that Karthus mid?
I assume.
I mean, I assume it's Pantheon mid. Oh wait, no, it must be. Doomie does play the Pantheon mid. Now what he tends to do...
They're doing it again!
So now the problem is, if you then put the Yorick top lane, Ambessa's fine into Yorick, but the problem is Pantheon can actually kill the Sion. Pantheon is good versus tank champions with Conqueror stacking and also channeling E into the Sion Q damage as well. I actually don't know if this is going to work out as well in lane for Vikings as they think it is. Now, I do think, as a comp, Vikings have massively outdrafted NIP. They have so much disengage, so much tank frontline. NIP have 4 dash champions into a Poppy. The Zyra's going to put down the ultimate. This is rough for NIP. But the lanes, I think, could work out for NIP.
True, but I think also in mid lane you don't get as much value out of the Pantheon into the Sion.
That's true.
Because like Sion literally does just all he has to do is ignore Pantheon, right? Like Pantheon can, I guess, interrupt the Q, but then that becomes a bit of a mini game of Sion releasing the Q in time. But really, all Sion needs to do is just clear the wave. That's all he needs to do, and like Pantheon can't clear the wave nearly as quickly as Sion can, assuming he has access to it. You know, if he falls behind, then all of a sudden it's really scary. But I really like this. I really like the fact that they, once again, and they did this again like last week when they're playing the relegations, they show Sion early and then swap it into mid lane.
Right.
Because Yorick is also like, I think Yorick versus Ambassador is just a fairly fine matchup both ways.
Yes, it is.
You know, like, both can kill each other early on. Later on, neither can kill each other. It's just, you know.
It's like, damn, this Sion's too tanky. Damn, this Ambassador heals for 1 million. Okay, so no one's ever died.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I think this is a massive outdraft for Vikings. And credit to them, we said, look, draft last game was kind of unplayable. They had no CC. They have a lot of CC now. They have a lot of disengage. I would have preferred the Jace for NIP. Because if they'd done that, then you outrange the Zyra. Zyra hates poke. And then suddenly if you have Jace poking in, threat of Karthus execute, Kai'Sa flying in with W poke, you'd have W poke at that point too. I think it would have been really, really bad for Vikings. So I think that Pantheon throws this draft under the bus a little bit. What they want to do is Pantheon point and click stun, into Ambassador point and click stun, into Kai'Sa flying in, and then Karthus finishes someone off. I don't think they're going to be able to do that very effectively because of the Poppy being in the game, and the Zyra ult as well.
I think one problem as well that NIP will run into is that Karthus isn't actually that good at killing tanks, even when he's solo AP. And like, I mean, this game, you're going to need his Zhonya's on Zyra. I mean, you kind of need to save for Ambassador, I guess, but like even then, the only real target is the Zyra and the Yunara that are like feeling threatened by the Karthus, and it's like Karthus's access to a backline is essentially ult. You know, outside of some weird stuff happening in the fights. But Karthus isn't going to get through Yorick and Sion, barring being very far ahead.
Yeah, he needs some help getting through them. You need someone else to do that. I mean, Yorick you can get through. Sion, that's a harder deal. Especially if... Now, I want to see what Sealong builds, because if you go for like Redemption Poppy as well, that's... Even if you...
He will.
Yeah, which most Poppies will do. If Karthus sat there taking a load of damage, he will always survive long enough for the Redemption to come down and add an extra bulk of HP. And you can always ult backwards as well. So I don't know. I think this is a very good draft from Vikings. It was a very poor draft in the first game. You said they were a very creative drafting team. I see it now. I like it.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm also a little surprised by the last stands on Pantheon and Ambassador. I mean, you get a lot of value out of it too, but there's like, just so much health.
Oh, also, for the people who are not familiar with Vestian, Vestian's come and say hi, because Vestian's on the LCP English broadcast, so is an expert on both these teams, so we thought, bring him in, say hi. Look, turns out you were ready with a mic, and so yeah, so shout out to Vestian, let's show some love. Title's in the, name's in the title of the stream, so yeah, been enjoying this, it's been fun.
Yeah, it has been. Yeah, thank you as well. Like, it's, you know, it's good to get LCP games in. Oh,
hey, someone's got to respect the LCP now one of these days, you know.
That's right. I'm so sick of seeing people still refer to them as a like a minor region.
Oh,
especially after first stand, man. After we just absolutely decimated everyone.
So one of my biggest points, even last year, was it was announced that LCP was going and the like the whole format was changing or whatever. But like, so we were going to have no minor regions anymore. That was the announcement. No one is a minor region anymore, folks. Even last Worlds are like, well, okay. At that point, it's like, well, they're a major region now. They need to have major region level results. They didn't really have that last Worlds. They kind of bombed out a little bit compared to, say, MSI when PSG knocked out FlyQuest. It was a very good year for them, I think, on the whole. First stand, though, you're completely right.
5 against BLG.
Guri just messed up by missing a Raptor there. He does get level 2 off of that, but that's a bit of a miss there from Guri. He really wants a quick clear.
Yeah, I mean, the good thing is he will still get, like, all of his XP, essentially. Like, you know, he'll get level 4 off the full full clear, rather. But yeah, I mean, he's not as good as Junja. Like, Junja, you can see it in this game. If Junja plays Zyra, it's like a 2-minute 50 2
Oh,
minute
that's a problem.
53 clear, like minimum.
Powered still. Oh, that's close. Holy crap, that's close. So, that's the threat of the Pantheon into the Scion. Pantheon is really, really scary. And if you trust anyone to pull out some random mid laner and do well on it, typically it is Doomby. Yeah. He did play this a couple of times in Winter. He hasn't really played it since. I'm trying to remember his full build. I think it was Stridebreaker Pantheon he was going for there. In this game, I reckon he goes like, I think it was Sundered Sky and Stridebreaker is what he was going for. In this game, you might have to go towards Black Cleaver, though.
Yeah, typical, right? You're against like Ornn Scion champions, you typically go Black Cleaver first.
I love that this is your, hang on, that's a very quick play down towards bot side, understandably so. Nice down towards bot side. Karth is obviously already a quick clear as well. Ooh, heal to make sure the moving speed was there to get out of the route. They were lower HP anyway, so the heal does get full value. All camps down from both sides. This is a fight over Scuttle. You're not going to get double Scuttle, it's just a choice of which side of the map you want Scuttle on, which I suppose it's going to be with bot lane pushing in, Guri will get bot Scuttle, Niall will get top Scuttle.
Yep. I also think the Zyra is really good into Karthus because of the limitation, like the zoning, right? Like eventually you get Rylai's, it's really hard for Karthus to maneuver. Like already pretty slow as a champion.
Karthus individually is not great into Zyra. Karthus with a combo is good into Zyra because your ult adds in the extra damage which Zyra hates playing against. So, but then the problem is, well, how likely is it? Hang on, Nio did take Scott. Kratos, my dude, you knew that top Scuttle was going down. This is a really bad time to be pushing. This is gonna be a very easy kill. He shouldn't even blow the flash. It's a question of how long it will take for him to die.
I think it's a kill off. Oh.
What was he looking to do? I mean, what was he looking to do?
I don't know. Look,
I'm so sorry. That is like, normally I'd agree with the view there, but getting a Q, which is at rank 2 for a heal, is not saving his life there, even with the flash. That is optimistic, friend.
No, you gotta have belief. This Yorick champ's I've actually never liked the Yorick champ that often, but
with Grasp and Q later in, it goes wild in fairness.
Yeah.
Okay, so first blood after NIP, Guri did get himself bot Scuttle, and he did get himself clean first back. The problem is Nio gets himself the first blood, which means not only, I mean, they're both getting back with basically the same amount of gold, because Guri managed to get back for an extra, half a clear effectively. They're both back with Fated Ashes, and this is where effectively you never get to interact with these junglers again. They will just constantly clear camps. Both of them are just going to instantly hoover through things. One of the most important things to track from this point is, when a play happens, and someone moves to a side of the map, are there camps up on the other side of the map? Because they're instantly going to get leaded by the jungler.
Yep. Yeah, it makes like dragon timings and something, like things like that a lot more precise. You have to be a lot more sure of your tempo around them, otherwise you do just lose your entire side of the jungle.
That's a very good point. Someone just asked, what the heck is Solar Kill building? He does have a Vamp Scepter first, which I've just noticed. I don't know much about that. He doesn't have flash, remember?
Great
no flash! Kill for Guri in the mid lane.
Hey, responded to now. Both of the junglers have equaled themselves in kills.
Damn, Doomby used that flash to try and get the first blood. Didn't get it. Got some control of the lane, but Doomby, yeah. He's gone for the tier. Oh, he might be going for Fimbulwinter on Pantheon. That was a build which was very powerful earlier in the year. Surely can't be going for full tank Pantheon. Surely, that can't be good nowadays, right? Getting a little bit worried on
Maybe that. He might just sit on the tier. Because, like, what else can you get for mana? And, like, he's gated. His ability to kill Scion, which I don't think is going to happen anyway, but is going to be gated by mana. Yeah. But, I mean, I want to say in that gank as well, very, very quick timing on Scion Q. Because I think if the stun comes through from Pantheon, maybe he can live. Maybe not, I can't remember the health exactly.
I think because the E plants are there for the slow lingering after. Oh, level 6 on the Pantheon. That's a very good cage. Nio's up here. Guri lands the E. Guri doesn't have 6. Very good pathing by Kratos and a good cage to make sure he gets out safe.
Yeah, a lot used. Both ultimates out of the solo laners. It's not really going to be punished, you don't think? Like, I'd be surprised if Cardi uses his ult aggressively.
Yeah, I mean, typically, one of the reasons why Sion mid was always kind of a thing. So when Chovy rose to dominance, say, 2018, 2019, when we first saw, well, was it 2018 or 2019 was Griffin when they first went to Worlds, but 2018 summer was when they first came out. Ooh, you said not using it aggressively. You can always use it to make plays and get to areas on the map. Nio will die. The question is, if there's going to be an ult afterwards, do they go into Guri over the wall? Doomy's choosing the fight this. Right, Guri, low HP, does get the level 6. You're absolutely right. The Stranglebomb's good. Extra CC and the pledge bring him down. Guri and Karthi mid-jungle beating out their opposing number. 2 kills in the fight. Karthus using the ultimate, does have the Dark Harvest, doesn't kill, and it's another kill. Solo kill flashes and misses the kill angle. Nightcat has joined in for reasons beyond myself. Flashing over the wall, into the roots. Double slow plants from the E. Doesn't get the head pulverized after the headbutt and has to use the heal. It is a clown car. Guri will make it out alive after getting 3 kills in the enemy jungle. Look, you have to explain to me what happened there, because I don't understand the goddamn thing which happened in the last minute.
I don't really, I mean, like, obviously, Doinby using the ultimate means he can't respond. The wave was pushed in from Cardi, so he's able to just move straight into the jungle. So Nyu with no flash available just gets caught out by Guri. There's no response that could possibly come through from Doinby.
I love the caster curse you did as well, or maybe cast a blessing saying, oh, I don't think we'll see Karthi use his ult aggressively. Looks pretty aggressive to me.
I'm wrong. And then, I mean, NIP just lose their mind. Especially, I think especially solo kill. Like, it is just like...
What's he doing? I mean, he doesn't have the ultimate. He's only level 6. He doesn't have 2 items. And he doesn't quite get out. He doesn't quite get out of the slow plants as well. The entire fight for solo kill is getting 60% slowed by the slow plants from Zyra. It is really... So sometimes when Zyra falls out of meta, you forget that it's not just the Rhylights which gives the slow when you build it up eventually. For every auto attack that the E plants that spawn, which are very short range, they do give a stacking slow on you, and it does stack up a bunch, up to 60% if 2 of them are hitting you. And he just doesn't get to enter the fight.
Yeah. I mean, that's also, like, well, I wouldn't say, like, half of Zyra mechanics is just not dying, like, not getting caught out, but like, that is one thing that's important, and it, like, makes a difference between a, good and great, to use the classic saying, Zyra, is knowing which plants to spawn when.
Yeah,
because, like, a lot of the time, you'd always love to use your E plants, but they just can't find value most of the time,
Solo kill. Does not get to play again.
Pantheon
He's not got tower aggro. They can re-dive here, maybe. They actually might be able to re-dive. Don't be immediately has to leave. NIP! What is happening? No, the thing is, we said, okay, NIP is they're gonna struggle later because they have to do a full, basically 4 low-range champions. The Kaiser's involved in that. Diving into a Poppy Zyra side, it's just awful diving into this. They are teleporting back in. Pantheon ulted bot side, recalled, teleporting back in. The double globals. Oh my god, he doesn't respect this. Kratos might actually die to this now. He only has the Sheen. All right, how much damage can Doinby do? Uses the empowered W. Has the empowered Q coming up next. Good cage. Guri's coming down. This is not bad damage. The Karthus being charged up. Flash out of the Q. Kratos lives. And he's being slowed down. Getting slowed down by the plants. Again, those E plants, so annoying. Karthi getting damaged by leaves. Xiaolong's up here. Oh my god, he's going to get the solo kill onto the Sion. Be traded. Poppy will kill it back. 1 for 1 there. But NIP don't get the kill on the bot side they were looking for.
Yeah, I mean... this Zyra champ is still really, really strong if you can find the angle to pick it. I think as well, like, I mean, there's just not really that much threat onto the Zyra this game, right? Like, there is the Ambassador, but even then, like, it's very telegraphed when the Ambassador's coming. Like, typically, the best champ in the game, and like, what was pretty much permabanned last year was just Leona. Like, champs like Leona that can engage on you without having to fully commit are really good. But NIP are just all in or nothing. Even to the Kaiser, right? Like, how she finds value is just all in on people generally. Sure, there's poke for the W, but like, you've got Pantheon, you've got Ambassador. They have to be melee range. They have to dive on you. And even if you find the Zyra, you're going to take a lot of damage to kill her.
Which is why it gave me a lot of questions when they locked the Pantheon, when they were hovering the Jace. The Jace was so much better for this comp. It was so much better because actually on the other side, Vikings don't actually start fights massively well. They don't have like a Vi this time either, right? I mean, they have a little bit with the Scion, a little bit with the Poppy, but it's not like if you played Kai'Sa with a bit more poke. Leaf has played stuff like Shadow Flame Kai'Sa to be poke bot, which has been very, very fun. If you'd had double poke of mixed damage, that would have been really good, I think. Yeah, I mean, the Ambassador would have been left out a little bit to dry in terms of the comp, but I think having double poke and then the Karthus to finish it off would have been a really good angle. I would have liked that quite a lot, actually.
Yeah.
Start jumping forwards, use the ultimate, transcends the spirit, the 1v1 coming through, Arc of Ruin lands, and Leave is a solo kill.
Wow.
Doesn't use the barrier, doesn't have the ult, Style solo killing Leave.
Yeah, beautiful. And landing the W, not easy to do on the Kai'Sa, but without the ultimate,
yeah,
not willing to commit sums, it's just a free kill. I think greedy not to have used either of the sums. I think it's always better if you can live to live. But
1v1 being 2x KO. I don't play fighting games. I'm sorry. I played a little bit of Soul Cal 4, but I'm not a good fighting game player. And I'm not gonna lie, I don't want to embarrass myself like that.
Well, Cardi's not dying, guys.
Yeah, he does have a Sunfire. Nymaera, he does have... They could dive with the...
Poppy's here.
Poppy's here. You have Scion ult. I don't... He's... Worst case scenario, I think he just ults out, right? Interrupts a little bit of the combo. Oh, that's not bad!
Well, I think he's...
To kill him anyway.
Oh.
Okay, yeah, the Alistar ult used to tank the tower, so the Alistar gets out safe there. Leave. Oh,
yeah.
He's in trouble.
Oh my
he used
God.
his ult looking for something. Great ult from Zyra. The burns on with that. Extra ult is coming through. The E and the Q. Landed Guri. With a little bit of help from Style. Takes down Leave again. Leave has been dying on cooldown in mid lane at this tournament. That's, honestly, not been looking great from him. He's been caught out a lot in that area of the map.
I want to see how he ended up where he was.
Yeah, me too.
I hope we get a replay, because he was just like, I mean, we panned down there, nothing had really seemingly occurred between the two AD carries.
Well, he had, his ult was on cooldown. His ult was on cooldown.
Yeah, right.
So I presume he used that some point to jump forwards in mid lane. I don't know if, obviously didn't achieve that much. That's what I assumed, but Leave just not threading the needle well there at all, and Guri is picking up a ton of, he's 1,000 gold ahead of Karthus now. Like, Guri is a huge problem. He was before, but he's a huge problem now.
Yeah, and he's massively far ahead in terms of the jungle item too.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, an extra 5 camps ahead. There's like 1 or 2 camps up for Karthus, so he'll be able to get a little bit. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Even though the farm is somewhat even in terms of the score, I guess. Nio's picked up some extra farm.
Yeah, he's been cheating by taking lane. Yeah,
fairness,
that's cheating.
Any good jungler on a carry knows you have to do that every so often. It's for the good. It's for the greater good, of course. The greater good.
Yeah, I mean, especially solo AP, right? Although, I mean, I guess Leave will probably be going AP build with Kraken first, but...
Yeah, you probably go Kraken, AP on hit. Kraken, Rageblade, and Ashes tends to be the build. Although, yeah, you kind of have to do that in this game. God, why didn't they just pick the damn chase?
Yeah, I don't know. And like, I think the problem as well is like you've picked this Karthus, but you need to be able to kill tanks, and AD Kai'Sa doesn't really kill tanks, so you have to go AP, which makes it easier for these tanks to itemize into. I think there's a few problems here with sort of the drafty and IP picked up.
And it's like, the draft, you can forgive the draft if they use their early game rotations well, they played well in lane, and the first Pantheon Karthus ult worked. That didn't work, so it makes it look even worse.
Yeah.
So then the question is, okay, so you didn't win the early game, you haven't used the Pantheon to get huge amount of... Bloody hell!
Oh my God!
Okay, you've blowing the ult out of Leave. Does it matter? Holy crap, that's a lot of damage. DMB coming in towards the mid lane. They do have the Karthus ult if people get low. Remember that. Nia walking forwards. Oh, Flashwell doesn't get the Q, and the Bobby ult ejects them from the scene of the crime. Spare the blushes. Kratos left in top side, doesn't need grubs. He is a Yorick, has a Triforce, and that's a second turret for them in the game.
Seeing that made me wish that I could see that exact thing, but before the Poppy ults, and there's just a zillion bomb on someone.
He's changed.
Oh, he's found it
again.
My man.
My bug. My bug.
I love this guy. Love this guy. Not last game though.
God. Yeah. Whoa. I mean, love him or hate him, he was right.
That is true.
Oh my God.
I think your tweet summed it up. He's either right or lying.
Exactly.
Well
you understand now. He is never wrong.
Yeah.
Only correct or lying. God. Where is your cricket god now? Okay.
So they need to bring this guy to Worlds.
Exactly. I really hope that Worlds is watching this broadcast. I really hope. And you know what? Maybe we try and convince some of the co-streamers to have like their own bug graphics for predictions. Can we? You know what? I don't know how the Chinese community is reacting to this, because obviously Worlds is in China. Can they?
Yeah.
Can they bring him to the event? I just gotta know.
Yeah, true. They even have the option of getting the same guy. Oh my lord, that's a lot of damage.
Don't know about that. I mean, Alistair just went face first into a Poppy W and died to Zyra. I don't know what you thought was gonna happen there. I don't know.
Yeah, this is beautiful. This is what we like to see.
Oh, okay, Silong heading over the wall. Has Hex Flash. I think his ult's just off cooldown. He could use that to force them away from the turret. Doomby is going to find him out. Doesn't spot the Poppy that time. Solo kill does get onto Style in the backline. It's not bad. Guri, how much disengage should you do? Bloody hell, the Zyra burst! Completely one-shots the Karthus! Karthus coming in. Leave has himself into the backline. Kratos, Kati going back onto him though, and I don't think Leave is leaving that baby cage alive. Put into jail, saving a term for murdering the backline. It is a 2-for-3 fight in favor of Vikings.
Another, like, Kratos' cages have been kind of insane. Also, Leaf just, I don't know if it's a bug, but I think he has both of his thumbs up and just chose not to use them again, and I don't think
it would have mattered. HP. I'm not gonna lie, I don't think it would have mattered. Solo kill, good ult into the backline, applies the plasma onto Style, but Nio, I mean, he was on half HP, so it's not a one-shot, not technically, but Guri just, he lands the E in the ult. Nice. Yeah. One of the big things which brought Zyra a little bit back into meta last year was the fact that Axiom Arcanist was really big too. So if you went Electrocute and Axiom Arcanist, you would one-shot some people at points. If you got very, very fair, and you went towards Shadowflame second when that was kind of built at the point, you could genuinely one-shot people with an Electrocute burst. He's going towards Zhonya second, makes a lot of sense in this game, but Guri with the Electrocute, like, you have to pay attention to him. Zyra got a lot of changes to make sure base damages were down, because it was really annoying playing against Zyra with Leandri's just taking 1,000,000 parts of your HP. But then the AP ratios went up. You have Electrocute on top of that too. The burst is genuinely exceptional.
Yeah, I mean, he's playing pretty well. I'm surprised that Style went for Phantom Dance to this game, considering just how low range the NIP comp is. Like, Runaan's obviously an item that gets better the closer range the enemy comp is, just because you apply it on more consistently.
The move speed is nice. I mean, I think at this point in the game, I think you're snowballing so hard, you don't need the wave clear of Hurricane. This is better single target damage. And I mean, he's already been dueling the Kai'Sa. Maybe it's just the thought that it's better 1v1 because you're already ahead of the AD carry matchup. I mean, normally the Hurricane build is the better one because it just gives you so much AoE damage. But hey, look, at the end of the day, Styles been making it work and he has been dueling. That's a good ult. Guri does have stopwatch though. And uses it onto the Doomby
beautiful stopwatch.
And Doomby is now alone. Alice has been killed. NIP are finding out what it means to be a dive comp into Zyra and Poppy and double beefy solo laners.
Yeah. I mean, the only way it could ever work is like, okay, Doinby does that, but then solo kill's ready for when the Zhonya's ends. But even then, there's just so many plants down, and like, you kill Zyra, congrats, you've got so much more to deal with. Leave. Oh. Style,
okay. Leave. I mean, Kratos, just one more bunker. The hammer should do it. Flash over, flash follow, and Bess has died on the other side too. and that's a getaway car and nothing else, my friend. Nio will use it to escape. Will he actually use it to escape? I don't know. There's a flash on Poppy. He can maybe get a wall stun here. Baron and Atakan. Well, Baron's not up. Atakan is. If Nio sticks around, he's still under a lot of threat. This is going to 3. NIP are not even close in this game. Vikings are slaughtering them in the fights. Nightcat's coming up. Doomby is alive. He could walk up and provide some threat. They're not in range for a steal, though. Vikings, they might give up Kati here. Maybe. Even then, that's arguable. Wall stun. Nio is low HP. Karthus under a lot of threats. Some damage coming through. Doomby getting something through here. Now does have ult, which would finish off. Sulong trying to get out of the fight. Channeling the ult. Can they kill the Poppy? No, they can't. It's cancelled. Nio can't even get the last rights. And Vikings will make it out with an Atakan and another 3 kills.
Oh my god, it's a Ravenous Hydra. Ambassador.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a little bit of this on release, and I'm not going to lie, I don't think it mattered what he built this game. It was always going to be a problem once they started falling behind in the way that they did. He's behind 3,000 gold. Even if that was an Eclipse, even if that was what have you, it wouldn't matter one bit. Vikings get themselves a Hextech Dragon off of this too. Awesome game from the Vietnamese team so far. They're playing so well today.
I also want to point out that Nayu's gone Shadow Flame. So, like, they are never killing Kati. No one
never.
here is going to do anything.
Yeah, I don't know. I think he needs to be more DPS, actually. They don't have the damage. Solo Kill is 3,000 gold behind. Durnby is realistically a setup champion, not a carry. And they managed to find him with this prayer bead. Also over the wall. Here's a fun fact for you. Cowards in German is Feiglinger! So he screams that when he ults in German. It's not in German here, but you know, the more you know.
I like
you can
that.
follow up with that with whatever you want. There you go. That's for anyone in chat who wants to learn a little bit of German today. Feiglinger! Cowards in German.
Feiglinger.
Yeah.
Everything in German just seems so passionate.
I have to say, a lot of people assume that the Austrian accent is the German accent, and that's the one which is a lot more abrasive and angry. Yeah, Österreich. But actually, German accent is actually very calm and peaceful all the time. It's actually quite a calm language. I like it quite a lot. I say that my partner is also German, so that, you know, helps it colors my opinion of it, you know. But, you know, I think I legally have to have, you know, some positive opinion of it. Plus I'm also living here under a visa as well. Katsi is very, very unkillable.
Yep. I mean, this is a good thing. Like, again, I mean, Doinby almost solo killed him, and honestly, if that happened, maybe the game looks a little different. But it always gets to a point where, okay, Leave is the only person that could ever hope to get through Sion, and even that's going to take a very long time.
I really think this should have been a poke cut. The more I think about it, they had a winning draft angle in OP, I think. I think they had the winning draft angle. I think they should have just gone Jace and then go poke build on the Kai'Sa. Yes, it would leave the Karthus not as sole AP. They're ulting on the turret. Yeah, you know we were saying it was unkillable. That means you can do stuff like this. Like it pops the ultimate, and the Alistar is killable. The Alistar is killable. Not nearly as tanky on the other side. Rolling forwards with the Yunara with the Q active. Instant kill there. 2 kills, tower. Vikings, really clean playmaking. They've not slowed down for anything because they don't have to.
That's right. Well, the VCS team know no direction but forward, and that's why they're so fun to watch.
Oh, God. You know, funnily enough, this is, I guess, a fun fact which kind of relates back to New Zealand, actually, because it's about the Lord of the Rings movies. Okay. So when the studio was making the Lord of the Rings films back in the early 2000s, or I guess it would be the late 90s, I guess, when they were filming it, they had the 3rd largest forge in New Zealand for the production of that movie because they had to make so much armor. Because they couldn't fake the armor, really. So they had to, so what that meant is they could put a lot of thought into the armor. So the Uruk-hai in Lord of the Rings, they added a detail to them, which I think is really good. Uruk-hai have no armor on their backs. They only have their front armored because they're never meant to retreat. They're only meant to go forwards. And I think that's a really nice detail. Wouldn't always tell it in the movie, but I think it's a nice little detail. Adds a lot of character.
Well, when I see them walking around, I'll check it out. I never really noticed that.
Yeah.
Now, we pay a bit more attention towards the protected species here, which of course are the hobbits.
Go forwards! They go forwards! Yeah. Who needs a backplate on the armor? Karti slams into Leave. No, I don't think he's long for this world either. He'll be left as an eye on top of the tower. The Necromancer is dead. Sauron will have to try again. I don't think... Well, they'll have to forge another ring in the next game. These rings of power are not exactly working for them. No, he's actually living for now. All right. We're still stuck on the prequels to Lord of the Rings.
All right.
Baron's free, though. I mean, Vikings will easily
the whole game. The whole game seems pretty free, unfortunately. I mean, it's just at a point. Like, look at the wallet gap.
Yeah,
you know, the entire team is up 2k. The only person who's not up at least 2k is support.
Because sometimes, if it's a bad game, your carry is fed enough they have the damage to play. This is not the case. Also, it's very funny that someone in Twitch chat, they are literally sat on the border. What do you mean? What does this mean, Guo? No. God, Guo, what are you telling us? What are you telling us? Anyway, there is a person literally called Lurtz in Twitch chat right now, so welcome to... Yeah, maybe they can give us a first-hand example of, you know, Uruk-hai culture and the armor they wear.
True.
I lived very close to Warhammer World growing up, and they have like a 7-foot tall statue of Lurtz in Warhammer World. Very, very cool.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
that is super cool. But my favorite thing about Lord of the Rings is everyone in New Zealand knows someone that was in Lord of the Rings.
That is,
even if they were just like riding a horse or something.
People. Doomy's trying to get a kill onto Guri. He doesn't. He doesn't. God. He gets exploded. Guri lives. 14 stacks on the Magi's. Katsi is in a 1v3 on top side. I think he might finally die. It doesn't really feel like it's a fair fight. Oh my god, he takes so long to die. But who cares, really? They're winning on the bot side of the map. They'll take an inhib in mid lane. They'll take an inhib in bot lane. They'll do both of them. NIP, they're down 2 members, and they'll have to be thinking about the next game.
Solo kill has ult, so Guri does have to be careful without Zhonya's, but I think even if he goes down, it's probably
I'm not
over.
going to lie, I think it's bait. He might kill the Zyra, but he dies for it. I think Guri knew what he was doing there. He gives up the Magi stacks. Who gives a damn? Solo kill's dead for his first kill of the game. Ain't that charitable? Going to 3. Vietnam takes another game off of LPL today.
Dude, what a dismantling. What an absolute thrashing. Oh my god, it's 7 to 25.
That wasn't even close. There was maybe an early game angle for NIP, and even then it was slim. You needed lane domination from the Pantheon into first ults of the game working out. It didn't work, and it just fell apart from that. So, I mean, real credit to Vietnam today. They've been doing some awesome work versus LPL. Yeah, there are caveats in terms of, oh, do the LPL teams care? Do they have scrim partners? The Chinese, spoiler folks, the Chinese community will not give a damn. They are going to tear these teams to shreds. So if they weren't taking it seriously, they have to now.
Yeah, I mean, dude, 27-minute game between LPL and the VCS that the VCS win.
Exactly.
I mean, it all
that's the key
kind
point
of
there.
fell
You say
apart.
it's 27-minute game in a game between LPL and VCS. Okay, well, whatever. Surely, I wonder if VCS put up a fight. Oh, VCS won. Oh, that's when the light bulb turns on a bit.
Yeah. I mean, it all stemmed from the fighting around the jungle. I mean, it was possibly the worst fighting I've ever, like, skirmishing I've ever seen.
That triple kill on top
like,
side, or like the 3 kills, insane.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just like, I mean, it was just like misplay after misplay. That just, like, I mean, Guri was just so propelled. And already in a matchup, or like, I mean, Zyra is the key to the comp, right? Like, Zyra is the Exodia champion in that draft. And I mean, it also helps that Style just started solo killing Light. But yeah, I don't know. It's just, you give Zyra that much. And again, it's the same thing. You can dive on her in a fight, kill her, but she's always going to get all of her damage off. And like, you're just going to take so much punishment for that.
I was just seeing from Freg, who's someone who's fairly clued in on like Chinese socials. Apparently, the trending is already pretty messed up because of the JDG loss earlier. Reminder, folks, that JDG are like one of the most dominant LPL teams of recent history. Now, they've had a bunch of changes, but a lot of people are still hanging. Look, JDG is still an icon of the LPL, and they got dismantled by GAM a little bit themselves. It was a 2-0, and not gonna lie, it wasn't crazy close. It wasn't crazy close, all things said and done. Chinese fans are not having a good time in this tournament at all.
Yeah, I don't know. Leave just opting into this was a bit wild. Also choosing not to use anything to try and live at the end.
Leave has had a weird tournament. Leave has not looked great, not gonna lie. He's not been locked in at all. I mean, this is an okay dive, but at this point, the game is pretty much over. Yeah. But it's all well and good getting 2 kills here. The game is already done. Hey, Sam, how's it going? How are you?
I'm feeling bad as an LPL fan right now.
We're feeling, yeah, as an LPL fan, this is a bad day, Sam.
I expected Leave to not in, and he has done the inting.
Leave inted a little bit yesterday too. Not gonna lie.
Got in by Kratos. Also, just phenomenal having Kratos be an option.
Yeah.
I'm pretty happy, guys. I don't know why.
Yeah, Vestin is very happy, Sam. Just in case.
I need to know, because obviously there's a possibility that you have Kratos fight up against GAM's Ares, right? Do we get a lot of God of War references? Do we get
Ares?
Yes, we do. We do.
Give me my turret and my life is yours.
We do get a lot of God of War references.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, any time that GAM are playing, there's just a lot of God references because that's, I mean, their team have just decided to do that, and then there's just Levy in the jungle and Kaya in top. So
it's so fantastic. I have to say, I really want there to be just like a full team of like Hellenic gods. We have Thanatos over in NA right now. So we got Thanatos. Also, there's Zeus. There are a bunch of players called Hades out there. We have Artemis. We have Ares.
Hermes used to be an AD carry player.
Yeah, Hermes was that's what we had. Apollo as well. The Roman variant. We had Apollo. Guri absolutely MVP. Awesome. Yeah, we already talked about Zeus. Yeah. Yeah. I wonder when we're gonna get our first Zagreus, you know?
That's true.
What's up, Zags, man?
True.
Doesn't Dionysus and Hades 2 just have, like, very obvious budgie smugglers?
Yeah, he's not having a great time.
He's not having a great time.
No, he's not.
Oh, okay, right.
It's not a great party time, Alex.
Oh, parties, right,
He's
right.
not having a great time, so he's kind of on a significant bender. It's not going. It's not gotten there yet. So I don't know. But that's my impression.
Oh, God, man. I like to think that,
I guess we'll find out. Also, I was going to say, I guess we'll find out after this game. But I wonder if they have a Vietnamese translator, because to my knowledge, Vikings don't have anyone that speaks English. Because obviously last time they used the guy on stage.
What they might do is Chinese to English to Vietnamese. They might have to do it as a 2-part translation.
Oh, yeah. We've had that at the PCS before.
That might have to be it, which means there's likely going to be stuff lost in translation. Whatever is what it is. Yeah.
People just trying their best, right?
Yeah. And at the end of the day, anything's better than nothing for that. Okay.
For sure.
I love this outfit, which is like, oh, Faker doesn't have a chance at the Grand Slam because he didn't qualify for this tournament. Leaving out the fact that, of course, he's at Worlds. Oh my God, Worlds slips through their grass. Yeah, I mean, is it Worlds slipping through their grass or ASI slipping through their grass? Who knows?
True. With the rotation transition, no.
Oh, it's so funny.
It's so beautiful.
Alex,
Yes.
We just need the grasshopper.
I did answer him.
Oh, did you? Sorry, I didn't see you. There you go.
Oh, beautiful. I can't believe it. We might be about to see history repeat itself. Back to back.
Yeah, I mean, Vietnam have always been a very fun region to watch, but particularly it felt against LPL. Particularly against LPL, it felt like they would play fast, scrappy League of Legends, and LPL were better at it. They were better in lane. They were better at like the macro aspect beyond the fighting. So it felt like even though they could have 1 or 2 good moments, they'd just lose one fight, double down on it, lose again, and it would go to hell. That is clearly not the case here. They are choosing the fights better.
I'm of the opinion, and obviously I'm very, very biased, but like I actually think the relative level between LPL and LCP is not that high. And like, I mean, sorry, different. There's not that much difference. And a large reason I say that is like CFO, for example, I know for sure have just spent the whole year like scrimming against top LPL teams, top LCK teams, you know. Like,
so the thing is, I think when you think about top team to top team, I don't think you're that wrong. I think if you're talking about like top 4 teams, there is a big difference.
Yeah. Possibly. I mean, it's really hard to tell. I mean, Worlds will answer the questions, I suppose, a lot of it. But
because obviously, no one is debating the fact that CFO is a very good team. However, like the last time we saw players like Maple play in LPL, he got destroyed.
And Doggo.
So yeah, and Doggo, mate, I cast Doggo playing Rammus bot lane and completely full-on turbocharging it down bot lane. No, folks, it's not just Beryl which did that. Doggo, the second ever player to internationally pentakill Faker, a year before then, was playing Rammus bot into Varus Senna and getting his shit kicked in. It was so bad.
Wasn't it some shit? It was Rammus Yumi,
It was Rammus Yumi into Varus Senna. And we actually got a very funny meme out of this because that was when we had the official broadcast. And I went around and I did a poll of the co-streamers asking, was it innovation or int? And I Will Dominate said some stuff which was not broadcast appropriate. He was that harsh about it. He was like talking about jail time and public executions and like disgrace upon the family name. Like we couldn't air the exact statement. So we put a special little box in terms of like we had this graphic of like int versus innovation, and then we had like turbo int, and we had, you know, the movie Turbo, which is about the very fast snail. We had I Will Dominate's face photoshopped onto that as turbo int. In a little box in the corner. Very, very funny. But yeah, he was like calling for like proper like corporeal punishment.
Damn.
Oh, God.
Poor Doggo. Oh, there he is.
Yeah.
Oh, that's my goat right there.
He flopped over at the right time. Damn. Now,
that's my goat.
The cynicist in me says, the cynic in me rather says, maybe they just take a picture of when it's. Oh no, it is actually live there. But I wonder whether they just take these videos when it's in the right place at the right time.
True.
Yeah?
Corporal punishment.
Oh, corporal.
It suggests that he is now vanished into thin air, which would also be quite funny.
Yeah, he is now vanished in funny.
Yeah, he's gone from being incorporeal to corporeal.
Corporal. Yeah, no, but it's corporal. But isn't that punishing a corporal in the armed forces?
No, it's not.
No.
There you go. But there you go.
All I know is our raggedy-ass fleet got blown up by the core. Hoorah!
We regret coming
To Earth.
Fine. They made too many English words similar to each other.
That is true.
No, we can't be to
That is
blame.
true.
对，我觉得对于 NIP 来说的话，进
Look at Guri.
Yeah, when
I
it
think
comes to,
Guri
like,
has been
yeah.
the best player on this team the whole year.
Going back to what you're saying about like LCP versus LPL, I think the undeniable fact is that LCP is a good region. Like, I don't think that LCP, at least top team to top team, should be viewed any different from LTLEC. In regards to like major region standard. I think that as a region, yeah, second seed might end up doing worse than say EU second, or particularly because I think G2 and MKOI or KC when they were better earlier in the year or something like that, they might end up, you know, having a similar performance or whatever. But I don't think, I really don't want people to leave this year thinking, oh, LCP, you know, this region I forget, they're the minor region. I don't want people to think that. They were very good at first stand. I think at MSI they had some great moments as well. Did BLG get brought to 5 again by CFO or something like that? Anyway, it got very close.
No, it was T1.
Right,
And
that was it, yeah.
Oh, I will never forget this, man. I still bring it up on broadcast to this day, but that series, I don't know if you remember, but game 1, we're up 4k gold, we have Baron, and we do a Artican dance. Kaiwin gets caught, we lose everything, and Artican and lose the game, and then we end up going to 5.
Oh, God, I remember that. Is ASI
So it
not
could have
considered
been
international? It is an international tournament, but it's... it is considered international, but it's not... Okay, so... I would imagine in Riot nomenclature, it's not quoted at it's not part of the international circuit because it doesn't qualify for first stand MSI or... It's not part of the world circuit. The quote-unquote international tournaments are part of like the major regions qualifying to it through their first seeds. This is an invitational ran by a different tournament organizer, so I doubt it goes into the overall international bracket. It is, in the pure definition of it, yes, it's an international tournament. Multiple regions from are playing in it, but yeah, it's a little bit... The international tournament in League is reserved for first and MSI and Worlds right now.
I mean... I guess it's kind of like in other esports, this would just be like a Pacific tournament, you know? Where like it's Pacific South, and I mean, I guess this is all the same area, but yeah. I think that's how it would be like defined in other esports. Obviously, because League has LPL and LCK removed, it's different, but... I think Valorant, right? I think Valorant has its own Chinese scene, actually, but still, outside of that, I think, yeah. Alright.
Oh, thank you.
Now, I hope Vikings continue to be creative.
Yeah.
Like, when they play normal League of Legends, it doesn't...
Part of me doesn't
it's
want
not that
NIP
amazing.
to be creative. Part of me doesn't want NIP to be creative because that last draft was not great.
Get those guys out of the kitchen immediately.
First pick. That is not a first pick worthy champion.
It's Leave Smolder.
I know it's... okay, now it is worth noting. Leave is this is not a joke. Leave is the fastest stacking player in the world on Senna and Smolder. This guy stacks quicker on stacking champions than anyone else in the world. So, for any other team...
He's the 200 stacking guy on Senna?
Yeah, he got 200 stacks on Senna. And he got 225 in like, I don't know, 19 minutes or something. It was like this season. It was insane. This guy is just so good.
Wow.
First pick Shinzao. Shinzao's fallen off an awful lot. Not going to lie. This might set up for something like a Shinzao Rakan, which is a really good deal. Wow. Okay.
Yeah. There we go.
How much is this seen in LCP? Because we've seen bits and pieces of it elsewhere. G2. You've seen it once. G2 have played it a couple of times. It's played in ERLs because Baus is a thing, but in jungle, you play Cosmic Drive first, and then you go into like Iceborne Gauntlet second, depending on what your team needs. If you need more damage, which is normally in top lane, you can go towards something like Flicker Blade, sure. Typically, it's Cosmic Drive into Iceborne in the jungle, though, and there is your most hated champion. There you go.
Oh, we just ruined it, man. I actually can't believe it.
Awful.
We were so close. We were so close, and then we just had to lock in Jin for no reason. Just for no reason whatsoever. I'm so sick of it.
I will say, Leave is a very good Jin player, and Jin is a very lane-dominant champion, which curtails some of the creativity from Leave. So what do you want to do here as Leave? Is Sivir up and available? No, that was played in the first game. Are we Kalista Renata-ing? I mean...
We could be back.
Varus Renata. I haven't thought through all the implications of this. Earlier in the year, Varus Jhin was a bit of a wash because they both go lethality and they both just clear waves, poke each other out, and provide setup for the team. Varus was a slightly better version of Jhin earlier in the year, but you'd pick Jhin alongside another power pick and say, you get one power pick, we get someone which does basically the same thing and another power pick. That's not the case here, though. I would imagine this is on hit Varus.
And it's also... Yeah, exactly. I was going to say. This will be almost certainly. I mean, if for some reason he goes lethality, he's just lost his mind. Oh, I don't hate the Jax.
I mean, it's very good into Varus if he goes on hit, right? Because it's all auto attacks. And that also means with Volibear Jax, you pick up the damage which you don't get from Jhin, unnecessarily. Now, it is also worth noting, NIP do not have a tank. So it's not like Jhin is suddenly like, oh, I'm not doing damage at all. You ban out Sansei. Sion's already... Sion is not... Sion has already gone because he was played in mid lane. If you ban away Ornn now, there are no tanks really in top lane, and you're not going to play something like Cho'Gath. So at that point, Jhin doesn't have to worry about tanks anywhere. It's not going to be in support because Renata's already locked in. At that point, what's the tankiest thing you can see? Galio. Galio's the only.
I mean,
and he's not good against Jhin either.
He's not tanky against Jhin. Well, I mean, he is, but not that. You know, it's not that hard to deal with. I would also be worried about Gragas though. I mean, obviously Ornn, but also Gragas. I think. Okay, Udyr.
Solarkill does play a bit of that. Yeah, he plays like Fimbulwinter. Udyr.
Okay. Yeah, I guess another tank. I mean, I'm scared of the Gragas. I don't have Solarkill because, like, obviously a good lane, but also Gragas is good into Jhin because, I mean, you can either just use the explosive cast to cancel, but also, you know, being immobile.
Are they actually thinking about going for that Blitzcrank? I mean, Blitzcrank does work very well if someone gets rooted, because it's root for the hook, right? Because what you're aiming to do at this point, then, is, like, play Blitzcrank into Renata, and Renata can't do shit. Seraphine Jhin is a nasty-ass combo. You need... you basically match kind of engage for engage. It's not going to be the Seraphine. It's still another range support, though. Bard is a good range champion, and Jhin Bard's level 1 is disgustingly strong. The auto Q setting up for Jhin to kind of get some extra things through, both of them being long range with like crazy potential engage, kind of crazy. That Akali does go hard, though, not going to lie.
Yeah. How fun is it to be Jhin against Akali?
Yeah, and Bard as well.
I hate this Jhin champ.
And you did worry about the Gragas. You did worry about the Gragas.
Man.
Because now you're kind of thinking, well, I mean, the Jhin does okay versus the Varus in lane, but remember, this is a blind pick Jhin. This wasn't a Jhin that was picked counterpick. Why did you feel the need to do that so early, you know? Okay, you see the Akali in there. Kasi, what you got?
Wait, pause. Well, I mean, Varus does a lot of magic damage if it's on hit.
Yeah, then you do still have to deal with it.
Okay, this is what he's played this a lot.
And Lissandra oh my god, the point and click combo is insane if you go towards this. Because then you go Lissandra, Volibear, Jhin, Jax. Okay, it's not going to be... Kati goes towards TF. He is a long-term TF player. You can use the ult to make sure that Akali's visible. I don't know how strong TF is in the current meta, though. I would have preferred Lissandra based on champion power. What do you think?
Yeah. Well, I think Lissandra is a little better. Just because, I mean, like, Akali has a pretty decent time against TF in the side lanes, right? Like, and TF kind of wants, later on, will want to be in the side lanes. Akali's going to deal with that pretty fine. And, also, I just don't like the immobility against Gragas, right? Because if you ever are missing Flash as TF or Jhin, and you're near enough to this Gragas, who, I mean, solo kill's good enough to find teleport flanks or find flank angles that it's going to make whoever, TF or Jhin, very vulnerable to an Akali who will one-shot either one of them. So, I mean, that's what I'm worried about. I feel like the immobility's rough. Like, Lissandra, while immobile, she has counterplayed that, right? The defense of either ulting herself or, you know, the claw, whatever, I forgot what it's called.
Frozen Path.
That's it.
Frozen Path? Frozen Path? Oh,
also, Cardi has just played a lot more Lissandra recently than TF. Like, I mean, this is his first TF game this year. So...
I have to say, I don't know the lane matchup that well between Lissandra and Akali. Maybe that's the decider. But, yeah.
I imagine Akali would be... I would imagine it's, like, fine for either of them, right? Like, Akali will never really have kill pressure, but also Lissandra is going to struggle to poke her out of the lane.
I don't know. I think Akali has a lot more kill threat than you think, because Lissandra is a little bit low range, and has to play around the wave.
She also just gets the ult, I mean. You know, like...
Oh, yeah, no, I mean, like, in terms of early lane. Before, like, pre-6, Akali can actually kill Lissandra. It's kind of spooky, actually. Yeah. Okay.
I guess it comes down to usage of E and W for Lissandra. I'm not sure.
I can't actually remember. God, this was such a weird draft again. I can't remember the full comps. I think this is a more even draft than the first 2 games, which were kind of unplayable drafts in Game 1 and Game 2 for the losing team. I think this is playable for both sides. I wouldn't say this is a dominant draft from either side, which is good, because we see what happens when both these teams have like a crazy draft advantage. They win. That's good. We know they can win with a good draft now. So what happens when one, you know, we don't have that clear advantage and it comes down to more gameplay?
Yeah, not sure. I mean, I think this Gragas champ is very, very scary this game. Like, you've got a bunch of champs just run at you. Jhin, I mean, Gragas not the tankiest champ in the world, but also isn't going to die to Jhin in any meaningfully quick way.
My worry is, what happens if Gragas gets TF ulted in the side lane and dies a lot? If you play poorly on side lanes, which actually, you know, the Vietnamese teams have been playing well on side lanes today on the whole. What happens if you just chuck your TF into a side lane, gold card, Jax gets a kill? I mean, it's quite hard to kill Gragas even then, because cask and whatever, you can throw the cask at the landing point for the TF and sometimes escape the gold card. But there's, you know, there's a threat there.
Yeah, true. I mean, ultimately it's the easiest Mercury Treads game of all time.
Yeah.
So... But that's the problem when you have all these stacking CCs, is that enemy just builds Merc Treads and it gets so much value.
I need to make a mod at some point where every time you buy Mercury Treads, it just goes Dale! And just like starts spamming different Queen lines for Freddie Mercury.
Oh my god.
Yeah, welcome to casting with me.
No, it's good fun.
The mind did do a wonder. God, it's one of the blessings. Hysterics is in a similar state of mind to myself on this, I believe, where we're both so ADHD that sometimes you just can't stop the reference.
Yeah.
Steel Panther caps? Yeah, but not enough people know Steel Panther. No, I have seen Steel Panther live, and they're really, really funny. They're great. But, yeah, and not enough people know them. Now, funnily enough, a lot of people know Freddie Mercury. Pretty famous, I think.
Yeah, that's surprising. Weird.
Damn, he must have been famous or something.
Yeah. I was in Korea. I was living in Korea when the Queen movie came out, and I mean, I don't know about in Europe. Yeah, I don't know about in Europe, but like, comparative to New Zealand cinemas, the Korean cinemas are so much better, man. I was so happy I was there watching it instead of here. Yeah.
Oh, just
everything.
It was a real eye-opening experience. So way back in the early 2000s, went out to my uncle's wedding in Australia. Went up to a gold class cinema, which we didn't have in the UK at that point, where you get food brought to you midway through the movie. So you can, I was like, oh yeah, I'll have some like chicken satay skewers brought to me half an hour in. Hell yeah. It was so bougie. I love that. It was awesome. I think, in fact, you know what? I can't remember. No, it was one of 2 movies. It was either... I think it was the first Avatar movie, maybe? Or it might either that, or was it Revenge of the Sith? I think it was the Avatar movie. Sam will have to, maybe Sam remembers. Who knows? Yeah, no, not in that one. But I mean, the old ones, yeah. I mean, that was everywhere though. Yeah.
That was so classic, man. Now they just do 3D without the glasses.
Yeah, damn.
What happened?
Yeah, oh man, technology, friend, technology. Remember when every movie tried to be 3D and they'd have like that punch which would go through the screen or like a spring effect?
Yeah.
Oh, that was a time to be alive. We really have abandoned whimsy in our everyday life.
We have. I actually can't believe everyone just rocking around in the blue-red glasses.
Yeah. That was like some people... who is that one bloke that still does it as a... the music guy that does it as like a fashion statement? Can't remember. It was anyway, I can't remember. There's a music guy that still wears them as a fashion thing. Back into game. Both junglers going top to bot. Volibear we don't see as much of globally, but it is seen... So Skumon and G2 plays it a lot. Very, very, very powerful. Audio's cutting out intermittently. I wonder why that is. That is interesting. Ooh, flash away from that bot lane. Heal and flash used.
Yeah, this isn't ideal.
By the way, anyone in the other streams, by the way, is audio cutting out for anyone else? Steven's saying that in Onivia's chat. Is that true for anyone else, or is that just for Onivia? Or is it just for that viewer? I just need to check that out to see if there's anything I can fix with it. No one else has mentioned it, so I'm going to assume.
He's doing a good job. You don't have to be scared of Xin Zhao ganks as the TF. Like, if you ever lose Flash, it becomes very scary.
But apparently it's okay on Twitch, so might just be a problem with Onivia. It sounds okay on YouTube as well. We'll see if it's just an Onivia thing, and then we'll see if it's just a viewer thing as well. Thanks for letting us know about that. If there are any issues with the stream, of course we're doing this just off of a random PC in a bedroom, as we've been doing the whole year. Occasionally we have some issues with that. Dropping a little bit of farm for this. DMB is not doing that well versus Kati. You're right, he's doing a pretty good job of abusing the early matchup. And that means you have mid lane push for the first Scuttle. No, does he dash in for this? Gold card onto the Xin Zhao. Scuttle secured, I believe, by Guri there.
Yeah, did cost Flash though, so the top Scuttle... I mean, actually neither jungler has Flash right now. Ooh, that's rough. Okay. Good leap strike. Solo Kill's got this lane exactly where you wanted as Gragas though. Here we go.
No, Guri. Okay, so we're going into the early player here. Kanti's teleporting back in. Solo Kill, making sure that... I got flash over the counter strike. Does he have enough damage? I'm not sure about that. Bot back. Close trade. Flash used for nothing. It's a double Scuttle for Guri. I thought he was taking a fight he wouldn't win because Kanti wasn't in lane. Still gets it. Double Scuttle for the Volley Bear. That's a good start for Vikings.
That's right. Any jungler will tell you the game's completely over now because 2 Scuttle Crabs are picked up.
Jax doesn't have the flash. Now going backwards. Is there a leap strike? Oh, he used the knock up into the minion.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Naya!
That simply was willed by the cricket.
God Guo. He chooses who he pleases. Again, he's never incorrect. Only correct or lying.
I've been recently learning jungle. My player didn't like Diamond 4. I'm not very good at this role.
Right.
And that looks like me on the Xin Zhao right there. Accidentally auto-attacking preemptively and then just losing my knockup. And then you just count it as, you know, -1 second on your cooldowns and walk away. Oh my god. Actually, Kratos just got away with murder, man.
Ridiculous.
I'm so happy.
Like, using a flash to do nothing in top lane and then getting out anyway, he has got to be smirking. I mean, he's looking really chill now, actually. Look at that camera. He is just statuesque. By the way, great posture from Kratos.
Posture? Yeah.
I don't have my camera on. I am, like, properly shrimped up right now. I am not like that at all.
Bro, so am I. I'm in the shape of a C.
Yeah. Leave, gets rooted. Ooh, cleanses it away. Doesn't want to get caught by the bounding afterwards and the extra damage. Bot lane's been very even.
Oh, and look at Styles here. Oh my god, it's such a hair gap.
I will say, compared to GAM, Vikings' cameras are so much nicer. No, don't redeem a posture check. Oh, god. Sure, okay.
I'll tell you one thing, their mics must be too, because Levy's interview was...
It was proper microphone. It was proper, like, webcam mic territory. You're absolutely right.
I'm pretty sure he was. I'm pretty sure, because, like, he had an actual headset mic.
Yeah.
That was right next to his mouth, and he was still cutting out. So...
Might have been a bad headset mic, but then they probably can't say that, because they probably have peripheral sponsors.
Yeah, but surely, that would be the same mic they use in game, right? And he wouldn't be playing on that, surely.
That's true. That's true, you're absolutely right. Unless there was just, maybe it shows, yeah, it must have been a webcam mic, surely. Okay,
so it's like, it's maybe you went into like VMix and you know how like you have the option to go advanced or not, and he just didn't go advanced.
Or maybe it's like the default mic settings getting weird. Yeah.
Yeah, possibly.
Yeah.
But like for sure, like the headset on his head must have been used in game.
I get problems with my OBS when I change my default mic to the wrong thing and it doubles up the echo. It's strange. It's one of these weird tech magic things you end up getting used to. So we've had our first backs come through. Boots in for the Gragas rather against the Jax. I mean, 500 gold lead at 7 minutes. Jungle slightly ahead. Gets himself earlier towards the Cosmic Drive. At level 6 before Nio. I mean, you take those. It means that NIP don't go for an early playthrough Nio's Xin Zhao. Of course, LPL Xin Zhao has been, I mean, it's been a staple everywhere, but LPL Xin Zhao has typically been a very good champion.
For sure.
For us. Bot lane's been fine, you know, blown a summoner off of leave. And, I mean, it's going to come around to even early to mid-game skirmishes, which is, I think, a real blessing given how this series has kind of been drafted so far.
I think, I mean, the gold lead, while it's there, is somewhat fake because of TF. You know, the classic, like, just, I mean, he's up 400 gold for no reason.
He does print money. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
No one tell the IRS of Bilgewater.
Legit, actually. What is with that, man? How do you stop those guys?
Well, you know, Bilgewater is as Bilgewater does. One of the saddest things about Riot Forge folding is that we had a wonderful world set up with the Ruined King game, and we had Bilgewater set up, which did open the door to doing, like, Graves TF minigame through that as well. Would have been awesome.
Cool, yeah. What region, you know, like Arcane style of a show, what region would you be most interested to see?
So what I wanted to see was Arcane into setting up a couple of regions, the invasion of Ionia, and then you roll rounds of Ruination when you've set up enough characters. But I think the invasion of Ionia would have been really good to see, because there's so many cool characters in Ionia. Plus, I'm an Ari fan. Ult up towards top side, Kati does have Gold Card Blade loaded in, leave as a cleanse, and I don't think it will matter one bit. Who do they kill over to? They'll give it over to the Jax. Kratos takes his first kill of the game.
Nice. I mean, again, playing well around the side lanes this time. I mean, side lane slash just lane swap coming through, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, really good job. Way too pushed up, 2v or 3v2.
And now Kratos has.
They are going to concede drive.
Yeah, like Kratos has a decent lead now. That is actually a fine lead for them. So, drop started by NIP. Oh, I'm so sorry about GG. Here's NIP socials right now. Yeah, NIP. Not the best draft in the last game. Early game, now with a 1,000 gold deficit. Getting a little bit worrying. Style will hop over that. A little bit more damage. You can even open up a curtain call if you get another 4th shot onto him. Solo kill. Could of course cancel it with the ult.
Yeah, what a great start.
Oh, good can do that. Was nice for solo kill.
Flash.
Both summoners down. Now you do have the volley barrel if you want to dive, and you can also go for the curtain call afterwards. A little bit of CC, and that should be a dead solo kill. Guriel making that alive. Splash out to make sure the last turret shot didn't come through. Really clean dive. Not a bad attempt by solo kill at the first part to bop him under turret. Didn't have the members on the side of the map to protect him.
Yeah, what a great answer. Kratos, of course, paying the price on this side of the map, but still, I mean, it's a definite win.
Yeah, I know that Arcane was set after the invasion of Ionia, but I would like them to backtrack to it, because I think it would have been a really nice way to set the scene for it. Also, I just think it's a very cool period of time in League lore. There's a bunch of stuff you can do. I think there's stuff like Noxus or like Noxus Freljord as well. Leave, dodging out the W. Leave does have cleanse and flash. Kratos low HP. The Bard ultimate's okay. 4th shot, where's it going? Goes on towards the Varus and he goes down. Kratos is alive and there's no damage left. The Jax will take a kill. Doomby late to the party. Vikings are just faster to the play.
Join B, and his ultimate not there for Cardi. Ignite is okay. He's just gonna back out. But I mean, LCP, what a fucking what a region.
Mate, you're allowed 1 or 2 of them. It is a co-stream. I do it enough anyway. Hang on a second. Cardi has gold card. There's a flash to it available here. Goes to just out of range. Has the numbers gets onto him. Flash away. The W afterwards from the Jhin. Doesn't have the curtain call. Should be safe now. Ends up being a flash trade. Now, could potentially jump over the wall. Doesn't need it. Doesn't need the flash. Uses the first part of it. Crescent Guard using some extra damage. Good kill there. E landing from Doomby and has the perfect execution. 1 for 1. 2 for 1 total in the top side.
Okay. Not the best, but still, at least they were able to trade at least 1 back. Still definite lead here for the Vikings.
The solo
on the bottom side, I mean, I don't think it's likely they dive this guy.
No, but I think with the members they move towards top side, it's there. It's like, Vikings are just, it's like one of my favorite games ever. My favorite game ever is Halo Combat Evolved. And you know the opening cutscene, it's like, are they here? Of course they're here. They're faster. They've always been faster. Vikings are in fact the Covenant in this part of the cutscene. As they somehow find their way, they're always in the side lanes quicker. They've just brought more members to the play. And even last game, it didn't matter when Doomby was using a global to get to the side lane play. Vikings were there quicker too, even in that game too. I'm getting really worried for the macro of NIP. I think Vikings are just more cleanly playing the map.
Yeah, I mean, true, but I mean, Merctred's #1 has come through. So the game did just get made a lot harder.
True.
Entirely blatant. I think Merctred's are really, really bad for the Vikings. As in,
it works against everything but Battle. You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
Dive potential up here. Doomby doesn't have all gold card.
I think this is good for us. Guri has his ult.
Good for them. Bard gets himself.
Get in! Oh,
They've reset the aggro for them though. Doomby, can he get out of range? A little bit of damage from the tower, and it'll be 2 kills under the top turret. It was too far from NIP, and yeah, you're right. That was good for Vikings.
What a turnaround. I mean, it was very scary when the ult came through because like 100% Cardi was always dead. But they're able to get them locked down for long enough. It cost a long flash, but still, I think a reasonably good trade, all things considered.
I've been really impressed by Shilong's Bard. I think he's been really good at it. He's been in the right place. His ult there was crucial as well to buy extra time for the extra damage to come through. I thought initially it was like, oh, it would, you know, it's all it's going to do is reset tower aggro, and that's going to be a problem. It allowed Shilong to get into the play though and make it a 2-for-1.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, he's, again, I mean, I'll say this about literally every single Sealong champ, but he's very hit or miss. I think that's just by virtue, like, just how he plays. You know, you seem pretty aggressive as a player, willing to flash forward all the time, and unfortunately sometimes it's to the detriment. At least, yeah, this series has been pretty good, all things considered.
Vikings
obviously the first two games were very much
combat evolved with the combat with a K. Yeah, I can work with that, Steven. Ooh. I can work with that. We'll see how many Halo. Well, I mean, maybe I'll spare you the Halo references for now. But hey, I mean, I've got plenty of them backed up. Potential dive on the side lane. Night and Derby down here. A lot of defending members. Again, NIP just a little bit slow to this. Sky Splitter used for a bit of wave clear. We'll be able to clear out most of the wave here. Teleport to the other side of the map. 3 grubs for NIP means that they push towers quicker. But Vikings pretty happy to split the map right now.
I think all things considered, pretty fine. Map state, 2k gold lead, some of it fake from TF, but mostly it's just on Guri.
Which is really scary. Oh, and he is going for the Flicker Blaze Bard. He's not going to want the Ice Ball. He does want max cooldown. Oh, that is a wonderful Bard ult. The Doinby Akali ult, he doesn't help him much either. He'll ult out to safety. Does it matter? Guri still has ult. They can dive the turret. I think Doinby's just dead to rights. Do they have the ability to get him while he's invisible? No. The W comes back up. TF doesn't have ult to reveal him. Nio now comes down and thinks maybe he can take a bit of bite out of this too. What's the cooldown on the Counter-Strike left? It's coming out now. Varasol flashing forward. There'll be a kill back. Maybe the magical journey is wonderful. Guri, stun afterwards. Akali missing. Leave. Going on a one-man dive beyond the tower. He's still going into 3 people. How much work can he do? As the flanking Varus picks up another kill, or at least the first one of that play. That should, I guess, in the grand scheme of things, be a 1-for-1 in the bot lane play.
I think it's very overeager to try and continue chasing the Akali. It's just too hard, and like once you're under their tower, if W's up, you need Twisted Fate ult, and they didn't have it, so
yeah,
overextended quite a bit.
The one damn time you want to use it to reveal the Akali.
Yeah. I think he used it to go top as the play started happening too, which is, yeah, unfortunate.
I'm not gonna lie, I did not track that particularly well. Guri has second item, by the way, so he has Cosmic Drive and Flicker Blade. So this is the proper bounce power spike where you have just a million cooldown reduction. And the most important thing is your second W comes up very, very quickly, and that's where the damage and the healing comes in.
Blue's Herald? There's a Scry's Bloom, they're not going to use it. They see it with the blue trinket, but yeah, there's no way in.
Okay, so
Herald, I mean, last Herald was used as an escape. So
it was, but this one
still need to get value from it.
And this one does have 3 grubs behind it. I can't remember if the last one did.
Yeah, true.
But it has 3 grubs behind it. So if NIP choose to just throw it into a part of the map, maybe even 2 turrets get taken. So Vikings will, but they've been playing well against, well around side lanes. They're going to need to keep doing that because Herald with 3 grubs makes it a bit rough to trade evenly.
Pick up the second tower. Doinby will answer it though.
Yeah, the 3 grubs helping him because Akali's normally not great at killing towers. Grubs makes her actually into a side lane threat like that. So some extra gold towards Doinby. Gold still in the advantage for Vikings overall, and that gold is starting to fund stuff like Merc Treads potentially at some point. Solo kill went for the cooldown boots on the Gragas. Makes sense. You do need a lot of cooldown with the Gragas, but it is a shame to miss out on the Merc Treads. Nio really needs the Merc Treads soon, though. He wants towards his 2-item core of the Sunder Sky Black Cleaver. You understand why, but Merc Treads are, as you mentioned earlier, crucial in this game. Yeah,
kind of true. I'm not sold that Black Cleaver is the greatest item in this game. Just by virtue of like most of the damage, in fact, pretty much all of it being nice. Oh no!
Nio gets the kill. Gets the knock up onto Style. Cleanses out there. Good driving from Nio. Good response, saying, "Okay, can't hit the tower, but I can hit you." Damn, he's driving that like a warthog. Gets the tower kill, so it recharges this again. Hang on a second. I was wondering if he was going to drive past it and try and interrupt Style again. That would have been so big brain, actually. Does get the tower charge into the tower, though. Now it does have flash and ult. I think this is quite worrying for Vikings, actually. Good damage onto the tower. Handshake comes in. Ult coming through from Guri. Gets this. Oh my god, the Renata ult is disgusting. Fourth shot onto his teammate style. Not going to get the kill there. Vikings do protect their turrets.
Oh, that was scary. Good thing Jin does no damage, otherwise that could have been even worse.
Shut up. It's execute damage, trust. It's execute damage. Oh, God. Yeah, I mean, you know what? As soon as I saw that curtain call open up, I was thinking, does Nio just... I check in with God Gorp.
I saw it too.
I was wondering, like...
I mean, it probably would have killed him, but...
I actually wonder if it would have just killed him, and then you can take the tower anyway. I think that could have been the play. Maybe he could have cancelled and flashed out, but... God, it would have been so aura to drive into him twice with the same Herald.
Yeah. I mean, now... We're well and truly back in the game in terms of the gold. It is still slightly in favor of Vikings, but it's not to the point where anyone's got a massive advantage. It's just slight advantages that aren't resulting in an item lead, so it's pretty negligible.
Dragon up now. Yeah, no, the gold lead is kind of decorative, I suppose, at this point. Merc Tread's not quite in from Knight. See, if he'd gotten the kill onto Style, he would have had his Merc Treads.
True.
What could have been? What could have been? 2 items for the Varus is kind of scary if you messed up the engage now. Leaf doesn't have summoners though, so he's not as threatening as he could be. Renata helps him be a champion again. Gold card charged up in the brush. Nycat going to get that. Ooh, just about missing out on the handshake, but Solo does not miss that, and that's a great Varus ult. Karti does manage to get out, has Merc Treads of his own, which means he's a lot more safe. However, no one dies. And of course, the dragon does go over to Vikings. Is there any continuation in this play? I don't think so. At the end of the day, hang on, they might even look for a fight themselves now.
No, Guri's passionate.
Coming in with the Jax as well for the counter-strike. Doomby, does he land the E? No, I think it ended up missing, or even going onto the Grom. Good damage onto Nio. Doesn't have the Crescent Guard anymore, but just about makes it out. The bailout is ticked over to, and Nio doesn't have the funds to keep his company afloat.
Oh my goodness, man. These fights are so insane. Style just sitting there waiting for the Zin's ult to finally end. Lands the 4th shot. I'm so shocked they were actually able to take out Nio on the back of that. But he did go in with his E at the end, which allowed him to take a slight amount more damage, which ticked over the bailout. Exhaust also got put down onto Guri as he ulted out, so... Well,
I was wondering whether he went in to try and get... I don't know whether he thought he would die if he didn't get a Sundered Sky proc. Solo kill.
Oh, I mean, what a bait.
This is... You don't survive against this kind of duo like this. The cast comes through. I don't think it's going to change that much. Solo kill, taken out by Karti and Guri.
They're beautiful. Karti, I mean, baiting it perfectly well, and then also sidestepping the explosive cast. As you said, they're not going to find much. Steelong saves the day here, though.
This is an awesome battle. You're absolutely right. That is an insane battle. If that doesn't land, Karti dies. And then you're playing from a 4v5.
Yeah.
Karti, I mean, TF is not a carry, per se, in terms of the damage which he does, but his gold cards are really, really important to this team. And then, I mean, Leave goes to farm mid lane. He wants to push out that lane. There's obviously a miscommunication here because Leave is not at the play, and Vikings say, all right, no AD carry, no problems. Oh, that's so close.
He dies to Scorch, or was it red buff on TF?
Might have been red buff? Was there any other DOT?
Doesn't he even have Scorch? I don't know. Something ticked. Something burnt at the last second to take him out. I'm not sure what. But.
Yeah, and it's not like he's got a death stance or anything like that. I didn't see.
Still, a good response, I think. I wonder, knowing the Vikings, I think even if Leave is there, they'd still look for that turnaround. It would look really bad. But kind of lucking out, it almost feels like. Oh, okay. Hey, we take those. Leave losing his flash. Cost Style is cleanse and flash as well, though. It's ultimate. Chain of Corruption now down. Still Otacon being pinged. Very well aware of it, though. And Style doesn't have sums, but can just come up and drop that curtain call. There's nothing that can interrupt him. Great Tempered Fate to buy time. Sealong having to be very careful. He is dead.
Follow through. So that's a dead bard. You don't have that big disruption now. Teleporting in. Karti getting a gold card, and maybe Guri can do a little bit more. That cooldown on the volley bear, pretty nice. Not that tanky, and he'll go down, I think, to the ensemble CC. NIP will get themselves the Otacon with no smite on the other side, get themselves the kill and the objective.
Very close, but yeah, just having the numbers. Sealong is so important to this comp. Gets hit by that shuriken flip, and Doinby goes flying in, gets the kill. Otacon, it's going to make this game a lot harder. bunch of XP, bunch of stats, and you're really trying to blow people up with this CC lockdown.
I mean, that's a pretty big win for NIP. That gets them a lot of extra stats to play with. And again, anything which can... Oh, wow. This is something that we... Wow. Okay, so Flash for Flash, actually. Leave missing out on the kill opportunity. Close on that. But I suppose what it does mean is this, that the Jhin is no longer in a place to fight. So Leave... Last play, Leave ended up kind of going back towards mid lane and kind of throwing his team under the bus. There was a miscommunication, obviously. Here, he gets a huge play onto the Jhin. Oh my god, the Renata ult hits partway through his counter, his leap strike, so we can't get the stun as he lands because he's CC'd. Oh, that's so unfortunate. That is an awesome ult from Nymaera. Just about saves his AD carry there. That was clutch as hell.
And a big shutdown, I think, as well, going over to Leave from taking down Guri.
Apparently it was the Jhin auto, which had the red buff on it, by the way, which took down Naya, which we didn't spot before. Thank you for that.
All right, I thought Cardi got the kill. Maybe I'm...
Yeah, I don't look. Sometimes it's a little weird in terms of who actually gets the last tick of damage with that, with bailout.
Yeah.
Honor actually saying that over YouTube chat. I'm gonna trust them. I can't zoom back on the board right now.
Yeah.
Sure. Apparently the full name of the cricket is Guo Yongjie, which is a play on the words of the Arcane Season 1 opening song, which is called Gu Yongjie. It's not Guo. So the cricket is named after an arcane pun. Right. Good to know.
Well, this game got made so much harder.
Yeah, how many Merc Treads are we in there? Because of feats of strength, they even get the upgraded magic shield on them. That's kind of nasty.
Yeah.
Leave has cleanse, he feels less important about that. But just having the Akali and the Shinzao being able to just kind of walk up a little bit more brazenly and tank CC is kind of huge. Pick on towards...
gonna have to ult out.
Yeah, and the problem with this build, without going for the Iceborne, is that you do struggle a little bit for some tanking. It's not too bad, though. Flash is out. Could be worse. But then they get the catch on to Sulong. He's had a great game on the board. Kratos, can he get the counter-strike they need? Goes golden to Zumbi. Still gets the CC into the backline. Not a great Renata ult. Nio on the back. Can he get back into the play? Yes, he can. Gold card loaded up. But the Merc Treads are not going to really let that have much value. Guri getting some extra healing, but he doesn't have the flash or the ult this time. And Nio finally gets his chance to go in and do a bit of work. Guri stands to fight, so the
no one can walk up. No one can walk up. Yes!
It's a massive amount of damage for Vikings. The Jhin does damage, Bastion! You lied to me! The champion does damage!
Oh my god. Niket in the middle of that team fight as well. Headbutts a wall. Oh my goodness. They overchase so hard. Everyone's like 1 HP. Jin's just sitting there with a 4th shot and Nio just sends it in.
Oh, sorry. I actually...
No one else could go anywhere near.
I just had the most awkward moment as Sam came to come open the door and I went to go close the door because I didn't want to open for the volume, which I just screamed at. Oh my god, what a messy fight. NIP overchase thinking that they've won it. I mean, it's a great spread of the Varus ult there as they managed to pick off Bard. And I thought, well, okay, you know, no cooldowns left on the volley bear. Bard's gone. Surely this is a lost fight. If there's one thing you got to know about Vietnamese teams, they always find a way to continue the fight. So much HP is down. Yeah. I didn't quite respect how much HP was down at this point in the fight. Niket's basically 0, Leave is basically 0, Doomby's under half HP. What happens to those cards out there? I mean, Naya goes in. I don't think Naya realizes how low health everyone else is. And, I mean, does Stahl just kill everyone? What? Oh, no!
Yeah, he just headbutts the wall.
Oh, my God. It probably actually, you know, looking back at it again, that's actually not that much Jhin damage, but I'd like the call in the moment.
No, that's fine. Sometimes we gotta cope about the Jhin thing. Yeah. I understand. Oh my god, what a chunk of damage. Chain of Corruption goes completely wide.
Kratos. The Kati's popped the ult, makes Doomby go visible. Guri's taking a lot of damage, but again, that second W gives him a lot more HP if he gets a chance to activate it. This is a close game, mate. This is really close. Within 2,000 gold.
It is. I think Vikings really need to just like disallow the Baron, because obviously Varus is going to take it very, very quickly, and they don't really have that same luxury. Somewhat they do with the volley bear jacks, but you know, coming from Jhin just doesn't really do neutrals that well. But they are on Soul Point off the back of that last fight. Yeah, really, that's what they should be playing for.
The more I look back at that last fight, the Jhin actually did so little.
Yeah, I mean, okay, in fairness, he did little, but he was just sitting there with his 4th shot ready. Like no one could walk up because of that. Which while not doing damage, it's like the threat of the damage.
When everyone's under half HP, then you start getting afraid of it, really, because there's so much execute damage in the kit.
Yeah. And everyone was, except Nayo, who just sent it in, and the Jin just pretty much played guard.
I'm going to quickly leave you alone. I'm just going to very quickly go sort something out. Just be 1 second.
No worries. The Vestian takeover. Alright guys, while I'm here, while I've got it alone, VCS, they're winning this one. Look at this. What an absolute beautiful game state. I mean, it's very, very even. Let's be entirely honest, but I think One of Dragon Soul makes this a very interesting game. Oh, they've started up the Baron. We do have... Oh, they have no idea. They have absolutely... Okay, they put down the pink wall. They know. They put down the blue trinket. Curtain Call is their tier fault. They get them off. Yes. No, they just tried to sneak it in. And honestly, Style started channeling a recall when it started, so I got a bit panicked.
All good. Okay, well, we're into tense late game now. Well, this is where typically... I don't know. I'm actually not sure which team I favor in terms of, like, player names, because obviously I don't know as much of the veterancy of these players and how they thrive in late game. Obviously, NIP has some veterancy in Doomby, but with the way that Nightcat's playing and Nio are playing, which is a little bit off, I do worry a little bit for NIP. Baron started by them. Kati has his ult back up.
Nowhere near.
Yeah, Kratos is coming over. Doesn't have flash for the fight. It's a pretty nasty, you know, Jax angle if you can get into the backline. Guri gets the W down. Oh, bottle to stop the Baron.
Oh, yeah.
Right. Do they do anything off of this? It's just a delaying right now. Holding the fourth shot. Oh, Guri.
Guri is just dead.
What has he done? Oh, that is disaster. Kati goes down too. That might just... Okay.
Oh, no.
Did we have a DC mid-fight?
Oh, we did. Oh. Kratos just DC'd on the screen.
Oh, Jesus. Can they chrono break these games? Will they? We might...
Generally, to do a chrono break, my understanding is there needs to be like a Riot person there. Like, there's specific people that can do it.
I mean, it looked so strange that he jumped in.
Yeah. Yeah, everyone's just kind of standing still, and Guri just walks in a straight line in, and I don't know how Cardi was where Cardi was, but maybe, yeah, I don't know. Oh no, I hope there's something that can be done if
I don't want this to be a stupidly long pause. So there were some pauses earlier in the day because of network issues for GAM.
They were very brief.
This is not really what we want to see. Obviously, this is not what we want to see, because it takes the momentum out of the game. I mean, folks, okay, due to the network instability, the match will start shortly. So that assumes that they're not going to remake. I guess they have to go on. There were some face palms on the Vikings team members as the pause came in. I wonder if this is something that would have been remade for if they had the ability. Maybe. But I don't know whether they have the capability for this event. So,
yeah.
It did look like a lot of Vikings just kind of... I mean, how else did Guri end up in that position? Like, there was no one even close.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, he was literally by himself with a curtain call coming across against a full
put it this
team.
Way, look, if he ended up there because of a mistake, fair play. If he ended up there because he clicked forwards and then DC'd, like, that sucks. That does suck. I mean, what else are you going to do at that point?
And especially at this point, like, this is Baron and probably, like, creates a game state that is almost insurmountable.
3 Vikings members literally froze, they DC'd. I mean, yeah, we did see earlier in the day, GAM paused due to network issues. Now, there's only so much you can do about it. This is an online tournament, it's being played remote. It just sucks that it happens in such an important moment in the game, because that was a winnable angle for Vikings. That is a winnable angle.
I think really all we can hope for is that, like, if it was a DC, that there is a chrono break option. Like, I think you'd hate to remake this game.
Now, in Vietnam, there's a huge storm. That might be what's affecting... Okay, I didn't realize that. So perhaps that does change some of the network issues. We did, yeah. I mean, it just sucks that it has to impact it in this way. Yeah.
Yeah.
So apparently due to inclement weather, the network is kind of going crazy. Well, I guess they can't do anything about it, folks. We're back into live. It sucks. Vikings will lose the Baron. They lose 2 off of that. They're not dead for 200 seconds. Trust me, don't worry about it. NIP get the Baron. Vikings lose 2. NIP in a huge, huge lead.
Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate. I mean, you know, we don't actually know if something like that did happen, so I guess just go off and...
Yeah, look, at the end of the day, we don't have any more details. We can kind of guess by context that it's likely they froze just before the Baron. It fucking sucks, but what can they do? I doubt they have the ability to chrono break. Whatever.
Yeah,
I go on.
I think chrono breaking is a very... like a hard thing to do, is my understanding. Like it's, you know, you have the possibility of just completely breaking the game. So.
I mean, yeah, look, I mean, I can maybe ask around and see what happened, but I would imagine we're gonna get some information about this at some point anyway. We saw though there's some lag earlier from GAM. Maybe it's the same thing here. It looked pretty much like it. Whatever. I guess we just gotta deal with it from here now.
It's fine.
And I suppose, and the most important thing, during the moment of the pause, where was the cricket? Where was
That's actually a good point.
Where was our green god?
He could have mercy on the Vikings for that, you know.
Oh, Bardo onto the Varus. He has cleanse and flash. I don't really know if you can force onto that. There wasn't really that much follow-up. Cask is not great either. Some decent poke coming out from the Varus. So, yes, he is the on-hit value, Varus, but he does have some decent base damage. Oh, that's a good Renato all over the wall. Hits 3 of them. Oh my god, Salda's 4th shot is barred in the face!
Oh no.
Jin finally does damage, and it's to his own goddamn support. He gives him the extra attack speed from the takeover, and it puts so much extra damage into it. 3 dead now, I believe. Another one joins them. Kratos comes in to kill the Akali, but I don't think he can save the game. Vikings, this will be a controversial result to many, I am sure. NIP will win the 3rd game after the Baron, and the pause which was there cancelled away. Kratos can't even see the falling of his own Nexus. NIP will win this series 2-1.
Yeah, fair play. I mean, it's always going to be unfortunate, but I think, like, obviously being a fan of the LCP, I'm pretty happy, ultimately, with how Vikings performed. Losing in the way they did is heartbreaking, and it probably means that there's no chance of them getting out of the group, but realistically, you know, this showing they had against NIP, I think, was something that they can be proud of.
Yeah. It's Cricket X Machina? Oh, shut up, Charles. I mean, yeah, folks, there's going to be a load of people who's going to find this controversial. I understand why. Reality is, you can't remake the game because you don't have a Riot team there, I believe, to do so, based on the context which we've seen. And I doubt you can remake the whole game because that means that it's going to go like an hour beyond schedule because of draft and then game. I guess there's the limitation of the event which they put on. Yeah, it sucks. It sucks.
Fair enough.
Yeah, it sucks.
It is what it is, though, and I think the Vikings can be pretty happy with how they played. It is the end result, right? Like, this game, sure, NIP won, assuming it was connection issues, which, you know, obviously it did look like. I think this game would have gone for a lot longer. And who knows what the result could have been, but I think NIP and Vikings pretty evenly matched, realistically, right? Game 1 and 2 were just felt like draft wins. Game 3, very, very close with, you know, fairly close matching drafts.
Yeah, I can imagine that a lot of Vietnamese fans are going to feel really shit about that. And you by the way, that is completely valid. That is completely valid to feel like that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, the one saving grace.
I mean, I'm just wondering. The only way that maybe you can solve that is have like a gentleman's agreement to not take the Baron, reset, and then do it again. But then,
yeah, possibly.
That's not. There's no precedent for that. Maybe you could have had a gentleman's agreement, but I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is, but I think again, you know, they can be happy. And again, the one saving grace for the Vietnamese fans is typically GAM is their favorite team, and they still won. So, you know, I mean, it's not exactly what you would have wanted, and oh, it is what it is, man. You can't change what happened.
Yeah, I mean, as an LPL fan, this doesn't feel great either. Not gonna lie, because let's be honest, it's been a bad day for the LPL. This series was not, you know, it wasn't dominant from NIP. I think there was any world in which they could have lost this. I think Vikings were way better on side lanes. I think that this game they've gotten away with one a little bit here. So yeah, I don't know. I'm sure there's going to be a bunch of talk about this on socials after. Of course there will be. I mean, the reality is, what can you do about it? You either remake, which drags the schedule an hour later, which maybe affects the third series, which feels not great for them.
Yeah.
There's that, or I doubt you can replay it on another day. Replaying, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. So I guess you have to just play on, unless there's a gentleman's agreement, which NIP are not obligated to do, I suppose. Yeah, doesn't feel great.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, it's not NIP's fault either, right? Like,
no, yeah, it's look, folks, yeah, that's the big thing, folks. This game is not NIP's fault. It's not NIP's fault. They're just playing the game that's there.
Yeah, and I mean, like, as any competitive player of esports or sports would do, you know, it's like, okay, this happened, and like, well, I mean, they probably don't like that it happened too, you know, like a lot of competitive players want the game to be fair and competitive, and if that, you know, if they get a win for free, then it's like, okay, we got a win for free, but it doesn't typically feel good. And it also, again, is not their fault.
Oh well, that's the second series done. That's,
crazy Renato.
Yeah. That's like what you do with that's like the Maokai like, particularly at that angle on this turret, Maokai Renata ults are disgustingly strong there.
Yeah.
Seraphine used to be very good at that too.
Yeah, I mean, well played by NIP. I think, again, though, this series proves, to me at least, that the LCP, I guess our top 5 teams are very competitive.
I'm seeing a lot of comments about how NIP was smiling and laughing in the cameras. Obviously, it doesn't look good on the surface of it, but we don't know what they're talking about there. So they could be just. I'm not gonna blame them for something which I can't hear. It looks bad, of course, in the situation, and I kind of want them to clarify that because it feels kind of shit, you know. But I wouldn't assume stuff, folks.
I guess, in fairness, like, you know, even if they're laughing about what happened, you see a volley bear that's exceedingly fed just walk in a straight line at you, it is somewhat funny, you know?
Yeah.
Just straight as out of humor, it is somewhat funny to see that happen. This is a very fair player of the game. I think he was...
Yeah, I mean, he had one or two different moments, flash. That one ult on the top on the turret was insanely good.
Yeah. I think he found a lot of good, like the ult at as well.
Jesse. I'm not saying you didn't see it, but you don't know the context of it and what they are saying. Yeah. Don't assume the context of it. You don't know what they're joking about necessarily. While it might be likely of one thing, I'm not going to assume it. I'd like them to clarify, actually. I would do. Because it feels a little bit unsportsmanlike to laugh in a situation like that, because it is very unfortunate for them.
Yeah.
But just, we don't know the full context of what they're saying. We don't have their comms, right? And I'm sure, actually, and let's be honest, folks, I'm pretty sure the Chinese fans will also be getting on their case for that, because the Chinese fans will not be happy with this series either. So, yeah. Doonby and NIP teams are always laughing after wins. He hypes them like that. Because Doonby is a very upbeat player when he's winning, for sure. What did they laugh at? So they were laughing on cameras towards the end of the game, which, of course, after the DC and the Baron, the win of the Baron, obviously looks like they're laughing at the DC. We don't have the context to say that, though, so I wouldn't assume that until you know the context, which is obviously hard to get here. Yeah, I agree, Seymour, though. Just don't assume it'll make them.
好啊，欢迎多恩币来接受我们的采访。那今天也是获得了本次亚洲邀请赛的首胜嘛，想要问一下，此时此刻自己的内心的感受是怎样的呢
？You guys scared to lose to the VCS? Hey, I'm a big VCS fan. Hell yeah. I've been a GAM fan for a very long time.
I'm a big fan of the VCS too, and the PCS, and the LGL. No longer OS, repose. No, I am a big OS fan.
Yeah. Honestly, I just feel so shit.
I'm gonna save the region.
I mean, yeah, I'm going to assume that they don't have a remake planned into the schedule, because in 3 series days, if you do a 3rd series and it goes long, it might go beyond midnight, and that runs into labor laws and a bunch of other stuff. That's often the way it works, anyway.
Yeah, I think ultimately the takeaway is, like, while the situation sucks, it's not NIP's fault. It's not Vikings' fault. It just is what it is, and you know, you can't do much about it.
Yeah,
CFO can beat IG, absolutely. I think CFO should beat IG.
Yeah. But like, I will agree, folks. Laughing on camera like that is a bad look. It is a bad look, and I do want them to clarify that, actually. Obviously, I don't understand Mandarin, so I don't know if they're talking about that in this interview. I doubt they will. But they might talk about it on socials later.
Yeah. Cool. I'm pretty happy with today, ultimately.
Yeah. As an Aussie fan, you're probably
exceedingly close, for sure.
然后今天比赛其实也看得出来，我觉得我们现在最大的问题是送的太多了，实在是不知道是哪一波是可以这么。
This makes me more excited for Worlds, really.
Yeah. No, this is honestly, this is associate. It feels unfair. It feels like we've been robbed of a much more thrilling game 3. There was a genuine world where we had a double VCS upset over LPL.
Yeah, I mean, it probably all banked on whatever happened that fight too. This is the sad thing, you know. We would have, like, however that fight ended up playing out, if there weren't DCs, was probably going to decide how the game went.
Yeah. But no, I mean, like, the DC is not something which tournament or that NIP can control. Yeah. And make no mistake, folks, like, the Chinese fans are going to be, like, giving them hell for this, too. It's not just you who are fans of the VCS, the Vietnamese fans. There's definitely going to be Chinese fans on their case, too. So yeah, if anyone sees anything on Weibo, any statements about it, you let us know.
Oh well, I guess I need to pack because I'm.
Right, well, honestly, Vestian, it's been really cool. It's been really cool having you on here.
Yeah, you too.
Thanks for giving us some extra perspective on the VCS and the LCP. So everyone, please give a big hand and a shout out to Vestian, who is one of the LCP English casters, who's joined us here today to provide some extra perspective and some entertainment here for LCP teams. Yeah, really enjoyed having you on.
Thank you very much for having me. And again, I mean, if we ever have the opportunity to do this again, or even in a more official capacity, I'll be a bit more high energy. It's 1 AM here, so my flatmates are sleeping, so you know.
All good.
But yeah, I really appreciate you having me, and it's been a pleasure. And yeah, go the LCP at Worlds, and I guess this tournament for GAM, who still I think have a chance. All right, I'll catch you later. Thank you so much.
See you in a bit. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, let's see what Sam's gonna be doing actually. Yeah, I mean, if you'd like to, Sam. Well, it's all good if you want to, obviously. But yeah, no. So basically, folks, earlier I started screaming at the player in the bot side jungle, and I was like, oh god, my door's slightly open. So I went to go close the door, just as Sam went to open it. So I'm just like, huh, I closed the door on Sam, like, oh shit.
I had a whole gin and tonic joke ready.
Oh, shut up.
Like,
Well,
it was gonna be great.
Okay, we're gonna put some adverts on, folks, and get ready for our last series. Hoopu is a review site where people, like basically netizens, can rate players after a game. They're already fighting on Hoopu? That does not make sense. That does not surprise me, rather. Can I do a Worlds tier list? Yeah, I actually might do after this series. Looking forward to Xiaohu versus Showmaker. I mean, Showmaker is better than Xiaohu right now. Xiaohu's been okay, but
加里奥在大招落，抵消一下
了，还被拉满。
皇子盖得很满，盖了4个，皇子先倒，但这个位置的话，徐武已经把自己的伤害给打出来了，再一勾，勾到一个加里奥残血，没有任何的这个逃生手段，交闪现，再往前追击。
指的是另外一边的 Raptor， 想要先秒这个位，同样反弹回去了这个恶意收购，只打到了凯林一个人，多 NB。想配合队友先秒微微还有半血，贾克斯跳过来以后 ，Raptor 很能扛啊，最后还是倒下了。Vikla 所有技能灌在骚洛克身上，骚洛克有一个金身，战争高峰再刮一下，沿途抬到多 NB 叫闪现的嘲讽，但是迪亚波也有闪现，骚洛克再度跟上来一个闪现的跳斩，找到 Vikla， 这样的话这一波最终是变成了 NIP 的大获全胜，杰斯赶到正面战场 ，NIP 所有人都还。
Okay, I gotta do. Hang on a second. I've gotta. Where's my pick'em thing? Here it is. I didn't fit. How do I share this? I was sharing my pick'ems. That's the wrong thing. How do I do a leaderboard thing? I need to do the rest of this later. Rewards and leaders. How do I make a leaderboard? Share? No, that's the sharing to my pick'ems. That's how do I make a league table thing? Leaderboards, this is the one. There we go. I invite other players, there we go. Okay, let's do the rest of our pick'ems next time around.
自身的肉度还是挺够的，还有个救赎。这个位置的话，落地之后的葵桑提又要被起火，葵桑提想找一个人带 W 还没有放出来，就已经被起火成功了。天崩地裂，想要进场输出的这个位也被起火，卡莎继续哇！卡莎跟 Kalis 的冲击波来了波完美的配合，在空中卷出了3个人。
我没见过这一幕，原来卡莎也能带球吗？这到底有多优？
Oh, I feel so bad for them. Have I casted any UK lands? I'm actually not sure. I've cast some tournaments within the UK, but I haven't cast a LAN in the UK. No, I don't think so. I mean, I've cast people in like PC gaming cafes, and I cast like a Belong Arenas thing once. But I've never cast a LAN in the UK, no. I've cast from the UK, but not like a tournament in the UK.
풀 쓴 건가?
니코 풀 썼어 이거. 니코 풀 피아노 풀 썼어. 그냥 라크라고 주고. 빼고.
할만한데?
동현. 할만한 거 아니야? 뒤에 하고 피한데.
설마.
하고 있는 중.
해주던 거. 잘했는데?
근데 잘했다.
겨자 먹고.
앞으로 질러볼래? 나 볼게.
Isn't a PC cafe basically a LAN anyway? Not for League, it's not.
산테 보고 미드 가서 살리자 이거.
나 칠 없다.
해줄게.
피아나 아래 있다.
피아나 미드라인 끊으러 간다.
미드라인 살려줘.
미드 탈박 갈게 바로.
턴가도 끝나지 않냐 이거? 야 바텀 가자. 할만해.
Okay, I gotta go for a real break real quick. A real break? I'm a real boy. I'm gonna go just have that bathroom break. Oh, gotta reset a little bit. Yeah, did you see what happened last game stuff?
开这个你。
可以开哟。
开来了。
拿完吧。
3个钟吧。
我们大楼是吧？还行。咱只能计划有变要，听说计划有变要怎么办呢？
还有情况吗？
还得有，3天也好。哎，这个现在不让上这个。我1、2两。
好，各位召唤师们，欢迎大家回来，继续锁定我们205亚洲邀请赛的直播现场。大家好，我是程风2。
大家好，我是王刚。
同样，今天还有一场波3等待大家的观看，就是大家最为关注的啊，这个许哥大战小虎。
喜剧的一集。
是的，那当然还是要同步一下各位观众朋友们，本次赛事由虎牙直播、斗鱼直播、哔哩哔哩直播联合主办，感谢西安 WBG 主场的全程制作。好，那也是先请这个松哥给大家带来一下这场比赛的一个前瞻吧。除了两边的这个中单之外，
如果说你要把视角移开这个中单，那我建议是这一把比赛，我觉得它的风味就下降，
就佛系的看了，
就没有那个感觉，知道吗？啊，我现在必须看到2个中单的那个就是头像在屏幕前面来回交替，
还有那个人体的立牌，
对我必须看到它，我已经忍不住了。但是在之前我们还是先看看现在一个小组赛的基本情况啊。
是的 ，DK 目前还是在 A 组里面啊。1场败绩都没有拿到，那当然他里面也是只出战了1场，1杠0。微博还有这个JDG，包括京东他们都是有1分的。然后 B 组方面的话，还是 BFX 2杠0领跑整个榜单。那1杠1的队伍分别是有着龙星啊，还有说这个 NIP 啊。
我本来以为啊，就今天可能是我们相对平淡的一天，然后等到最后一场比赛的时候，就是2位喜剧型中单给我们做一个那个收尾，让大家意犹未尽一下。
是的。但
没想到今天上来比赛2场劲儿都这么大
，2场波3都让别人看的就是那么的
我在一线
啊！好，看一下首发的阵容。DK 方面上路的 C5 打野 Lucy 的中路 Showmaker， 下路是 Amy 和 Barrow。
Well, hello, chat.
个坚毅的眼神，而另一边是我们更熟悉的5人，上单的呼吸。
Hope you're all doing alright in there.
下路的 Light 和松松。
是的。 到这个 DK 跟微博的交手啊，然后微博其实在这一次的这个发挥来讲的话，并没有说特别的，就是像季后赛打的那样子，现在是打成了一个1比1嘛。昨天的话也是被这个京东2比0的比分给拿下了。
就这么说，因为第一场我解说完那个京东的比赛之后，我在后台那边瘫着，
怎么说？
我一直想个问题，我怎么想都想不明白。就我说，昨天不是那个京东是2比0弄掉了微博吗？再看今天京东打这个比赛这个情况，我现在越来越担心微博的情况了。
就你会比较的怀疑，是微博在这个小组里面的这个食物链到底是排在
对，我现在不知道了。但我现在有个中线希望，就这一切是个圈，
是一个循环
circle，我很希望，好吧。
反正我觉得就是微博对到 DK 的这个战队，然后这个战绩比分如果说来到2分的话，那就更有出现了一个优势了。那当然，选手的登场是已经准备就绪，马上来看一下前方。
Well then. D plus Kia in the top lane, Shiwu in the jungle, Lucid in the mid lane, Showmaker. What am I gonna do for the 4th voice? In the bot lane we got Aiming, and for support it's Barrel. Wow, he is the Rammus user. I'm gonna stop doing that now. That was a bit silly. I had fun. But that's enough of that. That's enough of that. It is. Look at these incredibly dead-eyed humans who are functional humans capable of playing the game of League of Legends, who are definitely there in the studio. And in no way cardboard cutout stand-ins.
Oh,
that would never happen.
Hello, I'm back.
Oh my god.
Well, we're getting closer towards the 3rd and final series of the day. Have I done Peckham's yet? I've done most of my pick and not the full thing. I'll finish that off at the end of the day and then I'll go into Ghost of Yeti. Kind of tell how that last game went. Kind of same. It just doesn't feel good watching games like that because you know watching it, like, that's all people are going to talk about.
Yeah.
Understandably so. It feels shit. Potentially it could have been historical. Ended up being kind of tragic.
Yeah.
Points drops down a bit. No, it's the So people are killing NIP on Weibo, but so far the best one is someone who just writes great sportsmanship in the most condescending tone. I mean, this is the thing. It's like we don't have the full context of what was happening in NIP comms. It does look pretty bad that they were laughing at the end of that game because,
like, I get that it was absurd.
Same, but also just like laughing at someone else's misfortune is that shit comes around, you know.
I'm never gonna recover. How could you cut my arm? I'm in incalculable amounts of pain. You're gonna have to pay me back by cooking food this evening.
Viper saying that IGT1 will be an evenly matched game. Very cool.
That could be a fun one.
It's because Viper was saying that he hopes his ex. God, whoa! God,
Oh, ye faithful of the God Grasshopper, be upstanding for the litanies.
How quick will it choose them? It's right down the middle right now. How quick is it? How quick is it going to climb out of the box?
And here we see Grasshopper the Hut looking to decide for our Bunter Classic between Damwon and Kia. Is it D plus Kia?
D plus Kia.
It is D plus Kia now, yeah.
Has been for years.
I know, it's just they've just always been down one in my head.
It's slightly edging towards D plus Kia.
Yeah.
I mean, I do call them down one a lot.
That's true.
There you go. They've edged over towards down one. D plus Kia.
Damn.
The team with Kia in its name.
Damn, they won.
Damn, they won.
Showmaker's so pleased.
Do the players know that this is happening?
One would hope. They've got a really big screen behind them as well, so you have to make sure you don't start scrubbing VODs on it.
Right,
that would be because that would be really foolish. No one would ever do that of a live game.
No one would ever do it. Exactly.
During the game, that would be absurd. No pro.
也挺好。其实，在这个 S 赛来临之前，我们还能看到这么多位传奇的中单或者说传奇的选手能够在亚洲邀请赛上面去battle。对观众。
Well, we move on. Damwon Weibo. Did we see this at Worlds 23 in group stage?
Sure, maybe actually.
Did we see this at Worlds at some point? I wonder if we did, actually. Game start. Looks like we're getting interrupt. There we go. Game start. Game start.
Is it Apatu? That would make sense.
Listen to the song.
I have all the time actually.
Then how do you not know how it goes? Yeah, that's how. That's definitely how it goes. Shut up. Talk about draft.
It is because they're doing the letters. That's the point. Anyway. Rise gets banned away from DK.
Yeah, Weibo knocked out Damwon, D plus K in 24 Worlds group stage.
Gasp.
It was their last matchup.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Understandably as well, DK are not giving Tiana, which is probably the wisest thing, because if there is anyone in the LPL who was probably the father of pro Kiana in the jungle, it's Tien. Like, this guy mashed 2019 World. So understandably he's getting taken off the board. I have first pick option here for Weibo Gaming. They've got double control mages they banned away. They can look towards Orianna first pick if they want to go that route. We've seen a little bit of that.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, yeah, it's the strongest laning mid still. I think the nerfs come in now. There are Orianna nerfs, either on this patch or the next one. But
they nerfing her ability with Roa.
Her W is being nerfed quite heavily. Like, it's quite a lot of significant nerfs actually in terms of her damage output, which means that her poke is a lot less in lane, which, you know, affects a bunch of other things too. So yep, it will be a little bit less powerful now. That Showmaker has been going a lot of LeBlanc. LeBlanc's been picked a lot by the LCK teams, and Showmaker did play this on day 1. Folks, this tournament's kind of been just Damwon taking out their anger on the rest of the teams.
It really has been. And to be fair, on the matchup as well, you know, historically, LeBlanc used to be played into Orianna a fair amount because, yes, Orianna, if she just got to trade for free on you, was good at it. But one of the scary things about LeBlanc is you can close down the distance on the Orianna. You can dodge out of the shockwaves. You can threaten with the change. You've got good gank setup. And that is not something Orianna really enjoys. See, back to the late days of Tristana mids and stuff as well. When you could ensure that Orianna doesn't just get to say no from a screen away. It's not how it works. There's the Jarvan as well. It's a good combo and a takeaway from that Orianna. Kai'Sa now locked in for Weibo Gaming as a light specialty, locking in the Nico, which has been, I feel like, the LPL specialty option to go with the Kai'Sa of late, especially Blue 2-3.
Yeah, it's pretty much been the whole split has been Kai'Sa Nico, because Kai'Sa's not the best laning champion. She's fine, but she's not the best laning champion. Nico is one of the best laning supports, so it carries Kai'Sa through lane, and then they're actually a very good snap engage combo later on into the game, so they kind of just work at all points at it. Other side though, you know, Jarvan, pretty damn good against the Orianna, takes it away from the Orianna to have some extra follow-up, and you're pretty happy.
I'm getting a premonition. It's going to be Jarvan AP support for the attack speed and better jungle.
You're going back to the SK Gaming treats Jezu bot lane of Kalista Jarvan.
I am, yeah.
It was a good time. I enjoyed that.
You called that, didn't you?
Ages ago, yeah. In fact, I might have cast that way back in the day, yeah. Maybe. It was a fun time. I enjoyed it. Because that was back when Jarvan's base damages were really high, and you could go towards something like Spell Thief for the extra damage, because it did extra damage back then. Oh, maybe it didn't do it back then. Anyway, it was really good back then for reasons. Yeah, and second round then, so no jungle, no top laner for Weibo. No top lane. No, they have an ambassador.
No bot lane.
No bot lane for them, right.
Of course, it is Beryl. There's always a world where we have to be aware of things like Rammus coming out.
Oh God, no.
I need to shout out again that G-Sun did amazing work getting for the English broadcast Rammus cam.
EU LEC brothers, yeah, we appreciate it. I miss the old LeBlanc avatar. Look, I don't mind the way that the splash art looks. I don't like the way that this champion looks in game now. They've removed animations from LeBlanc, so she doesn't have a slow walk and a fast walk animation.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
And a lot of her animations are just very clunky.
I do think her new model's very nice though. I love the combat.
But the animations don't use it well, so I play less LeBlanc than I did because it feels less fun to play.
I feel like a lot of her skins ended up not being quite as nice.
Her base skin is one of the best ones. Actually.
Yeah, because I think her base skin's actually quite nice, but I think
Ravenborn's still good. Ravenborn's still good.
And IG's still pretty solid.
Ooh, that'd be a bit different. It's okay.
Sets up for potential Yunara angle here. Actually, is what I'm thinking. If you've got that already, or a Jinx, I suppose. So I think that might be less safe into the Kai'Sa. I feel like at least Yunara is okay in a knife fight.
Yeah. See, people agree with me. Feels less nice to play. Thank you, Haikaze. Thanks to the followers. I appreciate it. I wonder. Yeah, Yunara is like the DPS AD carry that actually has a good laning phase right now. Not everyone has that, but she's very good in lane. Does quite well versus stuff like Nico, as you were saying. We're looking for a jungle and a top laner. could go towards that Vi for the Vi Orianna. That was a big thing last year. Less so in this one. Top lane. Oh yeah, we're gonna go towards Breathe Rek'Sai. Weber had some. They had a pretty bad series versus JDG. They lost the series versus JDG. Yes, they did 2-0 versus that one. And they lost their first series. Did they win? Hang on. I'm thinking. God, my mind's all over the place because we've been casting so many games recently. Aiming now, thinking about which carry is gonna go into. Problem is, Yunara into Vi feels a bit bad.
I think it's not going to be great fun into the Rek'Sai either, because Yunara only has so many saves to her name.
They hovered the Xayah. And Xayah is less good at kind of hyper carrying, I suppose, in the current meta than Yunara, who has a bit more ability to jump forwards and be aggressive. But Xayah can actually, you know, ult the Vi ult, which is important.
All the Rek'Sai ult, all the Nico ult, like this, because the problem with Yunara, she wasn't going to save herself. But there has always been, there's been two modes of thoughts into Xayah when you're trying to play against her.
Kaisi, I completely agree, by the way. I also miss old Ezreal. I've never been able to use the new Q that well compared to old Ezreal Q.
Yeah. Because the thing with Xayah as well, there's two modes of thought into it, right? One is just outrange it, so she doesn't actually get to do the thing because you just stay out of her feather range. The other option is just have so many ways to blow her ult that she never actually gets to use it properly. That's true. Which has often been, and I was like, can I just have so many ways to blow Xayah ult that she just never is actually safe?
Yeah, no. If you can get that consistently, it's good. I mean, do they have the ability to do that and not die in this game?
Trickier. I think they've got tools to blow the ult at least. I just don't know how easy it'll be to do it and then Lulu ult after.
Put it this way. The only thing which I think... So typically I don't like playing Xayah into Orianna because of that reason. Because the shockwave, if it's just like Xayah versus Orianna, typically you blow ult for ult and that works out better for the Orianna.
Yeah.
Lower cooldown. Xayah needs her ult to fight. Orianna doesn't always in the same way. Oh, yeah, whatever. The rest of them, though, kind of need to go in melee range, I think, to go get it. You know, the Vi, the Nico. If they're trading their ults in melee range, Xayah wins out.
Yeah, agreed. And again, you've got, what, 5 diving champions or an Orianna which kind of supports diving champions by putting the ball on them. And let's be real, what's the important part of Orianna? It's the ball. Like, realistically...
I've heard that before occasionally.
That one theoretically is the bit that matters for that champion.
It's like, wow, people have always complained about Kindred just being lamb. Like, have you heard of Orianna, which is just the ball?
It's true. Did Annie get nerfed? She's not okay. Michael Jackson wrote a song about it.
Oh, yeah. Damn, I'm sorry to hear that.
Got hit by a smooth patch notes history.
That's very clever, Sam. How was your day, Sam? What have you been doing off stream?
I haven't done that much actually. I've done a lot of washing. I've cleaned the kitchen.
Oh, cool. Nice. I appreciate that.
Yeah, you're welcome. I'll trade you for a hoover around the shared spaces later. How's that?
Sure, why not? Yeah, works for me.
Here we go. What else have I done? I watched a little bit of anime.
Oh, what anime was it?
It was one on Netflix. It was alright. It's called Blue Box. Sort of like a sort of weird mix between sports anime and romance anime, where you've got like a basketball person and a badminton person.
Oh god.
It's just like weird mix between like a haiku and a romance anime. It's right. Not awful, but at the same time, like it's kind of hard.
The only romance I need is the love of the ball. Sam.
Exactly, the love of the ball. You go to a ball.
Wonderful.
There needs to be a cricket anime. You're not wrong, Solly.
I mean, there was a rugby anime called All Out, and in the first episode, there were like three. There were like 3 citable offenses within like the first episode. It was really bad, actually. For that, it was very fun. I enjoyed it. But don't take that as how to learn rugby. You can say the same
with like Blue Lock as well, which is just like I will use my superpowered abilities to cause crime and therefore score goals. Blue Lock.
Oh yeah, that I have to say the anime of that had really bad animation towards the end of it, sadly too.
I heard the second season started very poorly and then got a lot better as it went through.
But it's such a meme now is the problem.
Yeah.
I read the manga for it and I enjoyed it. I did enjoy it. I still think, I mean, best sports anime is still Haikyuu. Haikyuu's very good. Kurogane Basket's fun, but it is also just basketball with superpowers, so I don't consider it like, it's a very different genre of
yeah, that is if, like, I don't know, basketball users had stands.
Showmaker's doing some really good lane building here. This is where you want the LeBlanc to, this is the best part of trading with LeBlanc, which is where you get to jump over a wave to trade with the chain and not get blocked by minions. The Xiaohu not getting the best of that. Well, Xiaohu, a big player, both these champions. He's the only LPL player to have played LeBlanc at this tournament too.
There you go. And again, it's worth noting again that for all that we've been a lot of complaints about how we're managing Orianna, it was like, well, there are answers, they just aren't necessarily made, they're not named control mage. And in a meta where everyone wants to play control mages, you can get away with something like
Kuroko is straight up shown in battle anime. You are completely correct, Tonzo. Also, welcome to the channel. Yeah, thing is though, like, if you're there for that, it's great. It's just not. I hear Prince of Tennis also very good too, and Ping Pong the animation. Look, folks, I know a lot of people are here.
Ping Pong the animation.
Ping Pong is apparently fantastic. Someone was talking about it the other day. Tien's going towards mid lane, trying to break the lane dominance of Showmaker. I think the damage has already been somewhat done. Xiaohu, if he clears out this wave, might get a good first back. Showmaker might also kill Xiaohu though.
Oh, there's the chain. Second set of chains. Flash. Oh, nearly. He's gonna go for the solo and gets it.
He gets himself the solo kill. He will be dead. Lucid is importantly saving the wave here, so he'll be able to hold that there. Showmaker's actually in a great spot because this wave he can teleport to get back to, and the wave is frozen. Now Tien needs to stick around mid lane because you know he's saying about jumping over the mid lane, the mid wave, and trading well. LeBlanc can just do that for forever in that wave state now.
Tien is cancelled his back once there, but still sticking around. It's still not a great time. I will note Xiao still kept his flash, which is important, can potentially break the chains the next time around. Had a back, I fear, for Showmaker, who's picked up the Dark Seal on top of everything else, whereas this Orianna going towards the Roa build has only got a Mana Crystal and the Ruby Crystal in there, as Breathe is land sharking it up right now.
Yeah. Well, Rek'Sai never really has to leave lane once she gets a roll in. She just has infinite sustain for reasons which are somewhat beyond me. Yeah. Word Sam. Showmaker
yeah,
was trading in mid lane. Wow,
look at
trying
this. To figure out how to phrase it and didn't was the answer.
You failed the skill check on that.
I just can't remember the original song, but is it like
Sam? What are you referencing?
It's like it doesn't matter.
Get the words out of you, goddammit!
I'm halfway house between deciding to do this or not, and I've decided to make it the worst possible choice.
God, Sam, if you're gonna make a reference, at least explain what you're referencing.
I was. You remember yesterday? This is where we're gonna go with this. I found the angle where we were chatting about Haru.
No, I don't. Oh yeah.
And I'm so much we wrote that parody song, which
was in the jungle, but to the
Do you remember the Rek'Sai variant we went?
No.
Where we did like till they come and they gank bot lane, but with that Rek'Sai. Where is the
Sam?
Rek'Sai?
It probably feels. Why are you doing it with the accent?
Because it's because it's because okay. There we go.
I don't remember that version.
Do you not? We wrote a whole version.
I thought that was just about Haru.
No, okay. Another one.
I'm not gonna lie, chat. I'm about as clueless as
that's
you
fine.
Are
I've gone on a tangent that I think was only for me, so we'll move away from it.
It is still crazy how we have so many random world champions just in this game. Like getting might get the root back onto him, aiming. Needs to be afraid of the Xayah Kai'Sa passive. Yeah, we have Doombeat, Xiaohu, Showmaker, and Scout. So there's MSI 3-time champion, and then we've got, 3 world champions in mid lane. This is such a weird tournament to have. It's fun. I've been enjoying it. I have to say I'm enjoying it a lot. No, it doesn't mean the most ever, no, but there's been some pretty fun gameplay. Fast and loose. We won't call it clean, but it has been fun.
And it has genuinely been quite entertaining, right? And I think there's something to that. You can clearly see the broadcast having a lot of fun with it as well, which is always good fun. Namely by the fact we've got God Guo in it.
Yeah, God Guo. Love that guy. Don't know what I'd do without him, Sam. The cricket's great. Blake's doing well in this matchup so far. Does have the level 6 that can follow through. Flashes to flash over. Can't quite do so. He flashed out of that. Could have been a real solo kill opportunity.
See what the thought process was there for Breathe. Can't quite get under the public execution to make some value happen.
Showmaker's been doing a great job of bullying out this lane. Only 10 CS ahead, but did get the wave controlled very, very well. We are getting to the point where Vi Orianna combos get pretty scary. Showmaker might be... I think Lucid and Showmaker are the targets for that, if they can find them. because, look, aiming, once he gets level 6, he can trade ult for ult. That's not a great trade for Weibo. Showmaker and Lucid, a lot of their survivability is mobility. So Vi follows them through that. Mobility doesn't really work, doesn't matter too much against Vi. It does after she's landed her ult. If they can then be mobile to get out of it, then it's a problem. But I wonder whether Tian and Xiaohu will angle towards Showmaker and Lucid at some point. You still thinking about the song?
Yeah, vaguely actually. No, not even joking. It's just got stuck in my brain.
It turns out so we've probably cast around, I don't know, like 1,000 games this year. We cast 850-ish games of LPL, maybe slightly less. And then we've got this tournament as well, LEC in there too. The last couple of days have been 9-game, 12-hour stream days, stuff like that.
13 cast day.
So you'll have to forgive us for being a bit fast and loose with what we find entertaining. Grubs has started, but yeah, turns out getting stuck on songs is
much easier. Genuine. I've earwormed off a song I don't remember.
Much easier to do when you spend like a month of casting time.
Very true.
Showmaker trying to join up with Lucid. Tian and Chris will walk down towards him, make sure they're not pin signals.
Goes forward with the Ethereal Chains, has the Sigil of Malice coming on down as well, which is a great ability name, by the way. I do like that.
It used to be the Sigil of Silence, of course, until the Silence was removed in Season 5, I want to say.
It was incredibly strong.
It was very, very broken, doing double Sigil of Silence, which meant that you were silenced for about a second and a half.
I will say, as a game designer, I think it was a really cool mechanic, if you know what I mean. For the LeBlanc alone.
However, that's the problem. There are a lot of things in League which are cool for the champion that's playing it. Crisp does not have level 6. Oh, does get the roots over there. That's actually not bad poke. Does that open up a chance to go towards Dragon? I guess they want
buff, at least.
They want to go towards the blue buff, you know, get some advantage towards Tian. Weibo do like to play around a jungle advantage if they can get it. God damn, that's some good damage.
Yes, Breathe does manage to get a fair amount of healing there because he's quite angry under the dirt, and that's how he fuels his healing. Breathe. Darth Rek'Sai.
Just smoldering silently underneath the ground.
Grrr.
Tian's down on the bot side. Shu does have flash, does have ult. You can go unstoppable with the ult. What does he choose to do? That's a melee range Q, which is cancelled out. Shu, who's taken aggro? Is anyone just yet? That's a lot of damage. Uses the repudiation, flashes out. Light does have the ult to follow. Doesn't need to. No flashes used by Weibo to get the kill.
Lucid has to flash out from the tower at the other side as Xiaohu turns up and threatens with the shockwave.
I'm so sorry, Sam. I just realized I've been play-by-playing the whole day, and I've just had to switch off my play-by-play brain because I just did all the play-by-play.
That's fine, it happens. So as we see the breakdown of this play, what happened was they went for a gank on the bot side.
No. If you're going to do color casting, you have to say what are the implications of the play. So they went for that dive. So what tools do we have? Go on. So I'm doing both now. So the implications of that play is actually leads over the bot side.
What did you think I was about to do after talking about that? Because you know we don't get replays, do we? So I was going to go and break down.
In my experienced color casting opinion, you just play-by-play it a second. No, I'm not going to play you, Sam. It's fine. Sam, I'm not. I'm just criticizing for the sake of criticism. Please, Sam, please
I'm
talk.
going to start singing again.
Please talk, Sam. Oh, God.
I remember it was for Jungle Rek'Sai. That was what it was for. I remember the song now.
Of course it was for Jungle Rek'Sai.
Yeah.
Well, it was way before top lane Rek'Sai.
It was.
Root onto Shiwu, doesn't have flash or ult, which means the CC chain lands.
They get a fair amount of damage down. Light will Lacathian Rain, and Shiwu will realise it's a bad day for Rain and die, which is a little bit ironic, because normally it's the person at the graveside who's talking about a bad day for Rain.
I played again accidentally.
You did.
Breathe is yet to die on this top side, though. He's feeling a bit better about things. Aiming and Beryl getting a lot of farm on this sideline. I didn't actually see if there was any culls picked up. I don't think so, because they're only at the 100 mark, and they would have been still in inventory by now.
But yeah, of course, the Rek'Sai hitting the break point with the item build here. It's going to be a big point. The tunneler for the tunneling champion is a really significant part synergistically in terms of aesthetics for that one, which is a pretty big deal. The Vi, of course, also around here, could potentially look to turn this one around. Of course, got to be aware that aiming with that ultimate makes it a tricky one, though. Yeah, that Breathe in general on this Rek'Sai will be a hard target to dive.
Weibo's not doing bad here, in this early game. 1.5k up. Pretty good, all things said and done. A little bit of a lead towards Showmaker on the LeBlanc. We'll say LeBlanc is one of those champions which scales, it definitely scales with skill, which Showmaker definitely has a lot of. Not been his best year.
It's not.
Like, there's a lot of very well-known players in this tournament. I mean, obviously they're not at Worlds. It's not necessarily been all of their best years. Showmaker's a player which I've seen getting memed on saying, wow, I'm comparing you to Showmaker and that's a bad thing. And it felt really weird seeing, god damn, it's close to killing Chibu.
Whoa! Repudiation Shield was important. Over they go with the Void Assault. Gonna look for the angle on in. Nice flash to make sure that the Q still lands. Flash away from aiming. The Wild Growth comes on through. Is it enough to keep aiming in one piece? It will be, because unfortunately for Breed, the flash will not allow him to get in close range enough to get the Q heal.
And that's the value of Lulu. So well played by TN to get the flash, predict, blah, 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 the flash follow. But the Lulu saves him with the Wild Growth with the heal. Aiming gets the kill afterwards to get punted into turret range. Close, but no cigar for Weibo.
Meanwhile, bot side, she was forced to back away, and Light will be getting that first turret as well. Nicely done, at the very least, on the other side to get some value there. But for aiming and barrel, Summoner's blown, Ultimate's blown, but in the end, survival was found. Aiming does need to be a little wary of that Umbo, but Lucid now coming on over. Wait, Breathe can get really angry and go underground, beginning to heal a bit. There's a Cataclysm, the Umbaro means nothing. The turret falls, Lucid has dropped aggro.
Clearly, he was not angry enough.
Yeah, he just needs to be more angry.
He was only mildly disgruntled.
Fury of the Xerxes.
So that means that first turret did go to Weibo. They got the feats of strength off of that, so they got the first of 3 kills as well. But they do get the tower gold onto aiming too. So
just need to know, Alex.
Yes.
Why is the destruction of turrets, the murdering of monsters, and the killing of mortal men a good workout for your feet?
Sam,
why does it give you strong feet?
Sam, ask Anbessa. She's the one that was talking about the 3 pillars of Noxus and all this stuff.
Yeah, so but why does it give you specifically strong feet, not the rest of your body? Why is this the footwork?
Do I look like I trained under Anbessa and learned about the pillars of Noxian society?
I mean, considering the number of champions you look like, the answer was quite possibly yes, by association.
You could have actually been really mean and said, well, you do look like that one, person in the...
I did wonder about going that option, but that would have been...
I was like, no. I saw the look in the eye and I'm like, you wouldn't go there. You wouldn't go there.
I genuinely had a conversation with a friend of mine on holiday.
Yeah.
But basically he went like, actually, you know, I struggle with age gaps, and then went, actually, I really like Anbessa. I want to be that person. Within 2 minutes, and I was like, you understand that you have just proven yourself a massive hypocrite.
Sam's punched.
And then they went, yes, I have, and yet I still want what the heart wants. So that was a genuine conversation I had.
For those of you who are interested in the mic punching shenanigans, Sam did just punch the microphone.
That's true. Well, actually, I punched the pop shield and not the microphone.
I consider it part of the microphone.
Pop, you know, like that's what it is.
The double pop.
Exactly.
Of the fist.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, so gold is still very, very similar. I'm getting a little bit afraid for Weibo that they will have to dive onto the Xayah with a Xayah, which is actually pretty fed at this point. You know, he's got 2 kills, got the turret gold. It's even between the 280 carries, but in this case, I think I care more about the Xayah being fed with a Lulu behind them than the Kai'Sa being also fed and having playmaking opportunities.
And I think Showmaker could potentially be quite scary on a side lane. There's the attempted escape with the distortion and a mimic version of it, but well played by Crisp, who reads it swelt on and gets the kill onto Showmaker, who probably should have blown the flash.
That was awesome. I mean, Showmaker, if he uses double distort out, even if he flipped back, the positioning of Light would have covered the different landing points too. Really well played. Hard to catch out as LeBlanc in the side lane. Chris manages to do it. They'll go towards the Herald after it. Another route onto barrel, actually. Chris getting some good value here.
Indeed, that's some good Nico play. Crisp has been a fairly solid Nico player, has to be said. Xiaohu looking for an angle, but there's the Cataclysm going on through the flag and drag. It is just wide and loose.
Oh, no!
Xiaohu, boy, that one wasn't fantastic. And now aiming will pull the feathers back, but it's kind of just a bit of flair and not a lot of fury. A little polymorph comes on through. Briefly try for Crisp. Oh, no, aiming gets it with a last bit of proc from someone. I think it's from the help picks is what actually does it. That was what the particle in the air looked like it was going to do, as aiming continues to take aim and fire forwards, flash on forwards for the Dragon Strike.
It's a mess.
Through those out.
I mean, how many people have been killed all in all? Is that 3 for 2 total?
Yes.
Showmaker died again, so he's died twice in about 2 minutes now.
Did he TP in to die?
He didn't teleport in because his teleport's still available.
So how did he die?
I mean, unless the overlay's plugged. Surely, he probably did teleport in and die. Surely he did, right? So Xiaohu misses the shockwave, which is not a great start. Aiming then goes, well, there's no shockwave. I can ult the Vi-ult, that's fine. Crisp has no flash from the pick onto Showmaker, and he did teleport. The overlay was broken, of course he did. I missed it in the mid play. And yes, it was the help picks with blast damage just over there. Managed to blow the ultimate of the Xayah before actually using the ult there. Very surprised that they managed to get 2 more kills out of this, because they end up killing aiming and they kill Showmaker.
Showmaker fell to flash, by the way.
Oh.
I don't know where he was trying to flash, but he kind of flashed in place, by the way, which was slightly unfortunate. Started the game by getting a cool solo kill onto Xiaohu, who has now done some unfortunate flash mechanics.
That is a word for it. That is a word for it. Yeah.
Flash.
Yeah, any Flash Gordon fans in this? I think
I really want to cast Ming now.
Yeah, because Ming's retired now. Sam for forever was saying, look, the first time I cast Ming, he's going to say it's Ming the Merciless, Flash, Gordon's alive.
Yeah.
And, you know,
which would have been great for me.
So, however, okay, worth noting, top tier reference, great. Problem with that, no one knows what Flash Gordon is anymore besides the Queen song.
But I think if I just got a cast who's willing to go Flash, it would have worked.
Dunk into the mid lane, Lucid going in, going out, Light following him.
Instinct is wonderful. Lucid gets wild growth, stays alive for a second or two. The casting rain continues to fly, but there's a feather pull, and birds of a feather will slay Kaisis together. Nice pick up there, but overcomes Breathe. Flash knock up with the Burrow. Aiming goes to the sky, but unfortunately will come down like a wounded ox, not a bird. They're trying to get some more damage. Kaiser, no! Rek'Sai, that's the name of the champion. My god, it's been a little while. We'll still manage to get a double kill. That is under the turret. Gets turned into a little kitty cat, courtesy of the polymorph. She was trying to trade out under the turret. Shows misses the command attack! But it doesn't matter, as Crisp gets the kill.
Luckily, Crisp has been very on point with his roots instead today. Weibo have taken an awesome fight there. 3k up, Light smiling as he realizes, oops, kind of got dunked on that one, but ended up getting away with it because the team followed up well after. Breathe, great ult. I thought he was going to ult onto aiming. He ults onto the person in front of him, knowing he has the damage to kill both. That's going to mean that the entire mid-section of the map is really opened up in Weibo's favor. A bunch of gold has gone over to the Rek'Sai to use 2,000 gold ahead of Shiwu's Ambassador now, who I consider to be a very good player of the champion. Weibo, despite coming in as massive underdogs, I think, comparative to the first days of play, people really being down on the LPL in general, are looking really good in this early game. We'll see if they can keep it up, of course. Lucid decided to dunk onto Crisp, who didn't have a flash again from the earlier play. Light flew over, didn't have a single target Q because, of course, it was onto the Raptors. And then, yeah, turns out Feathers really hurts.
And then it got a little bit dicey because the thing is, Breathe has the faster roam. Tunnel into Flash on Burrow, gets aiming to go up into the sky, Flash over the wall and overcomes the Void Assault, gets one. Gets to chomp down with the Fury of the Xerxai and gets some good value down.
I mean, that was an awesome ult target from Breathe. Almost killed Barrel as well, but he had the polymorph just back up. Breathe went angry and survived again. Shout, I can't believe you almost completely into this again. I think what he thought was, I think he might have misunderstood that the ball was currently on TN at that point, not himself, so it came from a different angle, so maybe that was the mistake there. Either way, he's currently 2-1-3, and actually full stack Rod of Ages and Horizon Focus, so he's doing pretty well in terms of gold value down this game. Another inner turret killed, Shiwa ulting away from under tower.
Does get a perfect execution on down, but here comes the cease and desist, the shockwave after onto 2, Beryl a little bit low, the pop blossom after, and it's a brutalization from Weibo Gaming. What a nice wombo!
Yeah, DK just getting destroyed by Weibo as they look for aggressive angles. The shockwave finds 2 this time. Breathe will teleport into mid lane to save that turret potentially too. The Titanic Hydra does give some wave clear to aiming, trying to take it down before the wave clear comes through. Does the inhibitor turret fall in the bot lane too? I didn't actually see that. I believe it does. In a turret finally taken by aiming.
I was second-guessing myself, and I was right. Anyway, Rek'Sai ability names are completely fine. I want to go double-check, guys. It's been a little while since I've had to cast a lot of Rek'Sai. It's been kind of off and on in the LPL, and Breathe has become a complete menace here.
He goes to
follow through onto Showmaker, who doesn't escape with the blast cone. Ethereal Chains might just be enough to get Showmaker out to safety.
Tagged him with the Q, meant he could follow with the ult, couldn't quite get the follow-up damage, but Showmaker very lane dominant early on with the LeBlanc. This is the problem with LeBlanc right now. You kind of fall off after that point. He has teleport, he can come back out onto the map. And now we see if Weibo can make it work around the Atacant. Late contest from Weibo, will they be here in time?
Lucid's got flash, got flag and drag, can look to get in here, but not going to be given the opportunity. The route is long enough to prevent him from getting in. And that means that Atacant is secured by the side of Weibo Gaming. She'll be looking for a flank angle, as is Showmaker. They want to get a kill here, as the Vault Breaker was charged up and not followed through on aiming. Looking for an angle on the other side. They are corralling this. They want this fight.
TN charging up the Q. Shockwave catches one in the back. Lucid goes forward, aiming, starting to put the feathers in.
Unfortunately for Shiwu, he goes down, and Divide follows with a cease and desist. Goes on down. Showmaker to the backside. Doesn't kill a Breathe. Light goes back in with a killer instinct. Begins to make the Acacian Rain come on down, and it is full of pain and fury. Beryl trying to put his way away. A little bit of whimsy in the face of a very angry policewoman. Vault Breaker comes on down, looking to get in range for a little bit more damage. The Glitterlance slows too. Reset from Light, who decides, yeah, I'm not following this one, as Beryl continues on his yakety sax on the way on out and gets out to safety.
Weibo, one of the most confusing teams in the world. Consistently inconsistent. DK were looking far better than Weibo from the previous games. I mean, at least Weibo did beat JDG. It wasn't like it was a bad... sorry, JDG beat them, bro. That's why things were going so strange from them. Weibo come through that, and they're playing really well. I'm really excited to see what they can do in the rest of the series now. The wild growth was used for a bit of CC. I thought this fight was going to be so good for DK with Zai getting to open up. Just didn't manage to get the ult onto the Nico ult. Gets damaged by so much afterwards. Gets blasted out of position to get a good feather pullback. Gets killed by Light flying through.
The one person who was not in the Cataclysm was in fact Light, who then got to play at the back end of that fight very cleanly. Dragon secured by Weibo Gaming, now find themselves up about 8,000 gold.
Guo has blessed us! They have blessed Weibo with the prediction of the cricket.
Blessed be, oh, faithful LPL fans, our Lord and Saviour, the cricket, has decided to bless us with this victory.
Yeah. It was down one that blasted JDG on the first game of day of play. I think it was, wasn't it? That was, I think our first game of the tournament was JDG down one, and down one kind of blasted them on the whole.
And then JDG just beat Weibo.
And JDG just beat Weibo. So we were like, okay, well, if that's our kind of like who beats who kind of thing, really did look like DK were currently the best team in the tournament. But then
what about GAM now, after the earlier...
That's true.
You know, where are they now?
Hey, GAM, well, I mean, Sam, I'm not going to lie. All this does is look really bad for JDG.
Yeah.
That looks really bad for JDG.
That's very true. That's what it does. You're absolutely right. Yeah. I'll also note at this point that we've got like a 2-item Rek'Sai who looks quite scary with a Shojin and Titanic Hydra. You know, and a 3-item Kai'Sa who's also quite scary.
About 2 years ago, I coined the term Weibo consistently inconsistent, and every so often they do remind me that it's still as apt as ever.
It's just an organizational thing.
They do pretty much do the most funny thing available to them at almost every given opportunity. They're currently 6,000 gold ahead. I think their comp does very well when the LeBlanc is not, kicking their stuff in on the sideline. Same with the Ambessa.
2 levels higher than the Ambessa, by the way.
That helps because the Atakan, of course, but damn, he's been doing well at that, hasn't he?
Yes, Lucid, maybe a little less lucid shortly as he gets hit by a really large mining glove. Turns out that hurts quite a lot, and goodbye, Jarvan. Aiming does get a decent feather ball. Out comes the public execution, and TM will likely die. Oh, nice flash on Burrow. Killer Instinct, Pot Blossom, every button press, and Weibo will combo down DK. They're playing 2xKO over here.
Crisp is having an awesome game on this Nico. He's my MVP right now, opening up so many angles for Light to fly into the backline. Crisp is doing great work at being that follow-up engage as DK try and pile on a target. They forget that the Nico was there. Vestian brought this up earlier, actually. If we're going to talk about full contact team fighting, it feels like Nico is one of the best champions in the game to do that. Now, first they catch Lucid. They use a lot of cooldowns to get him, but sure, the Jarvan's out of the play. Showmaker flips back to try and get an extra bit of damage. They do get onto the Vi and try and think, well, they can take a free kill. And then Nico comes in, the Protobelt forwards, flash to confirm it as well. Such a long-range engage on that. Slaughters the rest of the team.
Chris by name, Chris by nature, apparently. That was very clean. 1-1 and 15. Sometimes we see Nikos in the mid-games begin to give up a few kills. Not today.
Careful, hang on a second. Spot some of the sweeper there. Careful with mentioning that. One of my favorite caster curses of all time was like, that was crisp, it was clean, and then he immediately died.
That's actually quite impressive.
Yeah, I think that happened, in fact, with... Look, I can't actually remember when that happened.
My first day of LEC casting ever.
Oh, yeah, the perfect game.
I managed to absolutely curse Wonder Forever. The Shockwave was solid. The Wild Growth keeps people alive for a second. But the shield's back, come on through. And now the Killer Instinct, and they need to run away. DK are just out of damage. Void Assault forwards. And that will be a very dead Beryl. Maybe not quite with the redemption. Aiming, however, is the next port of call. A Vault Breaker away, deciding a little bit too dangerous to dive the tier 2.
Every time DK look for a little bit of damage, Weibo just slap them with the big ultimates. They are so much better equipped to deal with the big grouped up team fights. Weibo now almost 10,000 gold ahead as Down One are getting kind of smashed. Baron will go over and Weibo get a clean control of this game.
And I remember we were saying, look, not sure how easy it's going to be to deal with aiming this game with the Lulu behind him, with all of the dive into Azaya can be tricky. And then we did wonder, actually there is quite a lot of just ways to blow Kai'Sa, like Xayah ultimate. What happens if it does keep just getting blown every time? And we're kind of seeing the back end of that. What on earth does aiming do here to try and carry?
Ugh, great question. Minute until the dragon, and he better be ready for that. You know, he's at the 3 items, sure, but, you know, 2,000 gold deficit. Light has the stop. Did we talk about the stopwatch, the Seekers?
No.
Well, the Seekers is really important for the next few plays of the game, because even if Shiwu or Lucid get towards him, he can then go golden and buy time for, you know, the Nico ult to come down, or the Shockwave to come down too. That was a big thing about the JDG team, the super team of 2023. Whenever Ruler was in trouble, he'd go into, like, Azonia's on the Kaiser or Xayah ultimate, and then the Nico ult would come in, and then something like the Shockwave would come in, or whatever they had available to them. That's the kind of gameplay I'm expecting now out of Weibo. If Light's in trouble, he goes golden, then the big ults come in to buy him a landing point.
To get increasingly tricky, only just completed the second item for Shiwu, who is having a tough old time here versus the 7-1 and 7.
What is the exact purpose of this tournament? Is to introduce God Guo, the cricket predictor, to the world. Everything else is completely decorative. We respect, love, and adore our green god, the cricket Guo.
Indeed. Oh, in comes the Cataclysm, but Light just doesn't care currently. Shiwu ults onto Light, who has only now lost half his HP, to say, Shiwu, you don't win this. I will blast you with my Q, and does, aiming down a half HP. Void Seeker lands on Lucid, which allows a killer instinct! And the Acanthian Rain disintegrates what remains of Lucid. Stopwatch from Chris prevents the kill from Showmaker, who gets shockwaved, and then the wild growth will not be enough to keep them alive. And DK, D plus Kia, we're about to get blown into the next game, and we'll need to reset after this one.
Weibo have been so consistently good at finding the slap back in the fights. Breathal tunnel forwards, 4.5 thousand gold out of Shiwu. You might die on the Nexus, but I think he doesn't really care too much. Nexus exposed. D plus Kia destroyed by Weibo in game 1.
Weibo were flatlined by JDG, bounce back and get a solid game 1 victory versus D plus. One more to go. D plus need to sort it out before then.
Jeez, man. That was not a close game, folks. That was not a close game at all. Ugh. Forgot to put my socials on. Oopsies. Damn. Well, I didn't expect that, not gonna lie. Look, I thought it could be close. Let's be honest. Weibo would probably play up to down 1. In a way that, well, JDG bluntly didn't. But Weibo are a team which kind of rise to most occasions. Weibo at least tend to play to the level of their opponents a little more than some others. So I thought, okay, hopefully we're still in for a good series. I still thought down 1 would be better. I thought that Showmaker was looking very good in the first series versus JDG, and JDG got slapped by them. Well, they got slapped by them. Lucid was playing very well too. And in this case, Lucid did less damage than Beryl, and Crisp did more damage than Showmaker.
I mean, she only just did more damage than the Lulu. That's like, what, 500 more damage than the Lulu?
Guys, the Nico did more damage than than 4 members of the enemy team. Crisp did more damage than everyone but aiming on DK.
Yeah, I mean, Crisp did the 3rd most damage on his team. He did more damage than the Vi and the Rek'Sai.
It's ridiculous.
It was a very good Crisp game. In fact, I feel like Crisp might be MVP here. It may also be Light, but I think Crisp had a very good Nico game.
Did we forget that LPL always scales up in group stages? I didn't know if it would apply to this tournament.
Yeah, this one is a bit of a weird one.
Yeah. Oh, man. Well, we may be getting towards the end of today's games, which I'm not going to lie. Again, I prefer it being shorter on the whole, because I don't completely burn out on massive 3 schedule days, 3 series days. Lucid's been doing good over this year, though, right? He has been good. Lucid has been good this year. Lucid was good last year too. I mean, well, no, towards the end of last year he started getting good again. He struggled a little bit more at Worlds comparative, but Lucid's been good this year. No, Yotus, I did that earlier, I thought. Yotus, I did roast you. I was saying that you couldn't even wait 5 minutes for a roast.
Did you not pay attention to your own roast?
I did. Maybe that is the true roast. Maybe that is the true roast. The true roast is caring so little. Like this person in chat who spent their channel points.
Like the fact that they ask for a roast, then don't pay attention when it happens, just says quite a lot about them as a person, doesn't it?
Yeah. Whereas Mecha, you know, because Mecha has paid me to roast him by like actual subs, you know, there's a financial incentive for this.
Yeah. How does it feel to be a streamer?
Oh, you left for dinner. You left. Hang on. Whoa. You spent your channel points, left 3 minutes after, and then Yotus. Notice, you can understand why that may lead to issues there. Oh, there was a compliment for this, I did miss. Sorry, there have been a couple I missed. It's been like, folks, honestly, casting 3 series a day. We didn't do that many 3 series days this year. We actually skipped quite a few of them because, God, it was so much. It was, yeah, I try. It's quite a lot of attention demanded to stream, moderate active chats on 3 different channels, then also do channel points as well. My bad.
火箭腰带闪现。
哎呦！但这里能赢是因为视野啊，大家注意到整片上野区都是微博控制住的视野。
I have too many points, need more redeem options. I haven't thought of good channel point redeem options. Let me have a think. What else have we got to go through? Roast for Sam, you got a roast for Mecca?
Yeah, I kind of made one just briefly, but I was asking how it feels to be a sugar daddy to random league streamers.
Yeah.
Is that how you get
100,000 for streamer to go on a hair advert? Shampoo ad? I'm just saying, if I ever got a Molten Brown subscription, like
life would be great.
That would actually save me a lot of money. That is not cheap shampoo. Compliments for Pinterest, let's think. We do need to go. Sam, do you mind grabbing a coffee?
I can do that. I was going to heat up some leftovers as well, so I'm quite hungry.
You're welcome. Chris gets player of the game. Awesome game from him. He was very, very good. I enjoyed him a lot. Good. I would do mod VOD reviews, but I heard the queue is too long. I just haven't had time amongst, like, you know, 3 series days, 12-hour streams to do VOD reviews. I haven't had enough. 10k to 50k for champion voice acting impression? Would people actually pay that? Deep down, they know their fate is decided by God Guo. Perhaps I would rather have my fate decided by Pentulus, who is... Yeah, obviously Pentulus, it's cool seeing you in chat. You're like one of those people that just very calmly slots into chat, and you're very nice to the atmosphere here. You never get in trouble. Yeah, no, I appreciate seeing your name in chat. Oh yeah, Dark World requested a VOD review a long time ago. And I need to note this shit down, or I just respond it. Kanavi, Tarzan, Tien have been top 3 this year. I mean, Tarzan, I think Kanavi, Tarzan have been fantastic, and they're definitely up there. I think they are my favorite junglers for the year. In fact, actually, I did write a top 20 list. Not, I released. I'm kind of working on it. Who else did I have? Who else did I have actually? No, Canyon I don't think is in my top I don't think he's in my top junglers. Refund the cup. Oh, shut up, you. What was in my top 20? Yeah, I think I do have Kanavi as my #1 jungler going into Worlds. He is really, really, really good. Yeah, Kanavi. I do have Ona fairly high up. I actually think Ona is very good. He was awesome on Jarvan. And this is going into Worlds, right? Over the course of the whole year, yeah, you can go bits and places. I think Ona has actually been very underrated again. He tends to be when T1 doing well a lot of the time. Top esports and their international record. Yes, they kind of struggled at first down a bit, didn't they? But it's still funny that the first thing in this tournament's trailer is Faker isn't getting this one. Yes, like, oh, Faker can't get his Grand Slam because he's not qualified for this. Genuinely hilarious. And I think going into Worlds, Kanavi's slightly ahead of Tarzan. Tarzan, I mean, his team is not playing as well as Kanavi's, but I think Kanavi's been playing very, very well. It's not too far between them, though. According to 957, the official ruling of ASI said that if a team experiences connection losses and that influences game results, no rematch will be granted. Oh, that sucks. Oh, that really sucks. I mean, I guess they covered their bases with that, but... Oh, is that the Pick'ems thing? Thank you, Amber. Appreciate you. Who do you think is the current top 5 best top laners in the world right now? I think Keen's the best right now in terms of consistency. Bin was actually very good end of playoffs, so he's probably up there in top 5. 369 was on pretty good form. I think yeah. Zeus was a little bit flimsy at the end of... I need to run out. Zeus was a bit flimsy towards the end of playoffs. But I still think he's in there. And I think probably the Shy. I wouldn't put Flandre. Flandre has fallen off a little bit. So I think probably it's Keen, Bin, 369, Zeus, and the Shy. I wouldn't put Flandre in there. No, he's fallen off a bit. He's not like awful, but he's not at the level he was earlier in the year. Who wins Worlds 25? That's a harder question. I mean, I think it's... Genji are the favorites, but they've come in... I think they came in as stronger favorites last year, personally. What am I doing here? I didn't do the rest of my crystal ball. That's what I didn't do. Pick'ems. The crystal ball. Oh, the crystal ball. Okay, what did I do? Which team will have the most Elder Dragons? So they can't be dominant wins, they've got to be close ones. I actually think it might be... Anyone's Legend are not actually... They're not playing as clean as they were. They are actually getting dragged to late game. Shortest game, BLG. Team will get the most kills, BLG. So they're just messy as heck. Which team will have the most unique champions, largest champion pool? Genji? Genji, maybe? Yeah, I think Genji. This one I'm not sure about. This one I'm not sure. I don't know about this one. It has to be a team that goes late games. They have to be not dominant winning. I think if BLG goes super late game, I don't think they'll get this. It might be IG, but they might not get through play-ins. I don't think BLG will win Elder fights if it goes to late game. They've not been good late game. This one I'm not sure about. Baron Steals I'm not sure about either. How many Pence kills will there be? 1. How many Baron Steals will there be? 3 to 5, or whatever. How many reverse sweeps will there be? 1. Unique champions picks? With Fearless? Typically we have like 100 and something being played. I'm gonna say this. I actually don't. Whatever. This one I'm winging. I have no idea. Will Timo be picked? No. No, it won't. Because there are no meaningless games anymore. If there were meaningless games, it would be more likely. Cool. Anyway, that's my pick'ems. Unique champions, I've got no idea.
偏冷门的左一小法师这种英雄都套过啊，小法师是好英雄，但也得看阵容啊。到了第2轮，我觉得甚至 DK 就蓝色方要抢瑞兹了，这个英雄是好英雄。开出来确实 DK 是有他要抢，因为现在瑞兹中路其实没有什么。我们先想一下有可能会上的班位，首先小天的奇亚娜是肯定不会。
If I could make God Guo do my predictions, I would do that.
对线能脱敏，就不会打得很凶残，然后边路能推线，然后还能帮队友，还能就是那种承担那种团队主 call 角色的英雄。 加里奥，
里奥确实可以，
就是但瑞兹打里奥对线有压力，各位，就是你能不能扛住压力，我觉得是把。
Got it.
Yeah.
You sure?
Yes, I do.
Are you sure about that?
因为我们见过很多那种加里奥对线被瑞兹抽的画面。
Yes, is it? Oh,
但其实这个线是只要你能够平发育到金刚铁三回场，瑞兹是没什么。
I think it's coffee.
Horrifying you think it is.
I think it's coffee.
It's very horrifying, Alex.
Oh, maybe it is. If you said it wasn't coffee and then it was coffee, maybe it's horrifying that you lied to me.
Got coffee flavored Red Bull. Eated it up.
Oh, wonderful. Oh, sounds great.
Microwaved it until it goes flat.
Wonderful.
If you get to the bottom, it gets really sticky.
Sam, I do wash down coffee with Red Bull occasionally.
Yeah, I've seen that.
It's I get shouted at for that. Understandably so.
Right, I'm just finishing my lunch. I didn't want to bring it in here and sort of like munch your microphone.
I can already smell it, Sam.
That's true, yeah.
It is right in the middle. Are you kidding me? Guo, make up your goddamn mind. Okay, we're getting into our draft then. Sam, you can keep eating. It's alright. I'll do draft if you need. Alright, should be able to draft now. Okay, game 2. Down 1 on blue side. E plus Q. Blue side, rather. 107 picked an MSI. Ooh, but that was a double elimination with a lot of best of 5s. Give Guo time. He's calculating. Far be it from me to to criticize our God Core. Lucian being banned away from bot lane. Interesting. Diana's being banned away from the LPL teams fairly commonly. I would pick more like T1 or IG players for the pick'ems, but I'm just not sure which one's going to make it through. Like, I'm sure a lot of people will vote for a load of T1 players, but what happens if IG beats them? Then suddenly your pick'ems are just dead. Aurora is one of Xiaohu's comfort picks now. He's only really, like, he's comfortable on, really, Orianna, Aurora, Talia, Ryze. Those are the four which I'm like, okay, he will make a big impact on these. The other things, less so, really. Trundle banned away. Do they want to ban away? I mean, that surely signifies something like Sejuani or Sion, though, right? I picked Gala for Pentakill. That's very true, yeah. Oh, yeah, of course it would be Gala. Well, the problem is Gala going to get through play-ins? Is the problem. If he does get through, then yeah, Gala's fantastic, and he plays a load of Civ, a load of hyper carries, and he's the Prince of Penta. The guy's fantastic. Wukong banned away from Lucid. I mean, the Trundle ban signifies what, Sejuani or a tank top laner, mostly. Xiwu got decked in that last game.
还在考虑当中，就打野现在没有烧的很多的情况下，赵信这种都是能拿的。赵信、潘森，
但我可以说 DK 不拿瑞兹，微博一定会拿。赵信没问题。他这个巨魔是给赵信服务的，但是这样的话。
Shinzao first pick. All right. It's pretty vanilla. Standard. Not bad, but standard.
破败王就是赵信看到破败王是绝对难受的这个对位。
So now in jungle. You think about what goes well into the Shinzao. We saw Vikings play the Volibear earlier, obviously. Light goes to the Corki. Corki's been rising up in priority again. I think with Varus getting nerfed, Yunara getting nerfed, I think Corki is less likely to see his worst lane matchups. I think Sivir is a pretty easy lock-in for aiming here if he wants it. Sivir helps out the Shinzao, does okay in lane versus this duo. You're just gonna ricochet the wave and it disappears. That's probably not a bad one. Not like there's Vi to get onto the Sivir either, which can sometimes be a problem. Oh yeah, Rumble. Very, very obviously banned, normally banned. Ryze is open. Yeah, I wonder if Xiaohu goes towards Aurora or Ryze on 3. I wonder if he chooses either of them. In terms of playing into Rumble, what does Breeze go for that too? You can go Aurora top lane, but not that Breeze is really the guy to do that necessarily. No, I'm Bessa, which is sometimes played into the Rumble. Could go Sion, I suppose. I think you want to pick for Xiaohu here a lot. I say that, but Breed's matchup is really important. Ooh, Tianli Sin. Hell yeah, he played against JDG. It wasn't fantastic, but he's been really... You know, Tian when he's on form is really, really good. And his Lee Sin was pretty damn good the last couple of times I saw it from what I remember. Okay, so it gives you an early fighting matchup versus the Shinzao, which is fairly competitive. No solo lane is picked for Weibo, though, interestingly. Banning away the Yunara. Corki is going to have a really easy lane here. Do you ban out Sivir? Feels at that point that aiming really struggles to have a good matchup into the bot lane, or one that scales better. Where's DK? Yeah, ban away the Aurora. I wonder whether they ban away the Ryze as well. That'll be a lot of Xiaohu's comfort picks down. They could ban away something from Breathe too, of course. The Aurora was the easy one. Xiaohu might go Talia. Not thinking about the Zeri, thinking about the Talia, Sivir, which I was thinking about. About the Jhin instead. Well, Jhin is very good with Rumble, in fairness. Jhin providing extra lockdown from ADC, which typically doesn't have much of that. It'd be really nice to get more value from the Rumble. You're getting about banning away the Ornn from Breathe? Yeah, I do wonder whether you lock in Galio on 4 here for Weibo, and then you You could go Galio or Rise. Neither of them are fine. And then you could actually flex the Galio between lanes if you want to. That being said, don't really see that much Galio around the place now. Yeah, Rise for Shao, who's a pretty comfortable pick. There he goes. One of his more comfortable picks. Now, Showmaker can go towards the Galio if he wants. Rakan Galio, pretty good combo. I think Talia Galio are probably Showmaker's picks. Aiming, thinking about the Ezreal.
Can you smell what D plus Kia are cooking?
Enemy champions with equalizers.
Did you like my little doesn't matter what you want cut in?
Sam, that was one of those things which I vaguely acknowledged it and then I immediately moved on.
That probably is wise, yeah.
Cassiopeia into the Rise. Okay, alright. So not going towards something to move towards side lanes, going towards the Cassiopeia instead, which is typically very good into the Rise. Not always. K'Sante for Breathe. Alright, Breathe K'Sante. Powerful pick for him. Needs to be wary rather of the Miasma coming out from Showmaker. Not a bad comp from DK. You've got some decent lane matchups for them. Is there a massive draft advantage anywhere? Bot lane, fairly even. Mid lane, Cassiopeia deals with the Rise, but I don't think it blows open the game. K'Sante's fine into the Rumble. Both junglers have options. Cassiopeia has a bunch of people you can lock up. There's a lot of melees coming in though. I feel like this is a fairly even draft. I don't think this is not a game which has been decided by draft. In terms of the way that they're going to play, I mean, you've got two early skirmish junglers. The Alistar, I think Crisp needs to play well. If he gets caught out and has to blow his ult early on the Alistar, that really changes the way the game is played. So Crisp needs to have a good game. If he's playing like he did last game, fantastic. Needs to be on point though.
In shadow here is Beryl.
I need to know, he was a Genshin player and a Honkai Star Rail player. Is he an Uma Musume player? Which is, of course,
and
of course, actually, the greatest sports anime of all time, of course.
Yeah, did you enjoy the anime?
Sam, the first season has some very, very bad running animations. It's not bad. It's just that the later series are much, much better.
How many series are there?
3 series, 3 movies, I want to say.
That's quite a lot.
Yeah, they go through different characters and stuff. It's been going on for like,
a while. Yeah.
5 years or so.
Wow.
Yeah. Okay, into the riff we go for game 2 of the Web Down 1 versus Web. D plus versus Web. Oh, whatever. It's not an official stream. I don't have to always get the name right. Rather, I will say I'm not going to get punished for not getting the game right all the time.
It's like poor old Gigabyte Marines GAM combo was like, it's GAM, guys.
Sivir was open there. Yeah, we mentioned the Sivir, but Ezreal is Ezreal. Pretty good at escaping a couple of these champions.
Like, people have stopped picking Sivir so freely over this tournament, and a few other ones as well. I don't know whether it's nerfs or whether it's just people moving away from it a little bit.
I think when we get to Worlds, we'll see a lot more Sivir.
I have a feeling so again.
Sivir is just such a good win condition. And if you've got someone like, I mean, Gala's been very good at it. Jaculov's been exceptional at it. Elk's a great player at it. So the LPL AD carries are all very confident on it, and I'm sure that the LCK players will be very strong at it too. And the thing about Sivir is that while it doesn't smash lane, it gets a lot of support champions through lane, like the Alistar or the Rel, because you just clear the wave and you exist. You don't have to smash lane, it's fine. Occasionally you can, but you don't have to. There's nothing in Genshin currently, so please don't in Barrel. Is that true, Sam? You're a Genshin player.
I mean, we just had the new region released.
Okay, so actually that's pretty
the current character is not a waifu. Osvaldo, but we've got moody goth lightkeeper person who may not be human. He's got a little he's got a lantern. He kills zombies for a living.
Oh, that's cool.
Quite a cool character.
本身在面对到兰博的时候，其实前中期难受的时间点你度过就好了，就等那个幽魂。
I think in his next pack, Charlotte Chino might be Arlecchino again.
什么太多的一个外塔在保护自己的情况下，无论是蛇女还是说蓝。
I did not expect Weibo to so dominantly win game 1. I thought it could be close, and Weibo can always surprise you, but that was a really good game from them. I was very happy with that.
Rotating banner.
Yeah, that's where they should put graphics if they had any, but they don't. Hey. Cassio is a fake counter to Rise anyway. I think the best Cassiopeias can make it really work, but I have to say I haven't seen consistent success from the Cassiopeia over the Rise.
I was chatting to a couple mid laners, so Errol was in chat the other day.
Oh, cool.
And he was saying, look, it's fine, it's good for the 1v1, but the moment it becomes a 2v2, it's harder. Nice little angle from Breathe, is on the K'Sante. Gets him to strike part 1. Part 2 coming up shortly. The cripple will force the flash because the slow would have been dangerous.
Okay. No damage onto breathe. Does Showmaker get himself any poke across it? He started with the E, interestingly, not the Q. Sometimes he do. Actually, I'm not sure what Cassiopeia does anymore. Although I kind of thought it was Q start, but E for the last hit on minions is pretty good.
E. Arguably the greatest moment in meme history when everything just devolved into the letter E. Yeah.
Levels of deep friedness. Light is going to be safe getting back to lane. Respecting that, Aiming was trying to thread the needle through the minions. Couldn't quite manage to do so.
Decided to throw a Q at a ranged minion. Get additional early lane control.
Shinzo's starting on enemy side of the jungle. Tian will know that Shinzo is not on his blue buff. So where does Tian go? He's going towards his topside camps right now. What is the plan? They also have a ward on the Gromps. They'll know if Lucid goes towards his own Gromp as well.
What is the charge?
Eating a meal. Succulent blue buff meal.
That's the one.
I don't think Weibo have full information on what's happening with the jungle player. Because they don't see him on the blue buff. They know that he's not on Gromp, and they know that he's not on either Gromp or blue buff, which it's important. But if Tien goes towards his bot side camps now, after this top side clear, he won't know really what's happened with the clear, and he will just be a camp down. Now, what he might do after that is then go towards bot side camps to try and steal red buff. I think he doesn't know. I don't think they have full info. So Lucid gets a buff steal and he's out.
Yeah, of course, they just see Lucid has blue. They don't necessarily see anything else. But I think we're about to see some weirdness here. There is a world where Lee Sin comes and starts fighting. The other thing you've got to be a bit aware as the DK's bot lane is that because some camps have been stolen, theoretically the Lee Sin can turn up bot lane at a time you're not expecting.
Yeah, Lucid's going through his top camps and he should get down towards his bot side fairly happily. And also Aiming and Barrel now pushing him bot side. They see the blue buff gone, so Tien now knows that blue buff is gone, so he knows there's a camp down. They have the information now, but I think with the waves in mid lane and bot lane pushing in for DK, I don't think he'll be able to recoup that lost camp.
Interestingly, Lucid's just given up his blue buff, or rather not given up, as not taken it as yet. I wonder whether there will be a world here where we see red into Krugs and then going back top side for the Skull Crab.
Yeah, so he wanted to be on blot side a little earlier, just in case Tien, as he's doing right now, walked across river and looks for something there. He could go mid lane instead and catch out Showmaker unexpectedly. Sees that there's no ward in there. Could go and check this red buff. Lucid just gets it, and he'll be able to see Lee Sin now.
Has got blue and red to work with. Showmaker now coming on over. Will force the ward hop over before the miasma, which have made safeguarding unsafe.
Hey, this has been a really good jungle path from Lucid. It's really nice. Managed to somehow circumnavigate the information given out, so it's a slight lead towards Lucid, and these slight early game leads do matter. They do matter. Now, Tien might be able to go take enemy blue buff now, but we'll see who can move over to protect it. Currently, Rise is just edging over towards that top side. I think it's actually going to be blue buff taken by Tien. Can he get it quickly enough? Rumble's coming down. This could be a bit of a contest.
Messy. Yeah, I agree. She was pretty fast on that roam. Xiaohu now coming across as well. That Noxious Blast can't find it onto Xiaohu. They just have to give it up. It's solid pathing right now from Lucid, though it hasn't led to a massive camp advantages yet. Nice little look in there.
Flash out from Aiming. Tien, so he's actually a level up on Lucid. How the heck did that happen?
Skull Crab, I think.
There you go. That one helps. So Tien, a little bit up in XP, does have the smite. Doesn't get it.
Doesn't. That puts Lucid back up to level 4 now. Tien in danger. Needs to be able to get out of this. Well, got the flash. Maybe asked to burn it. The miasma's available. Gets the shield from the safeguard. The Iron Will. He's just dead. There's no way to go. Doesn't want to blow the flash.
He's just dead. Loses the smite fight. The level 4 comes through. The extra stats help. And Showmaker was there first. Great team plan from D+ to get ahead of Tien here. And now Tien, first death of the game in the Lee Sin. You really hate to see that. And Lucid managing to get one better on Tien.
For all of us EU fans, that means something. Xiaohu's now making a roam down towards the bot side, though. Aiming and Barrel are not going to be threatened there, as he just stops and recalls in the tri-brush instead.
He has a teleport. The thing is, though, if he doesn't recall now, he'll lose most of his wave mid lane. I think, hang on, I say that. He will be losing a wave for Aiming doesn't have flash, though. Combo onto him.
There's the Pulverize coming on in. The knockup's flying. Crisp desperately low for it, though. Lucid now here. This gets interesting. Barrel does get to battle dance out to safety. Flash over the wall from Light. Who doesn't quite get it? The whip becomes landing just shy and lend a bigger 2-for-1.
Oh, so close. Lucid makes it down all out, and topside who hits the level 6 first.
Reed looking to get another pullback here. Shu in danger, wants to be aware of that potential angle for the Unturbo Strikes Part 3. Does get it, but can't secure a full-on solo kill.
No, it won't be a solo kill now, so you will be able to survive through to the level 6, be able to equalize the wave if it comes to it. 3-1 in the early game, 1,000 gold up. Tien going over to the other side of the map, trying to get himself some extra camps if at all possible. 2 kills on the Shinzao, though, putting Lucid firmly into the lead.
Certainly been quite an early skirmishing game, it has to be said. And as Yamato in chat is saying, this tournament is so damn back, Goofy? Yes, it is. It's been pretty wild, mate. Glad to see you in here.
Whoa. You are not calling our god Guo Goofy.
I mean, but that's what Guo is. It's short for Guofi.
No, Sam, if you two are part of the heretics who stand against our grasshopper god, Guo, I will strike thee down.
With what?
My fist.
Lucid might be
getting
struck down by a fist of Lee Sin. Doesn't quite lead to that much more. Bit of a chunk, and that'll be the end of it. Tien will get a hold of this Scuttle Crab, and that will stop that one there.
This has been a real fist fight for jungle advantage early, and this is why when I compare LCK to LPL, I do think even when you dip in towards mid-table and stuff, LPL can sometimes struggle to have the same jungle plans that LCK does. Look, I like the individual players on a lot of these teams. JDG, Weibo, some of them are fantastic, right? I guess I'm obligated to say all of them are fantastic. They're great players, these LPL players. But as a team, I think DK... Oh, hang on a second, Q-Lines.
As a team, they're going to get a kill onto Beryl, apparently. Yeah, you're about to glaze the LCK in front of my stream. Okay, they do actually just go Tien afterwards.
It is actually jungle for support, and Tien has died for a second time.
You know what? You were right to do that, Alex.
Yeah. I think you need to add a grasshopper god emoji into chat. I actually don't know how to do that on Nvidia.
We have got one on TV.
Yeah, on Twitch there is a god Guo emote for our grassy god.
As Lucid is now on the Dragon. Breathe is coming over. This would strictly be a 1 versus 3. This is bold. He's now making that a 1 versus 4. Over comes Crisp and Xiao. We've got a fight on our hands as Breathe just walks in menacingly and helps him get a kill.
He didn't even have all out. He's flashing over. Showmaker might go to flash to you all out.
There we go. He's got a miasma to work with. We'll try and get the petrifying gaze, but it's well managed by Breathe. He's going to force the flash out of Showmaker. Beryl now body blocking Crisp, getting more slows. Won't look for another part of the Untofo strikes.
Hang on,
looking. Why have we got the other side?
Alistair's going around the other side. Light's being dove up here. Does have the barrier, but Shu has the damage.
He does not quite well on the last auto. Showmaker doing his best. A double pulverized knockup. They get a kill for Tien. That's nice value. Beryl with the grand entrance will get the knockup, trying to battle dance away. Lucid is here. It's a 3v4 between two turrets. What is going on? I refuse to believe this is a real professional game at an international tournament.
It's a shooting gallery for Aiming, who keeps hitting Q, stacking up the Conqueror. Beryl goes down again. The fight intensifies.
Untofo strikes a wild. Tien's got a double now. Aiming's in danger. Has to arcane shift away, and Weibo Gaming come out tops.
We have 10 kills in 8 minutes. This is the gameplay I signed up for. Asian Invitational. Is it a competition which everyone gives all a damn about because of the stakes? No. Is it a competition which I care about because it's really fun? Hell yes. There is a level 6 on Tien. He hasn't leveled his ultimate though, weirdly. He does that.
Okay,
I think it was just waiting on the skill point. I was thinking, oh bloody hell, he's got flash and Aiming doesn't. Does he go for it again? No, not quite.
Well, Showmaker goes back mid and then looks to get half of that wave down. I will note that Xiaohu's now 1,000 gold up because he's 2-0-4. And Tien, after a slightly difficult early start to the game, is now 3-2-1.
Yeah, Tien gave him a 2-kill lead just to, hang on a second.
He hops. He just forward. Tien! They're going to have to flash away, but there's a potential to just drag and rage him into someone's wall. Trying to get the kill. There's the Q. Resonating strike brings down the Ezreal. Showmaker now roaming Crisp behind him. How aggressively do they want to play this?
Beryl tries to body block, but the Rakan just becomes a cudgel to beat him over the head with. Tien kicks him into the back of them. Showmaker's now going to try and save his team's red buff, and he will do so. Tien will back off. Tien just gave him 2 kills at the start to give him false hope. What is this?
This is ASI, baby. This is what this is. We're going to go see a replay of the cleanest sequence in League of Legends history.
I mean, they have Crisp. You can get the full duration of the CC into the wall, space out the W and the Q. I thought at this point, oh, surely Lucid's going to stack up Conqueror. Aiming's going to start stacking up the Conqueror. He's just hitting Qs and autos. I thought with the amount of HP, surely this works out. It is still a 4v5, and Lee Sin with a safeguard to not just shield himself, but shield an ally, get the healing as well for himself, is so broken in these early fights.
Hey, Al, you made a minor mathematical mistake, Al.
What?
It was a 3v4. It was 2 people topside.
Yeah. What did I say, 3v5?
You said 4v5.
Right, whatever.
Which was
okay, you know what I meant.
Wrong.
You know what I meant. Yeah, the 3v4. That's what I meant. Shut up. You can get it through context. Shut up. Theories today.
It's so true. It's so
I've been streaming like 12 hours a day for like the last 3 days.
I'm just hearing excuses. Reasonable excuses, but I'm just hearing excuses. Why would you make those, Alex?
Why are you holding
I'm holding a microphone. I could actually just bring the microphone over to you, but that would be more awkward.
I like to challenge the intellect of the viewers here, and if I lie, I feel like I give them an interactable challenge to partake in.
Oh, that's incredible.
Like it's a
is this like like brain training? Remember that game?
Sure.
Yeah.
Nymaera just counted Godgor as part. Yeah, exactly. I just counted Godgor as part of both teams. The Grasshopper is on both.
You're right.
Oh my god.
Just say it is.
Godgor is on both teams, so therefore it was a 4v5. Xiaohu has the hang on. He's got the Realm Warp. Can go down towards bot side. Showmaker doesn't have flash.
Looks to
the
make sure
step back.
Oh, that's a wonderful step back. Headbutted into the wall. Pulverize. Overloads come flying on through, and Rise ensures that the audio is EQ'd perfectly.
Xiaohu turns back time as he turns back from the Cassiopeia ult. That was prime Xiaohu stepping back from the Petrifying Gaze.
And unfortunately for Showmaker, no one is dealing in stones today. That one is a rough one. The statuary is all too living.
You know what's really annoying about this, hang on. Oh, did Tien get something out of mid lane as well? So he hit the Q out of Fog of War, still had the kick up, ward hop forwards, aiming still had no flash, and he just kicks him in the face!
Very lovely. Back to life we go. Tien now is, by the way, 5-2.
Did you know that Tien was 2019 Finals MVP for winning the tournament final 2019 Worlds? This is a great play for Weibo. They got the numbers in advantage.
Goes jumping on forwards. Lucid will throw down the Crescent Guard, but I don't know what it's guarding aside from a minor moment in time. TP behind. Aiming needs to find the value. Barrel throw down the quickness. They have killed off the core kick. That's
Breathe.
not bad. Xiaohu has got to get over the wall. Does pick the timing for the flash pretty good. EQs continue to fly. Overloads and spell fluxes are good, but now people are in a weird location. Aiming has not got flash. Does have barrier. Showmaker getting through a fair number of twin fights. Hang on, they've got a bush bait.
Good turnaround there from DK. They were the ones that brought the numbers there. I don't think this is a bush spray. I think it will just dissolve here. Tien doesn't have that much HP. He needs to heal off of the blue buff. Dragon is getting started. DK, good fight back from there.
Zhao, who does have teleport, is quite low, is instead going topside, so I think they are just giving this up. Saw two members sticky in the bush, and then you could see Weber's calling it off as we were talking about it. As you were rightly saying, Tien just needed a bit more HP to work with.
Light got charmed. He tried to dash into the Crescent. Breathe.
Breathe.
Aiming. I mean, I mean, he can maybe ult someone over the wall.
He's got a redemption on top of his head, so aiming just gets the kill.
That was massive hopium. He can't ult someone over the wall. Instead, he just walks up and dies. And now, folks, it's 13 minutes again. And, have 15 kills. We're still over the kill-a-minute margin.
Wait, is it the next one up? Challenger number 3, Tien of the 1v4.
Lights coming down.
Going for the TikTok reel. Lucid starts getting the knock-up for the 3 talent strike. And Challenger number 3 falls. Light now in the 1v4. Looking to get to value. Xiao's turned up, but it's not an even 1v4 anymore. That's very unfair to D plus Kia. And instead, Lucid is looking very discombobulated. Shiwu will try and execute the turret, and Crisp is going, get over here. Eat the horns.
Crisp deserves that. He's had a great series so far. His Nico picked up MVP in game 1. He's been awesome in this game so far with his CC. These fights are really hard to judge. I feel like I'm starting, the last one. Oh, Weibo, they got the numbers. Surely they win. It goes a little longer. Light gets caught out going into the Crescent Guard. He dies. There's something. Oh, it's a 41 dive. Surely D plus work out with this. They've just killed 2 very easily. They were the ones that, I guess, end up losing overall afterwards. And Xiaohu, 2,000 gold up on Showmaker. Neither of these players has had the year which they wanted, really. Showmaker started the year massively well. Xiaohu, middling, probably. I wouldn't say was the main problem with Weibo. He definitely wasn't the solution on the other side. Xiaohu now is doing fantastic work, aiming walking forwards towards Tien. Barrel, he's actually in a little bit of threat here, you know?
There's the Conqueror stack. That means, actually, I wonder whether Tien could just take this, because he's got the Conqueror stacked already. He's going to force at least an ult there.
Nice, Crypt comboed up with him. The Alistair is really threatening with the Lee Sin. Weirdly, Alistair has a lot of damage to bring to these fights once you start getting levels into your Q.
Yeah, I think it's emotional damage. And then, like he just goes moo, and you go, I can't deal with this.
I can't do this anymore.
And then he says you can't milk those, and it just ruins your dreams. How do you move on from that?
I'm sorry, I have to be a vegetarian now.
Yeah.
I'm going to start building Everfrost and Ari with Banshees.
Yeah, you're allowed to do that anymore. You find a way. I always knew you were an Everfrost enjoyer, really.
I'm not, so.
I knew you were not.
I don't like Everfrost.
Even when Glacial Ari, Alex.
Even when it turns up in Arena from the items, even if there's no other good item, I will still not pick Everfrost.
I seem to recall you saying that Everfrost was good if you played towards it.
Fake news. Barrel's getting started by DK. It'll be finished off here.
Okay, well, you know what? That's fine. So I think it would be fake news, because wasn't he the guy you said was quite good at the Everfrost Ari, Alex? Was that right on?
Ooh, stops the recall. Lucid does have flash.
Mine's telling no, but his body is telling him, yeah, I'm going to try and get the kick into the wall. That's okay, but then the Grand Entrance comes on through. Redemption's flying everywhere you can. Look, Lucid, again, is looking a little bit concussed here. Will try and dash around with an audacious charge, but unfortunately for him, Tien is significantly more audacious by virtue of being blind and still beating your ass.
I love that Tien lands the Q, auto-attacks the ward once to get some energy back, and then flies in anyway. Did he need to do that? No, but it's just nice nice to see it. Ezreal will come up towards the top lane. Doesn't really achieve that much. I think it's just more of a scouting ultimate, really.
Hit crisp, and that is clearly a massive win.
Sure. Okay, cool. I'm happy with that.
You barraged the moo cow.
3,000 gold lead to Weibo. Realmwalk bringing Xiaohu back into wave clear mid lane. I am so impressed by Weibo, to the point where I'm annoyed that they didn't play like this in regionals and playoffs.
The thing is, I want you to remember a certain phrase about Weibo Gaming. Say it with me.
Weibo Gaming, consistently inconsistent.
Now, we've now gotten to the inconsistent part. The moment we thought they were bad, they've become good. Which now means because we believe in them, they are about to in pretty short order. Xiaohu might be doing a bit of that really soon.
Beryl decided to become very fast and pops the quickness.
But was he? Because he got slowed down by the rune prison.
He was still faster than he could have been.
Does that make him very fast or just faster than he could have been? Is this like... we've actually got a bit of driving lesson going on through. It'll be some Tokyo drifting.
Oh, just timed out. Just timed out. So Weibo will lose their mid lane outer turret, and they very nearly lose their bot lane outer turret there too. Gold is in Weibo's favor, but losing mid lane turret makes it harder to find skirmishes in the way that they were doing. This could actually be a point where DK could start mounting a bit of a platform to come back from. If they can put down some wards to spot where the jungle support are moving, that could be a big moment for them.
Crisp eats a bit of damage there, but he's got Celestial Opposition that actually does okay to avoid some of it. And the problem is it breaks, and he ends up losing a third of his HP bar.
He is, yeah, still, he does actually, in fact, get hit by everything still, and it is still a Triforce Ezreal, even though 1,000 gold behind, kind of nasty. Good Triforce proc there from Light, though, with the Muramana soon on the way.
2 levels behind this Corki.
Yeah, because he's not, yeah, Corki's been, I guess, getting a lot of solo farmers. Weibo been moving everyone else around the map. Dragon in 10 seconds, Weibo really want to stop the Dragon stacking from down 1.
That would be slightly obnoxious, I agree. They want to prevent Hexol for an Ezreal as well. Sounds pretty miserable. Yeah, now bot side, looking to get on top of Siwu.
I think actually kill it. This is a 2-item Lee Sin, by the way.
In the mid lane, though, that means the Lee Sin with all of that gold is not there. They're going to look for the engage, but the Petrifying Gaze hits absolutely no one. And Showmaker now realized he might be turning into Snake Blood Wine. Out comes the Crescent Guard, trying to get some value on him. The CC everywhere you can, look. And Weibo are the merchants of it. Aiming tries to hop on forward, looking for something. Can't kill Light, who flashes on out. And Weibo win everywhere you can. Look, Tien's still chasing this Rumble.
Tien hopping over. Shiwu has no flash. Now get kicked back into the team.
Get some value onto him. There's the Pulverize afterwards, alongside a headbutt, and they will ensure that Shiwu can find nobody on his way to the mid lane.
DK just line up into the spell flux of Xiaohu. They try and take a fight as Tien is bot side, knowing that the Lee Sin isn't there, but they flub the engage. Xiaohu gets the spell flux. That will get them the dragon, a ton of gold. I think they get the mid lane outer turret too. So all the hard work which DK did in the setup for this dragon, getting the outer turret of Weibo and managing to set up in advance, it's just been completely ripped out of hands. This is a 7,500 gold lead to Weibo. This is happening as Lee Sin is going in on bot lane. You understand why they're doing it, because you think, well, we can get the play before Lee Sin turns up. Xiaohu gets out, the Petrifying Gaze is wasted, Light goes and puts down the afterburners, and then this is the key point around about now. Xiaohu manages to get a spell flux to right here, which bounces onto like 2-3 people, and it's just completely lights out. And aiming, well, I think he's using Iron Sights for this one, and yeah, a bit behind the times.
So he's looking for the flash play. Already Shiwu had to back because Tien's damage towards him. TP towards mid lane, and Tien just says absolutely not. Flashes to prevent the easy escape and just kicks him towards the team. At which point Chris punts him even further away.
I mean, Shiwu does nearly kill Light. Does take a footwork shield from the flash and breathe, which is very clutch from him, but Shiwu can't even get one back. Weibo, I mean, I'm annoyed and I'm excited for them, because again, this is a team which has occasionally shown us awesome levels of gameplay, but not in the important moments within playoffs and regionals.
We've all been saying as well that Weibo Gaming are consistently inconsistent. Yep. I posit to you that DK are just in fact the Weibo Gaming of LCK.
Sam, back in 23 Worlds, we had, that's exactly what I was saying. So we had Fnatic, Damwon, and Weibo, which are all very much the same in that kind of levels. Atakan's been started, Atakan flip available.
I can smell the burgers. We are flipping, but I feel like Weibo Gaming may have done a decent job of going to a good restaurant here. Food service is excellent, and they come away with an Atakan burger. Lovely! And they'll pick up an appetizer on top of it. All of Shiwu Can they find the rest of the damn feast? DK on the retreat. D plus Kia must find a way out of this, but they end up losing a player alongside the Atakan.
Alright, so that is 1 and Atakan for Weibo. D plus, they're the ones which left smarting from that. They did land the Wind Becomes Lightning, I think, onto Chris. That's why Chris went in on the timing which he did. He didn't want to give Lucid away into the Atakan kind of area. Yeah. Breathe is really looking quite scary now at 2 items. About to get the Muramana from Light. He's been stacking up for a little while. And god damn, this Rise is 5-0-10. Xiaohu is turning back time here.
He's doing some brutal work. And this Cassiopeia stuck down 40 CS, because one of the issues with Cassiopeia is you don't side lane very well, especially from a behind the game. 1-3-1. It's not been a great time for Showmaker's Cassiopeia here.
And with the Atakan, 42 petals to 11 right now.
Oh,
Xiaohu's currently 3 levels up because the Rod of Ages coming through. Chris popping the cleanse aggressively in front of them, unlocking his next thing from the spellbook. Inner turret gone. The gold lead will go over the 9,000 barrier, I think, with that.
Cleanse myself of your presence. Be gone from this place.
Is that a quote, or is that just imposing?
Okay. That it's an initialized quote.
Ah, I'll keep that in mind, Sam.
There you go.
I won't. I might do. I won't. I could. I won't.
Excuse me, chat. I'm gonna need to go cry a little bit at this unjustified cruelty towards me.
There was an objective bounty picked up by DK that, so you're going to claw back some of that gold. And Muramana now both in for both 80 carries. Can they use the? Oh, Sam's just crying at me, like all like pantomime style. Just so I could, you know, he just drew a tear running down his face.
I'm weeping right now.
I could remember it. I won't.
God. So,
how's it going?
How's it going? Yeah,
oh, it could be going worse. Could be worse. You know, Sam, for an LPL fan, today has been every range of emotion.
It's been quite a lot. Yeah.
JDG got smashed. NIP won, but really should they have? And now Weibo are genuinely smashing down one. There's a lot of people heading up towards Breeze. Xiaohu could teleport up. I think he might just be dead on the miasma.
Flash away. Pathmaker for the tank. He doesn't get out. Okay, now a potential turnaround as Crisp comes on forward. Headbutts away Lucid. That was going to get knocked up nonetheless, though, by the Grand Entrance. Throws down his ultimate. Begins to run away. Heal as well. Overcomes Light. Crisp is actually quite damn tanky. Flashes away from the quickness. Barrel's gone quite deep. Ends up being a little bit messy there from Weibo, but no one importantly dies. Hang on, Root Prison, though, is going to make things tricky. As Tier gets it, doesn't quite get the kill, but Rakan becomes Wings. Not sure what sauce they're frying him in, but I'm sure it's damn tasty. Realm Warp comes on forward. The Room Prison again. Do not pass go. Do not pick 300 gold. He's recalling, getting out of there. He doesn't want to take the fight. Aiming, looking to land.
Lucid.
And then turn around with the Petrifying Gaze. Lucid trying to get onto Xiaohu, goes golden. Crisp now looking for a headbutt. Pulverize gets it. Aiming still free firing, but not really finding much value outside of a kill on Crisp.
She was spotted in the Triburst there. Light, does he have a flash and a barrier? He does. Can he use either of them to escape? A lot of damage. Almost takes down Aiming. Takes down his enemy AD carry.
She was gone afterwards as TN will ensure that the resonating strike breaks the mech apart.
Weibo have been such good team fighters and skirmishers across this game. I love the way that they're using their high mobility of the least... Don't show the damn cardboard cutters.
Yeah.
Stop showing the damn cardboard cutters. I think they're using their ability to move around the map really well. Whether that is the mobility of Corki and Cassante and Lee Sin, or it's the Realm Warp, it's a really good way for them to just bring more people into the right place of a fight.
Look, all I'm saying is never has cardboard had that much aura. Like, that was remarkable stuff. And DK thought they had the play.
Sam, you're a Magic the Gathering player.
That's true. That doesn't have aura, that just has a sunk cost fallacy.
Whoa, true. Unless it is the actual One Ring.
That's true.
The One Ring cardboard is pretty damn, that's pretty damn high.
Yeah, but also Magic
aura.
cards are quite small. That's like a full body-sized...
That's true.
Yeah, that's pretty aura-filled.
Anyone else got any cardboard recommendations for aura? Look, Lucy just didn't have enough HP. When Zonya's into there from Xiaohu, the CC didn't come down and last long enough. Light is doing so much work on the Corki now. Earlier in the game, he was jumping forwards and getting burst out. Now somehow he is making it work.
Partway through this fight as well, is Aiming, tried to play onto Light here, but actually footwork and a Pathmaker to knock one away into the all-out. You know what? I hadn't caught that during the fight. I was about to make a bit of a meme.
Yeah.
But That was very clean from Breathe, actually.
Breathe's been having a good game. He survived that dive on top side. He's had a couple of really good fights. He had that one walk up into river where he died, but besides that, he's been really, really clean. Hard to choose an MVP from this. Xiaohu's been great. Light's been great. I think Crest was an awesome. One more coming through. Might see another fight coming through.
Who's coming from the realm? It's the Rise, who's going to make sure that everyone else starts sinking. Grand Entrance comes on through. Beryl will put down a quickness, but again, we've said you're a little bit outdated. Your motor's slow.
Shimu did a flank teleport, and it was seen completely, so now he is completely behind enemy line. Bloody hell, Xiaohu. Yeah, he is currently 4,000 gold ahead of the Cassiopeia. That's a pretty penny he is ahead.
He does quite a lot of damage. There we go. He's just going to yell.
I'm just saying, like, this matchup has a certain amount of animosity, not animosity, but rivalry in it too. Remember, folks, this is the team, Weibo, that knocked out DK from Worlds 2024 last year. Equalizer coming through.
The most value. Baron secured, and now the rest of D plus Kia maybe turning into a D minus. And I don't think that's a passing grade, guys. Xiaohu has not got a flash. He's just going to clear out that ward.
Damn, that's actually really good. I can't even complain. Tien get a little damage onto him from aiming, but aiming, he's just too far behind the curve. He hasn't reached his third item yet, going towards the Shojin. Doesn't have it just yet, whereas Light is very comfortably ahead of him.
Still running away.
Shiwu is still retreating.
It's Rumble, not Rambo. Wrong name.
Well, he's not going to be in this jungle fight as they go into it. Tien dodges.
Beautiful. The blind monk stares not into Medusa's face. Name him Perseus. As the snake, the myth is decapitated. Grand Entrance comes on through, but unfortunately they're not allowed to stay very long. Shiwu's hex skated over. He'll get hit by the sonic wave, but they've got to know he's around.
Blindness is no impairment against this smelly enemy, so says Lee Sin. Not really sure what they smell like, but I'm not even going to speculate. Xiaohu walks into Shiwu, goes golden, can aiming pick up the kill.
Yeah, we all know that Huntrix just went platinum, and that means golden goes better. Aiming now in danger himself. The crosshairs on his head, and he gets blown up as well.
The crosshairs on the iron sights have just been going awry this time. Weibo smashed D plus Kia from out of nowhere.
The moment you stop believing in them, Weibo Gaming bounce right back. The quantum superposition of teams and success. Weibo Gaming dismantle D plus Kia 2-0, and it ain't even close.
Weibo Gaming consistently inconsistent, rear their heads and beat down the team they knocked out of Worlds previously. Weibo, that was an awesome series.
I genuinely don't get it. They are literally Schrodinger's team. They are both great and bad simultaneously until you observe them. Like, it just doesn't work. I refuse to understand logically how this team functions, but that is an exceptional series of a number of players that we were kind of disappointed in before this.
Well, that's our day of ASI in here. Day 3? 3. Yeah. 3, sir. 3. I don't know where that leaves our opinions of the tournament, which are all over the place anyway, because the tournament has a lot of caveats to it, right? We've had a lot of very different emotions today, especially on the LPL side of things, but of course from many other teams too. VCS picked up their first ever win in a series versus LPL with GAM beating JDG. Don't get it, folks. The Chinese fans are laying into JDG for that one. All the caveats of, oh, maybe they don't take it seriously or don't have scrims. Yeah, the fans don't care about that. Second series of the day, sadly kind of marred by that one internet outage into Game 3 around that Baron, which really, really sucks for them. But then, Weibo destroyed D+. This was not even close. This one you can't argue with. And yeah, D+, who destroyed JDG the other day, leaves it in a very questionable state. I mean, what do even the groups look like now? Because D+ are now 1-1, Weibo are now 1-1, JDG are now 1-1, and GAM are 1-1 as well. We have a completely even group. This is only this is only a single round Roman, folks. This group is now completely anyone's game.
How many tiebreakers do we get?
I don't think there will be. I'm pretty sure there. Oh, Weibo's 2-1. Sorry, Weibo 2-1 because they were the ones that beat.
That's true.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, so tiebreakers, I'd imagine they don't do them. Surely they don't play extra games. I'd imagine they won't because they don't want to put any more games in the schedule, which is already
quite full. Yeah.
Is JD? Hang on, folks. What does that mean for our? Yeah, what does that mean for all of our?
Is JDG just gone?
I don't know. I have to say, I was kind of winging it in terms of that whole.
I kind of agree.
Yeah, guys,
JD's gone.
Guys, JDG are out. JDG have played all their series. They are 1-2. JDG have been knocked out of ASI. With this victory, yeah, because if Weibo had gone to 0-2 by losing this, or rather gone to 1-2, they could have made it through. That's it. I mean, D+ here, Weibo by winning have knocked out JDG.
And somehow, once again, end up causing upsets in the LPL by association. That is about as Weibo as it gets.
JDG are out of ASI. That's honestly kind of hilarious given how everything happened today. That's ridiculous.
What a bizarre day of games, guys.
Holy moly. So now it's DK versus GAM for second slot. Yeah, because can either of them go 2 and 1? I guess they can. Yeah, I guess it'll be the second slot. Yeah, for sure. Damn. Drama. Well, folks, that'll be our stream for today. If you're watching on Twitch, we will be doing some more Ghost of Yotei after this, because I think I'm pretty close to finishing the game, actually. But, yeah, if you're on YouTube, the show will end here. Thanks for watching. Appreciate it an awful lot. We'll watch a couple more of these others. You good, Sam?
Yeah. I just want to put out, JDG's win is against Weibo as well, by the way.
Yeah.
So they 2-0 JDG. They got 2-0 by JDG to knock them out by transitive properties.
Oh my god. Well, it's been fun. I've been enjoying this. How many extra days have we got? So we have, I think loser is out tomorrow between GAM and D+, which I think is the one matchup we haven't seen in that group. And then we have a couple of matches in Group B, and then we'll have, obviously, playoffs starting after that. Damn. That's brutal. I mean, it's so fun. I mean, imagine if GAM make it out somehow. Imagine if it's GAM and Weibo that make it out over JDG and D+. That's kind of insane. Chris played so well today. Anyway, Sam, do you mind getting your chair out of here, because I got to start setting stuff up?
Oh, yeah.
Cool. Well, thanks, folks, for joining. Rise gets the player of the game. Xiaohu, turning back time. Awesome game. I thought he played really, really well. I think there was an argument for someone like Chris Portier as well. Sam punched the mic as one last time on the way out. Good. Okay, so if you're on YouTube, we'll end the show there. Thanks for joining, and join us again tomorrow.